हेलो 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 अखिलेश। हेलो। ओके ओके। हॅलो, येतोय ना? ओके, मग मला ती लिंक शेअर कर एकदा याची आहे याच्यामध्ये स्ट्रीमिंग ना. कोणती ती? हो 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 ना, चालेल. हो. ओके ओके. पण मला काय असं आहे त्याच पेजवरती रिलेट करते रे. ओके. मग स्ट्रीमिंग जाईल ना व्यवस्थित वेगवेगळ्या लिंक वरती? ओके, ठीक आहे ठीक. ओके. स्ट्रीमिंग जाईल ना व्यवस्थित वेगवेगळ्या link?
Very good morning, everyone. Welcome. Dr. Patil, can we add everyone or we need to wait for some time? Sir, unmute. Sir, unmute kar, unmute.
किया मैंने हाँ.
Good morning and welcome, everyone.
Good morning.
Sir, can we add everyone now or we need to wait for another 5 to 10 minutes?
No, at least the first session chairpersons MOC you should add. You can add all. There is no issue. Go on adding. Whosoever is communicating now, go on adding, and make the waiting room free now. Hi, how are you? Hear me, Jitin? Hi. Good morning there.
Hello, Dr. Patil ji.
Hello.
How are you?
How are you? Good morning.
I'm good, thank you. Good morning. It's
How is
almost good
everything?
afternoon.
Yeah. You attend yesterday's program?
Sorry?
You attend yesterday's program?
Sorry, didn't catch you.
Did you attend the yesterday's program?
No, I was actually on call yesterday, so I couldn't
Call. Yeah,
attend.
Okay, can you hear me? Good morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Good morning. Unmute also Yashwant Patil and Dr. Ramesh Mehta. Who else are there? In charge Jaya
Good
Shivalkar.
morning to all. Good morning to all.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Jaya Shivalkar.
Good morning.
Yeah,
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Our opening batsman, Dr. Shekhar, sir.
Yeah, Sanjay Gupta is there. Yeah, welcome. Jitin कोण आहे त्याला राहुलजी can you please unmute me? Thank Jitin Jit. You have to unmute him. Yeah, then who else is there? Shubha Khirwadkar. You have to unmute her also. Khirwadkar madam. Yeah. Then Jaya झालं, Shubha झाले. Rahul Singh. Ramesh Mehta sir is there.
ठीक आहे तुझा खाली ती बेल वाजली तर मग प्रॉब्लेम होईल काही लागलं तुम्ही सांगतो तुझा फोन जवळ घे. हो
Jaya. Jaya.
Unmute all other people. Rahul Singh, yes, welcome Rahul Singh. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Good morning, Sheshadri sir.
Rahul.
Dr. Botan. No, sir.
हॅलो
Yeah.
Good morning, Ishwan. Mulai.
Hello, good morning, Parmesh. Good morning.
Good morning, Rahul, sir.
Before we start, I think we can unmute all. So we can say hello to each other. And then, then I think by 1 o'clock sharp, we will start. Ravi Kumar, Ashok Kumar, Jainar, welcome all.
सर माझा आवाज येतोय का
हो येतोय तुझा आवाज येतोय शुभदा तू बोल शुभदा या शुभदाचा आवाज येत नाही अनम्यूट आहे तुझा येतोय ज्या शुभदाचा येत नाही शुभदा कॅन यू से हॅलो
माझा येतोय का
हा आता येतोय आता आला थोडा जोरात येतोय
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. I think Rahul Singh, you want to check. Prayata, check it. Who else? Sheshadri sir, can you say hello?
आवाज येतोय माझा
हो बरोबर येत नाही तुझा आवाज शुभदा
नाही
इको
येतोय मॅडम
शेषाद्री सर गुड मॉर्निंग सर
Namaste.
Yeah. You are audible, sir.
Hojankar, good morning, sir.
Hi, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
हॅलो
Morning.
Uday, good morning.
Yeah, good
Yashwant,
morning.
good morning.
Yeah.
Yashwant, Uday, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Rahul, unmute all except Yashwant, me, Dr. Shubhadar.
नाही सर मला पण करायचं आहे कमेंट्री
तू शुभदाचा येत नाही आवाज शेषाद्री जोके राहुल सिंग जोके सीपी रवी कुमार अशोक कुमार कुठे आहे यशवंत सीपी रवी कुमार आणि अशोक कुमार
करावं लागतंय मध्ये मध्ये
त्यांना ऍडमिट कर पटपट सगळ्यांना ऍडमिट कर ऍडमिट ऑल डॉक्टर रमेश मेहता सर आले का यशवंत I had a talk with him at 12 o'clock. 45 people are joined. Very good. Rahulji, can you please unmute me? Yatin Jeet.
Hi. Good morning.
Yeah, admission all.
Good morning, Jitin.
Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you are okay. Yes.
There is some device on because of which there is echo.
Yeah, that all will be unmute, madam. They will be muted once we start with Dr. Yashwant Patil sir, then me, then Dr. Ramesh Mehta, followed by we'll hand over to Payata. कोणाला hand over करते थे?
Jaya madam.
जय आणि चेअरपर्सन कोण आहे? राहुल सिंग आणि शुभदा खिरवाडकर.
आणि उके सर.
ओके सर ओके दिसत नाही, ते आले का?
मला मी दिसत नाहीये पण
मला जाऊ दे, एनिवे येतील ते. यू कॅरी ओवर द विदाउट फेल. व्हॉट अबाउट डॉक्टर रमेश मेहता सर, बिजू सायमन, आर दे देयर ऑन द कॉन्टॅक्ट लिस्ट? लेट मी चेक बिफोर वी स्टार्ट. आहे का याच्यामध्ये? बघ राव, कल्पना संघवी मॅडम,
Dr. Sangvi also.
हा
Dr. Sangvi also.
संघवी ऑल्सो दे, कल्पना आहे संघवी. इस्लाम सर आले का? मी मीनाक्षी मंजेला. वी कॅनॉट सी डॉक्टर मेहता सर अँड डॉक्टर बिजू सायमन फ्रॉम BPO side. No, they are not there.
Both are not there.
Yeah. So, what is the time now? Patil साहब,
हाँ थोड़ा सा
चालू करना है?
हाँ थोड़ा
हाँ?
अब
प्राजक्ता मला मी दिसत नाही आहे.
45 people. Very good. Good. Only on Zoom we have got 45 plus. Congrats. Deliberately there are more than 100. More than.
हाँ प्राजक्ता
हाँ सर.
सर का माइक अनम्यूट करने के लिए बोलो.
हॅलो.
And even we can unmute. We can.
तुम्ही खाली बेल वाजवा, मी मीटिंग मध्ये आहे.
Madam, you can start the things.
Mute all current and new participants. Okay करू का नको?
हॅलो. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Shall we start?
Yes.
Okay. So warm greetings to all of you present here. On behalf of organizing team of International Conference of COMHAD in association with BPO, I, Dr. Jayashree Shivalkar, welcome you all for the scientific session. I welcome all the delegates who have joined on virtual platform. This conference is going to be a great learning experience for all of us, as we have multidisciplinary experts sharing their knowledge at national and international level. To start with the session, I invite Dr. Yashwant Patil sir, International President COMHAD, for his welcome address. Dr. Yashwant Patil sir, please.
Good morning to all and welcome all delegates attending on the virtual background and present on the screen. Our Executive Director, Dr. Uday Bodhankar sir, Dr. Paramesh sir, and our organizing member, Prajakta, Dr. Jay Shivalkar, I could see them on the screen, and all other dignitaries of the organizing committee members on this virtual platform to attend this main conference, that is International Conference of COMHAD and BPO UK 2021 in association with UNICEF and DMER for the scientific sessions to start, and this is the first day of the main conference. Yesterday we had a very successful workshop which are organized under the banner of UNICEF and DMER, both on the nutrition challenges as well as early childhood development. The successful attendance of over more than 500 delegates in hybrid mode. Today, we start the scientific session. The main session, in this, there are the 4 sessions. One is on, especially on rehabilitation problems, and other 3 are the mixed one, and one panel discussion, which is very interesting, which is on the topic, adults with a special needs. And after these scientific sessions are over, this will be followed by inaugural function at about 6:15 p.m. and that will be followed by cultural program, which is a unique one organized by the Karanandavan from Anandvan, Varora, by the specially child children and grown-up children. So I request, my sincere request to all delegates to be present for all scientific sessions. Will be a scientific quiz for you, which will be encouraging to raise your knowledge and acumen in your clinical practice. And at the end, mind-blowing Karanandavan cultural musical program at the end. So I welcome you all again for this international conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Uday Bodhankar, sir, Executive Director, COMHAD UK, who has worked really hard for this conference, to bless us on this occasion. Dr. Uday Bodhankar, sir, please.
Good morning. Good morning, Jaya. Good morning, respected all the dignitaries and faculty person and chairperson, Dr. Yashwant Patil, International President, COMHAD, of course, Dr. Ramesh Mehta, sir, who is the President of BAPIO, Dr. Biju Simon, Secretary General of BAPIO UK, and of course, Dr. respected Madhula Phartiranam, who is the advisor to us, and Dr. Rawat, sir, and all respected faculty members. I will not take much time. Dr. Yashwant Patil already had briefed you about yesterday. Very successful, more than 500 delegates were present in the UNICEF workshop, which were 2 workshops were there, right from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. Almost all of the people have worked hard. I must mention Dr. Payata Kaluskar and who had worked very hard for the success. I welcome also our treasurer, Dr. Upe, and Secretary General, Dr. Pradeep Jaiswal. Without wasting much of time, let me tell you, today we are going to a scientific session. For all of you, the same link will be there today and tomorrow. Tomorrow also 1 p.m. we are starting. Today 1 p.m. we are starting. Will be followed by inauguration at 6:15. To my request to all chairpersons to see that the time given to each speaker should not be exceeded, because at 6 p.m. sharp we have the chief guest, Honorable Dr. Madhuri Kanetkar, the global president Dr. Naveen Thakkar, and the Padma Bhushan Dr. Srinath Reddy, the president of PHF. And followed by that, at 7:15 p.m. we have cultural program, which Dr. Patil told you. So it will be over by 9 p.m. So I request and invite all the faculty respected, Dr. Shekhar Sheshadri sir, Dr. Ananta Dave from UK, Dr. C.P. Ravikumar from India, Ashok Kumar Jain from UK. And the chairperson of this will be Dr. Rahul Singh, pediatrician from London, Dr. Shubhra Kirwarkar, own president of EHA and IIT, and Dr. Uke sir, who is the treasurer. With this, I think I will not take much time. I invite all the respected faculty, chairperson to start the proceeding. And please see to it that the program is time to time, because we have got very tight schedule followed. Thank you. And
thank you, sir.
Yeah,
thank you, sir.
Thank you, yeah.
I invite Dr. Ramesh Mehta, sir, President BAPIO and organizing chairperson of this conference, for his welcome address. Dr. Ramesh Mehta, sir, please.
You are muted, Dr. Mehta.
Dr. Ramesh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sir, please. Yes, yes.
Yes, we can hear.
Good morning from very cold London. It's a great pleasure that the BAPIO, British Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, is collaborating with COMHAD. It's an amazing occasion, and I welcome you on behalf of BAPIO for this conference. I hope it goes extremely well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now let us start with our scientific session. And for the first session, which is mixed scientific session, I invite the chairpersons to chair the session. I invite Dr. Rahul Singh, consultant pediatric neurologist, Guy's Hospital, London. I invite Dr. Shubhada Khirwadkar, Madam, developmental pediatrician and past president AOP Nagpur, and Dr. Prakash Uke, sir, former HOD, Occupational Therapy Department, GMC Nagpur, and treasurer for our COMHAD. So I invite all chairpersons for further proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaya. I hope I am audible.
You are.
Yes.
But your voice is echoing, madam, and it's quite loud.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam, you can just shift little behind and then talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So good afternoon, everyone, all the dignitaries on this virtual dais. It's my absolute honor and privilege to start this session with a father figure, world-known authority in adolescent and child psychiatry, former senior professor and former head department of child and adolescent psychiatry and behavioral science division in NIMHANS. Who better than Dr. Shekhar Seshadri sir to speak on heightened vulnerabilities of the challenged in post-COVID times with special implication in child protection and education. Over to you, Dr. Seshadri.
Thank you very much for this singular honor. I'm going to develop a framework for you bit by bit and emphasize on the whole challenge and heightened vulnerability for the challenged people, both in the area of education and in the area of protection. Now, there are common issues, friends. Can I request the tech team to please handle the audio? Because this feedback is very disturbing. That tech team, my sincere request to you to kindly address this. Friends, there's a common issue for both typical children and children with disability. Let's examine this and create this structure. In the pre-COVID era, in the post-COVID era, and of course, during COVID. And, we are looking in this meeting about the post-COVID thing. If you look at protection in the pre-COVID era, and you look at the whole concern around sexual abuse, around neglect, emotional abuse, and all forms of abuse that children with special needs were more vulnerable to, including the whole issue of child labor, child marriage, and trafficking. And I mark that in yellow, and I'll come back to it as to why these are heightened vulnerabilities, particularly as we come out of the COVID, whenever that's going to be. And then if you look at the education sector, and if you look at learning difficulties, understimulation, and exclusion, factoring in the issue and reality that schools have been closed, there is the digital divide. Who has access to smartphones, our family sharing more than one phone, and so on. So poor accessibility to support services and infrastructure, in addition to experiences of exclusion. There could be bullying and poor peer relationships, or the experience of corporal punishment in schools. Then, of course, the opportunities of life skills training, so much more required for children who are challenged and children with disability. And with the shortage of trained professionals and inclusive teaching pedagogies and curriculum. If you go during COVID and you look at protection issues, the whole increased physical, verbal, emotional abuse due to caregiver burnout, the neglect due to preoccupation with COVID-related worries of caregivers, discrimination and negative attitudes leading to poor access to medical services, and the health of a person with disability is not prioritized during COVID, and increased sexual abuse, lower inhibitions, poor sense of boundaries, sensory pleasure-seeking, lack of knowledge about sexuality, particularly in preschoolers and preschoolers who are Divyang. Look at the highlighted thing here, that what happens to children with mild or moderate disability who either wander away or are abandoned or orphaned, particularly during the second wave. दूसरी लहर में जो कहानी हुई है with टीकाकरण जिनका हो चुका था, but we were losing 45-50-year-olds and the increased gender divide and the particular predicament of girl children with disability with exposure to antisocial elements And I will allude to the whole issue. If you look at childline data on the child marriage, missing children and trafficking, and if you look at education, then the whole disruption of routine due to school shutdown, leading to various forms of emotional and behavior problems, with no access to support services or one-on-one therapy due to lockdown. And an online education is not a viable option for many of these people, resulting in loss of learning. And parents are ill-equipped to homeschool. So either there is no stimulation or less stimulation activities at home, causing regression in what they have already learned. And then, of course, there is the issue of lack of suitable and accessible learning resources and increased inattention and screen time, and sensory issues due to multiple sensory inputs. If you look at children with autism, for example, along with reduced play, socialization, and opportunities, leading to social skills deficit. अब post-COVID पे आप एक नजर डालें on protection issues, the risk of abuse, physical, emotional, various forms, and neglect as they continue permanent to drop out and they stay at home. Or the, again, issue of labor, marriage, and dropping out of school. And with education, the difficulty in adhering to safety protocols in school, adjustment issues, separation issues, school refusal, and risk of permanent dropouts, and the difficulty in catching up academically and emotional and behavioral issues continue as schools reopen. So it's not just the issue of safety protocols and the learning gap. Which circumstance are these children coming back from? So see how you can prepare a framework-based approach. So my submission to you is where mild and moderate disability is concerned, children who wander away, are inducted into child labor, can't give their address to be repatriated to families. And during labor, the kind of exploitation that occurred. There was a heartbreaking story of a kid with mild disability, wandered away, was lost, inducted into a roadside restaurant cleaning, taught to sing and dance to entertain all these truck drivers, and became kind of disinhibited. These are heartbreaking stories. So where children with disability have no resources, the combination of disability and not having resources, and the danger of their being deployed for work. Now, if you look at the learning loss, to begin with, they never had access, even when they were, urban socioeconomic setups. So the economic impact of COVID with loss of income will obviously give rise to protection issues like child marriage, because this child is no use to the family, and as it is, there was pre-existing neglect. And if you marry them off, there's one mouth less to feed, especially for girl children. And there is no disclosure to the family you're marrying the child in that this child has mild disability. So this is a kind of framework that I have developed. So finally, how do these risks look like in the context of children with disability? Our protection pe nazar dalein, the experiences of abuse and exploitation, they are more susceptible, not just by virtue of their developmental stages, but with difficulties due to reporting and early dropout of school due to learning disabilities and neglect, or at least, the red signs in school. And, when there is lockdown, all your methods of red signals or red signs or warning signs go down. And these children are more susceptible to experiences of abuse like trafficking and labor, because parents are unable to provide them the support and care that they need. And in the education sector, as I've already mentioned, the lack of structure and human resources in the context of children with disability, and adverse experiences leading to exclusion. And what kind of pedagogies or methodologies do we have? Do we really have trained professionals? And the whole culture of non-inclusive teaching pedagogies that. So there's really a question to look at these risks in the context of children with disabilities. So what do these risks look like? These experiences of abuse, additional risk of abuse due to different forms inside homes, and lack of support services from outside, and children being abandoned and orphaned, left without caregivers. And the whole COVID, orphan issue is becoming a contentious issue. In fact, the Supreme Court has addressed this to actually vitalize childcare institutions and the protection systems. The 18th of this month, I'm addressing the Supreme Court in tabling these issues. And the overburdening on the health system due to COVID has also led to children with disability being denied access to their specific needs. And in the area of education, as I have said, how about children with severe disabilities? Where will they access spaces of stimulation and development due to the lockdown and as we come out of the lockdown? So the school experiences of children with disability who had to drop out due to inability to adapt to changing modes of education. And we have substantially changed, not that digital and online education did not exist before the pandemic, but it's become even more accentuated. So, do teachers and special educators need to adapt to digital modes and innovative and creative modes of teaching. To expand this further, the experience of abuse and exploitation is going to continue post-COVID as children permanently drop out and remain at home. And there'll be a widening learning gap. There are emotional behavioral issues that emerge, putting them at added risk of protection concerns like abuse, because they're taken off schools or married early or made to engage in work or being trafficked due to neglect and overburdening. तो ये narratives और stories जो हैं accessibility की, and the COVID is a current pandemic. Adverse childhood experiences has been an everlasting epidemic. So children will find it difficult to adjust to schools with protocols for COVID within educational institutions with school refusal. So children with disability due to increased dependence on the COVID as they come out of it, the learning issues and adjustment will give rise to behavioral problems and one will have to contend with both. And all this, friends, we've put together in a national initiative and integrated resource that we launched last year. We're 15 months into operation because our deep belief in public child mental health under the Ministry of Women and Child Development. This initiative is called COMHAD. It's a national initiative and integrated resource for child protection, mental health and psychosocial care, working in 4 verticals: mental health, education, child protection, and policy and law. The first time in the history of a mainstream hospital that we have a vertical on policy and law. And this is called a transdisciplinary approach because it's not enough for a child psychiatrist to treat post-traumatic stress disorder in a child who has been abused. What will happen if the child has to give evidence? And if the child has disability, how will reporting take place? And so how do you work with the judiciary? It's not enough for the judiciary to simply listen to a story and adjudicate. The judiciary needs to know developmental aspects of evidence gathering, preschool children, child with hearing and speech deficit, child with moderate intellectual disability, child with cerebral palsy. How do you gather evidence there? And all this we've put together in our website, which is nimhanschildprotect.in, and our YouTube channel, where in fact we have a very important section on evidence gathering for children with hearing, that is with communication disorders. Friends, we do not believe in copyright. We believe in copyleft. All this material, please use, adapt, translate, pass on to your colleagues and networks. It is only then that we can build a structure which truly recognizes the needs of children in this country. Child mental health should become a national agenda. To quote Nelson Mandela, the true worth of a nation is judged by the way it treats its children. And therefore, Samvad in 15 months of operation is now in 29 states and 2 union territories. We've trained over 1 lakh service providers, and our social media has reached over 20 lakh people. And it will be our honor and privilege to associate with COMHAD and the British physicians of Indian origin and all the networks that are gathered here. We are already working with the Indian Academy of Pediatrics with both their Eye Council and the Indian Child Protection Medical Professionals Network in order to assist not just you, but through you, assist the children of this country. Thank you very much for this singular honor to share this platform. Over to you for further. And I'm putting all these links on the chat for you to look at. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It was an amazing, insightful talk from you. I've heard about you, but for the first time I could see you and listen to your talk. And just wanted to understand, is it applicable throughout to all socioeconomic status?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. This is clearly geared towards, we work in the sector of the most vulnerable. So Samvad itself is an acronym that stands for support, advocacy, and mental health interventions for children in vulnerability and distress. And vulnerability due to gender, due to socioeconomic status, uh, pandemics of the nature of COVID have a disproportionate impact on the more vulnerable populations, daily wage workers, migrant workers. तो इस तरह के समुदाय जो हैं इन पे हमने खास ध्यान दिया है, and all these are across the board.
No, that's very novel and interesting. Any questions from audience? No. Excellent.
Don't have any questions at the moment.
No. Okay. Do we have our next speaker then?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you like to introduce her?
Yeah, sir, you were to introduce.
Okay. Dr. Dave, are you around?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning from the UK. Good afternoon, everyone in India.
Yeah, good morning from UK as well. And Dr. Dave is the president of British
Indian Psychiatric
India Psychiatric Association. She works as a consultant child and adolescent psychiatrist, and she's a medical director at Lincolnshire Partnership NHS Foundation. We are very proud of her. She's the BIPA president-elect, and God knows how many awards and everything she has got. Most important thing is she's with us on this platform to share her knowledge so that we can bridge some gap and see how best we can work together. So welcome, Dr. Dave, and looking forward to listen to your talk.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. And hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be part of this presentation today. Thank you for inviting me. Now, it's very difficult to follow a talk like Professor Seshadri's, but I will try and present things from a UK perspective so there is less of an overlap. So I am here both in my capacity as a child and adolescent psychiatrist in the UK, as a medical director, so learning to manage resources, as well as president of the British Indian Psychiatric Association. So we learn to collaborate more between the UK and India. Now I'll try and share my slides. If I do have any problem, I'll please request you because I've sent it across as well. So let me just share my screen. Okay, can people see the screen?
Yeah, we can see your screen, Dr. Dave.
Okay, fine. And hopefully you'll be able to see it when it moves as well. So do let me know if it's stuck on the same slide. So in the interest of time, I'll skip the introduction, but I was born in India in Andhra Pradesh, grew up in Mumbai, moved to the UK 26 years ago. I now work in Lincolnshire. I spent most of my time in the UK in Birmingham, and really proud to be part of a multicultural society and to be linking up with you all. Now, the impact of COVID-19 in the UK, I'm going to talk about very briefly about what was the case before COVID, but try and focus on what's been happening since the start of the pandemic more than 18 months ago. So we've seen a spectacular and exponential increase in referrals to specialist children and young people's mental health services, CAMS as they are called, child and adolescent mental health services. So they've risen by around 134% based on surveys conducted by the Royal College of Psychiatrists, by Mental Health Watch, NHS employers. A wide range of organizations have seen this increase. And even before COVID, services were struggling with waiting lists, but the impact of COVID on children and young people has been differential and high compared to other groups in society. Within those referrals, we've seen an increase in these following categories. Now, these are not exhaustive. We've also seen increase in presentations to A&E, accident and emergency, as we call it here in the UK, with a range of crises and complexities in children and young people's mental health, linked to emergencies in their physical health presentation as well. But these are some of the common categories in which the referrals have risen. So I suppose it's important to understand this narrative in the context of not only COVID-19, but how inequalities play out in society. We've heard Professor Seshadri expound on some of them, but this combination of COVID-19, existing inequalities which have been amplified, and the way the policy around children and young people's mental health in the UK and the approach all interact to produce this current stress and demand. So focusing on inequality, something close to my heart, but I think for many of us who straddle cultures and who have seen the impact of unequal cultures, etc., different cultures, I think really important for us to understand more and see what it is that we can learn from COVID-19. So it's not only in the UK, it's not just about COVID, which is of course a topic of conversation now, but the continuing impact of Brexit when the UK left the EU, the whole issue around vaccines. So the inequalities are not just about COVID as an illness, but how the world is vaccinated and how global vaccine equity matters. And when there isn't that equity, children and young people get affected with COVID, long COVID, and all the other aspects of it. Now we've seen the Black Lives Matter movement in the UK and indeed across the world in terms of how race and ethnicity plays out in health, well-being, criminal justice, education, etc. And the whole issue of refugees and asylum seekers. All parts of the world have their own pressures around refugees and asylum seekers, and the incidence of illness in these groups of people is higher. And again, we need to see what the unequal impact is. Looked after children. So in the UK, those who are in the care of the state or social care, so those children who are brought up away from their families of origin or birth and are fostered or looked after, suffer around, so it is said that around 40% of children in the looked after system have some kind of a mental health problem, which is diagnosable. When you look at the impact of COVID, compounding this, the percentage is much higher. And we've already looked at the increase in referrals of those with neurodevelopmental disorders like ADHD and ASD in the wake of COVID. But this has also been a case of people with pre-existing ASD and ADHD being more unequally impacted due to COVID, either due to the effects on education, family life, change of structure and routine, etc. So when we look at the impacts or the influences on children and young people's mental health, again, from a UK perspective, but I think, listening to Professor Seshadri, quite a few of them valid in India as well. But there's been the effect of school closures and illness within schools, even when schools are open. The same number of people aren't present in the class every day. The teachers keep changing, classrooms keep shutting, bubbles were sort of being asked to go home. So that huge impact on children and young people's well-being when there was no certainty and structure to their educational life. And of course, the homeschooling, which went on for a few months at the beginning of the pandemic. The COVID-19 illness itself in the families and carers, which impacted on their ability to take children to school or their ability to homeschool them if the children were being asked to homeschool. There was an increase in employment, poverty, and insecurity during COVID, and the young age group, 19 to 24, were the most affected by unemployment in the UK in the wake of COVID. Social isolation, we are aware of it, not only due to lockdown, but all the various restrictions and people's anxiety and therefore not mingling. Impact of bereavement and trauma. I think across the world, there has been a study on how people have been bereaved and the rates of bereavement, not only amongst family and friends, but school friends, teachers, people in the community, and not having time to grieve or not having the usual mechanisms in which to grieve has also affected the ability of people to recover from such a tragic loss. And the impact of social media. Now, even before the advent of COVID, we have been looking at the impact of social media, especially on children and young people. With COVID and with lockdowns and social isolation, people's reliance on social media has increased. And within a vulnerable population of young people who were already much more likely to be influenced by social media, this did have a deleterious impact, for example, on body image and eating disorders. There was an increase in recorded domestic abuse during COVID, which continues, and the impact of that on children. And we know that when there is domestic abuse in the family, the children are inevitably affected emotionally, physically, and in various other ways in terms of their parentifying of their children's role or access to education, etc. An increase in caring responsibilities. When children became orphaned, they became primary carers of other people in the family, or when parents became unwell, children became the carers again. So these are some of the reasons why mental illnesses or mental health problems might have increased. And there was reference to poverty as well. Again, the impact of it was unequal. So we have food poverty, we have digital poverty, and of course, the whole unemployment, socioeconomic insecurity, etc. And it's been seen in literature about the unequal impact of it on children and families. And you can see the increase in the UK and the request for food parcels, etc., which was a stark indication of the rise in poverty. And again, we've looked at the loss of social supports and networks, how it came about and how it would have a profound effect on children and young people's mental health. Impact of trauma, not just a diagnosable condition like post-traumatic stress disorder, which has increased, but also the impact of trauma in the form of other mental illnesses. And even though it might not be a diagnosable condition, the burden of trauma, bereavement, and loss on children and young people. I've specifically concentrated on self-harm and suicide in a few of my slides, because obviously, although it is one extreme end of the spectrum when young people take their own lives, self-harm has been rising in young people across the world, even in the UK, and it is an indicator of emotional distress, if not of mental illness outright, but of the degree of emotional distress and burden that young people are carrying. And we know that that has been increasing even before COVID, but it has again continued to show a steady increase in post-COVID or peri-COVID times. So the increase has been highest in young females, 10 to 14, and then 15 to 19, and then overall 10 to 24-year-olds. But it has seen around a 25% increase over the last 18 months. The trends in India, while I'm less familiar with them, are also along the lines of an increase in self-harm, increase in young people's suicides. And globally, we know that around a quarter to third of people taking their lives are young people. So there is a huge emphasis on prevention, on the preventative aspects, on understanding the reasons. Now, this in specific reference to the Indian context is across age ranges, but specifically some of them, like academic pressures, obviously, or impact of social media, might be more relevant for young people. And so what can we do? I mean, that was a very quick whistle-stop tour of what were the influences on children and young people's deteriorating mental health and some of the ways in which they played out. But both in terms of an individual actions, what is it that we can do? Become more self-aware, become more informed, start collecting data, asking for data, and asking for a family approach in our, in our mental health services. So these are things that we can fight for at an individual level. But also, making the right use of digital technology. So it's an enabler as a support structure, as well as, being aware of its deleterious impacts, and looking at how we support carers, how we look at the effects of trauma. So these are things we can do at individual and small group and team levels. But at wider level, at a national level, at the level of infrastructure, clearly a need to build in various steps or building blocks around supervision, training, research, commissioning or funding the right services, having the right governance arrangements to the audit, monitoring, accountability, investigation of incidents, and having the right services with the right skill mix. So these are things that can happen at a wider level in order for us to combat this issue of children and young people's mental health and the rising demand. Now, this is a specific thing which came out in the UK around a competency framework for suicide and self-harm in children and young people. What is it that we can do? I don't have time to go into details, but certainly the reference is available for those who might want to look into it and understand more about, specifically with reference to children and young people, what are the competencies we need to build up within mental health services and within teams so that people feel confident to deal with the various presentations, right from an early intervention approach to the time when things become very serious and children might need hospitalization, admission, and complex transition between teams. Now, I'm not quite sure where I am with time, but I was asked to try and keep to a very strict time scale. So I have really rushed through. And this is actually my last slide, I think, before my thank you, but it gives me an opportunity to have discussion, be open for questions, comments, and really engage in a dialogue if people want to, talk about what's happening in India and further questions about what's happening in the UK. So that was my talk. Happy to expound or elaborate on any of my slides or themes. Thank you. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity today.
That was an amazing talk, Dr. Dave. And I think from Samvad, now carrying it over to you with the competency framework, we need to spread his Samvad to all over the world. That sounds like a good idea. So, Dr. Dave, I practice as a neurologist, and I'm a child neurologist, and we had seen recent increase in the number of tics and Tourette's, mostly in the young population. And was it directly related to the pandemic and mental health issues, or were there some other factors?
I would be very wary of giving single factor answer, or one. I don't think it's generally one factor. What we do know is tics. I mean, you would know more than me. Tics and Tourette's have a wide-ranging reasons why they're present in some people. Sometimes it could be Tourette's, and which can be exacerbated by stress and uncertainty and change as well. But they can be tics and mannerisms and tics without Tourette's, which again are related to stress and emotional state and what is happening in young people's lives. But also we know that due to the COVID pandemic, many people delayed seeking help for their physical health problems. And therefore, what might have been picked up early did not, and it sort of was exacerbated. The other thing is that when schools are functioning regularly with all the usual structures, they function, at least in the UK, they function as a way of picking up problems early, whether physical or mental health related. And when the school structures were absent, children sometimes went unnoticed, and problems which might have been picked up by somebody outside the family didn't. So I think there were several reasons why tics and Tourette's got exacerbated, and we know that they are linked. Worsening physical health can worsen Tourette's as well, and if Tourette's gets worse, then it can have an impact on the rest of the health as well. So these are some of the reasons.
And what was your experience, Dr. Sheshadri, in India? Are you? No, I think.
So, ma'am, can I make a point?
Well, the experience has been pretty much the same because these are universal experiences. There are a couple of. May I carry on?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, no, so I think the distinction between neurotypical children and special needs children, the distinction between children who are disproportionately affected due to issues of gender or economic status, all this makes, a change in. Actually, there is a question put on chat by Dr. Toral Mehta, how do we deal with early onset depression? And I was just going to type a response, but I'll use this opportunity to respond. In any kind, forget about the clinical diagnosis, DSM, ICD and all that. Every anxiety, every depression, every distress, every trauma has a context. And an intervention must always be context-based. Did a child have pre-existing OCD? And has that got exacerbated? Or is it a new onset problem? Is it new onset because of a loss experience during the COVID? Or exacerbation of domestic violence in a family where there was already parental discord? So these are issues to keep in mind. Context matters. And you don't just treat the manifest behavior. You need to look at the emotion behind it, the child's inner processing, the experience behind that inner processing, and the context in which it occurs. So this is the kind of framework that we really use. So many issues have increased. If you look at childline data, or more and more the enormous literature that has come out of the impact of COVID on child mental health, all the issues that Dr. Ananta mentions are very much prevalent and present even in the Indian experience. Over to you, sir.
I think we will have more questions at the end of at the end of the session. So, any more question for this session, or shall we move to the next one?
Sir, just one question from my side. Dr. Sheshadri,
Sure.
Sir, how do you think school reopening will have effect on the entire mental health picture in children?
There are three things to consider here.
Yeah.
Safety protocols,
Hmm.
learning gap, and what circumstances are the children coming back to school from?
Yeah.
Now, safety protocols are very much health protocols. As far as the learning gap is concerned, and we have been in touch and samvad with educational boards and the education ministry to say, do not make a big thing out of the learning gap.
Yeah.
Children need to be welcome to the school and eased into the whole experience, and talking about how things were. You remember the example of that principal
Yes.
in America or Canada in a small town
Yes.
in the first wave, going cycling to each house, standing at a distance and saying, hi, hello, is
Yes.
everything okay? For kids to say, principal came home and asked about us. You need to create that kind of a welcoming situation before you actually get into learning gaps. And the third is, what circumstance are they coming back to school from? A house where there was a loss experience, either because of COVID or some other illness. A house where there was an exacerbation of family discord, perhaps domestic violence. So to be alert to the red flags of these children's realities, their lived experience. And what I wanted to say, friends, is data is important. And people keep asking, is there data? Can we drive policy? Of course, data is important. But, knowledge is not constructed on the basis of double-blind, placebo-controlled RCTs. This is poverty of epistemology. Knowledge must be constructed on the lived experiences of the children that we work with. Each child is data. Each child's predicament is data. That's what we need to look into. Over
Yes.
to you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Rahul.
Okay. For Dr. Ravi Kumar is our next speaker. And I'm sorry I haven't met Dr. Ravi Kumar, so I will let him introduce. Yeah, he's the same Ravi. It's my honor to introduce Dr. Ravi Kumar. We have worked together. We were colleagues in UK, and now he is practicing in Bangalore as a pediatric neurologist, and he's going to share with us what good work he has done there. Over to you, Ravi.
Hi. Good morning to all of you in UK, and good afternoon for people in India. And whether it's good morning, good evening, or good afternoon for people in different time zones. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you, Ravi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, thank you for the esteemed faculty here, and also for the COMHAD International Chapter for organizing this conference in this difficult times. The advantage of the virtual conferences, we get to see all our colleagues and like-minded people in a same platform without much of a pain. Now, what I want to say about Rahul Singh, I was surprised he said, probably he did not know it's the same Ravi. We have worked together in Guy's and St. Thomas and London. Today, my topic is going to be on accessibility. So accessibility in especially challenged children. So what I'm going to cover today.
We can't hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So what is accessibility? Accessibility is what people can do, what they have to do in a similar amount of time and effort compared to so-called normal people. There are various definitions. One of them is from the civil rights movements at the US Department of Education. What it says is that when a person with a disability is afforded this opportunity to acquire the same information, engage in the society in the same way as any other individual, which is equally integrated, equally effective, and substantially equivalent ease of use. So this empowers the person, makes him independent, and he doesn't get frustrated by something that is poorly designed and implemented. I think this is one of the common problems what we see in an Indian setting especially. And even in the Western countries, it's not been fair for individuals with disability or people with disability. Let me give you some examples. Just let's say a video. Nowadays, we are quite used to watching a video with English subtitles. But in the past, getting a subtitle or able to understand the context was very challenging for somebody who had hearing impairment, for example. Audiobooks. This has now taken a big takeoff, and it's been a blessing in disguise for people with visual impairment. I'm sure they're getting the joy of reading the books or at least hearing the books in their own way. Similarly, ATMs, which is automated teller machine or the cash machines. Previously, it was very difficult for a disabled. Even now, I find ATMs are placed in locations which are very difficult to access for a person with disability. At least there are a few positive changes that has happened. For example, braille markings, a person who is visually impaired can access. Similarly, there are audio leads where a person with hearing impairment can plug in their earphone or sync their earphone to the machine and follow the instruction. Step-free access. Nowadays, we see more and more buildings taking this into concept. Many hospitals did not have step-free access. Forget about individual organizations, even hospitals. But now, thanks to NABH, which is an accreditation organization in India, can have made it mandatory so that you get step-free access. Disability toilets, all this are becoming kind of routine. Smartphones are ubiquitous. Every person has a smartphone, or most of us do have it. And they provide various touch access, voice dictation, which is providing a kind of boom or a kind of great help for an individual with disability. Few examples of day-to-day affairs. Say, for example, within the building, whether it is your apartment or whether it is your accessing a website. The reason I brought website is, or IT, in this day and era, I think we're all quite addicted or quite dependent on this kind of technology. For example, even the conference which we are using now, or the platform what we are using, we had hardly heard about it before the pandemic. But now every person on this globe knows what Zoom is about. Similarly, traveling. Traveling is something which is part and parcel of our life. And I will cover some of the challenges and what are the solutions. Okay, so buildings. What is the target group which makes a difference in how the buildings are constructed? Wheelchair users, people with limited walking abilities, partially sighted, and the hearing impaired. So let's look into each one of them. There's a manual from United Nations, which has been published many decades ago, which I think is like a ready-made information on the plate. Urban design consideration, obstruction, signage, street furniture, curb ramps, pedestrian crossings, and parking. See, basic designs, basic requirements for anybody who is commuting. These are not incorporated in our civic planning, unfortunately. Now, even major cities like Bangalore are now starting to use this concept of smart city. Thanks to the initiative from the current government in India, many of the cities are now taking these factors into consideration and making it disabled friendly. But at the level of the individual houses or government buildings, these factors are still a big hurdle for individuals with disability. And then comes architectural design consideration, whereas the stairs. How high should the step be? Railings, should they be on the right or left or both the sides? Entrances, vestibules or corridors, what should be the height and what should be the way it should be designed for somebody with a wheelchair? All these are given a skip. It takes a lot of effort for somebody with civic planning to take all this into account and consideration to incorporate at the basic level of building a structure. In addition, there are several other issues which are addressed by this union manual, which helps in how to be implemented and also how to troubleshoot. So various instructions, various solutions, and even there is something called anthropometric. This UN manual also provides what should be the height of the corridor, the space, windows, everything is incorporated here. I feel organizations like COMHAD and state executives has to implement these instructions in construction of each one of these buildings to make it disabled friendly. Now coming to websites or the information technology. Now, as we all know, IT has become a part and parcel of our life. And there are a lot of guidelines on how to make it friendly to people with disability. One is the websites or the information technology has to be perceivable, understandable, operable, and robust. These are the four broad headings under which several guidelines have been placed. For example, what is perceivable? It has to be accessible to people with different sensory issues, whether it is touch or hearing. Simple example, the text, if it is too small, a person with visual impairment may not be able to read. When a person with a complete visual loss, if he wants to access, he should have a way to get this audio, because most of the websites now give you an option for text to audio. They should be able to read. So this is not very difficult when the website is designed. If they have to just set it up in such a way, it becomes accessible to people with visual impairment. Similarly, understanding. Using complex English or complex language makes it quite challenging for somebody with somebody with dyslexia or learning disability. Next thing is the operability, different platforms. And if somebody wants to convert into for example, somebody with a touch screen, if he wants to use it, or if somebody has just buttons, like the old using a keyboard or even using a mouse, they should be able to access it well. So all these parameters have been suggested by international organizations, which needs to be incorporated into the building of the website. Then what do we call robust? It means the website or the platform has to work in different technology platforms. For example, if you're using a mobile, if it is clearly visible, has good graphics, and if you shift it to a desktop or a laptop, it should be adaptable. These days, most of it are taken. But when the same thing is used by a person with disability where he uses a screen reader, it may not be compatible. These factors have to be taken into picture when we design a website. Then what about traveling? Traveling is another basic need. What we need to, I'll just give an example of how does traveling impact on a person with disability from his perspective. If he's moving from point A to point B, within the building, if he's living in this building, many of the challenges he may have overcome, or he might have found a solution to overcome these barriers. But the moment he steps out of the house, what happens? Waiting for a car or a taxi or a public transport, accessing it becomes a challenge. One good progress in the last probably 12 to 24 months in India is, for example, Uber. Uber provides something called Uber Access, which are vehicles which are wheelchair friendly, which is a good move or a good improvement from what it was in the past. So it is a public transport for an individual who is wheelchair dependent can book these vehicles, then go from point A to point B. But what are the challenges? The number of vehicles are very few. And secondly, the cost is almost double. If you book a travel from point A to point B on a normal Uber, the Uber Access costs you double the amount. So this is something, once again, is a challenge. On a positive note, things are getting better. I'm pretty sure over a few years, this will also get equalized. Then at the point of getting off, alignment, the crossing the road, walking the footpath, then once you go into the building, which floor, platform, it is okay for somebody with a intact vision and hearing. But if they're visually impaired or if they're hearing impaired, it is still a big challenge for them to find the right place where they have to go within the building. I'm pretty sure these last 2 points are a challenge for even so-called healthy individual. Crossing the road in a big metropolitan city like Bangalore is quite challenging for so-called able, and even finding the right place, whether it's a platform or in a government office especially, is always a challenge. This needs to be sensitized for people who are at the reception or who are at the counter, how to help or how to look at the point of a person with disability, how to help them out. Just pointing them, guiding them, go here, go there, take a left, may not work. So having braille signs or even audio signs or somebody with sign language makes a big difference. So now coming to, this was a broad picture. I hope I still have a few more minutes, and I'm going to just cover a few things about what's happening in India. The recent the 2011 census shows around 26 million Indians suffer from some form of disability. So it is a huge population. Probably this is more than a population of New Zealand. So there is a huge population with unmet needs, which is still crying for help. And I hope organizations like COMHAD can deliver. The Constitution of India very clearly says all citizens, irrespective of their ability, has to be treated as equal. But unfortunately, the implementation of the spirit of Constitution has not happened. The recent amendment of the law, Person with Disability Act of 1995, ensures equal opportunity for person with disability. This has taken a long time, but now on the ground, we can see many changes. For example, toilets for disabled people or people with wheelchair access, ramp or step-free access. These are becoming a norm in new buildings. I hope this gets better and better, probably at a faster pace. So what does this act enshrine? Prevention, which is once again a spirit of early intervention, education, employment, non-discrimination, research and manpower, action, that is at the ground level, social security in the form of aids to people with disability, and also grievance redressal when things do not go the way it should. So what is affirmative action? Aids and appliances, for example, wheelchair or somebody with a visual aid, braille resources, for somebody with a hearing impairment, whether it is a hearing aid or even cochlear implant. Many of the state governments in India have started providing free cochlear implantation. This will hopefully take care at least a small percentage of those individuals with severe sensory neural hearing loss, and I hope they will be able to hear and lead a better quality of life. Allotment of land with concessions. This is basically to what we call it as a CA land, to help institutes to come up which can aid this kind of this particular population. And with non-discrimination, as I said, once again, whether it's toilet, spaces, public transport, to take this significant population, 27 million in India, into account when they plan anything. While I was preparing for this presentation, in fact, I learned a lot of new things. There are a lot of organizations which are helping or which are working to improve the life of person with disability. Shubha Kastya, the other word, Divyanjan. So this is a word which has become very popular thanks to the Modi government. I think since he came in, there are various speeches or various instances where he has taken many actions to help people with disability. This is becoming a routine lingo in Indian setting, and there are various organizations which are helping. Some 6 impressive initiatives which I would like to share it with you. Samarthya, Swayam, accessibility, that is to improve the physical accessibility of anything as we discussed. National Institute of Speech and Hearing in Kerala, Kerala Center for Disability Study, and Kudambashree. So what is this? So this is a National Information Technical Assistant and Research Organization, which is basically working to train professionals in implementing accessible design, whether it is building, whether it is technology, whether it is public transport, so that hopefully in the next few years or decade, it becomes part and parcel of thinking process when an individual is planning anything to take the people with disability into picture. Swayam is basically to ensure how to raise public awareness, support, so that individuals can be independent. Accessibility. It is a friendly design solution. It is a consulting firm which has provided various ready-made plans to ensure your building or your office or anything is accessible for people with disability. Similarly, National Institute of Speech and Hearing in Kerala, it is providing various rehabilitation service. Disability is once again providing technology tools. This we see in implementation of several centers in Kerala which is dealing with children with autism. Kudambashree, it is a community-oriented organization which is trying to empower financially, because most of these children or individuals are born with disability. It is a challenge for them on a day-to-day basis to live their normal life. And also anything, say for example, I mentioned an example of accessing taxi or a public transport. They shell up 50% more money than what I and you would do. So this is once again a big challenge. So these organizations are working to make sure these people are self-dependent and they can overcome the financial challenges. So whatever said and done, there are still a lot of barriers. even though there is constitution enshrinement of this rights, there is an act, there are still a lot of barriers where people with disability can access all the resources equally. So now, once again, coming to the recent Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan or Divyanjan, Accessible India, Empowered India. So there are three verticals: build environment accessibility, transport accessibility, and information communication ecosystem. I think we are all living in this digital era. We will, especially even now and even the future generation, will invariably embed it with the technology. They need to make sure the technology that is built for tomorrow is accessible for individuals with visual or hearing impairment, or even people with dyslexia or learning disability. Let's give you slides. These are all guidelines. So this gives you like what should be the guidelines on how to build the public transport, buildings, or even Indian government website. It may be surprising, the Indian government has come up with a roadmap on what percentage of this public transport, what percentage of the government websites has to be disabled friendly year on year. It's like clear pathways there or SOPs there, so that over the next 10 years, most of the government institutes, public transports will become disable friendly. For example, step-free access. For example, metros in Bangalore, from point of alignment or point you reach the metro till you get off, it is completely step-free. So a person with wheelchair access can easily enjoy the services. So this is something the government is running. Many of us are not aware. Even I was surprised when I saw the clear-cut step-wise instructions for the SOP that has been set by the government. I hope it succeeds and it helps people with disability. So in summary, accessibility is not something that is true or false. It's not like either you have it or you don't have it. So what I mean is something that is accessible for a physically disabled may not be accessible for somebody with visual impairment or hearing impairment. So it is going to be a constant battle, constant improvement, and it will take a long time for us to reach the goal of accessibility for all. Okay, with this, I close my talk. There are a lot of references which I'm happy to share. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer it.
No. Thank you, Ravi. It was a nice talk. What do you have a framework where you include education about the rights of disabled child or patient? Where in your curriculum, in a medical training, postgraduate training, how do they know that they have rights? Yeah, it's good to have it in Constitution. So do you have a framework, or are you working towards it?
Okay, the framework doesn't exist in the medical curriculum, but the only positive note is what I notice, at least in my pediatric circle, more and more children, pediatricians or clinicians are recognizing children with disability can be helped and they can improve, and at least to the point they can be self-independent. This can be achieved. This is something which the current generation of doctors are realizing, and we are moving forward. When you spoke about the curriculum per se, there is a lot of drive. I do not know the medical curriculum has been brought to that level. As you know, in India, I think there are a lot of hangamas going upon from medical, MCI to now National Medical Commission. They are bringing about a lot of changes. Hopefully, this is going to be one of them.
No, now, I think, sorry, go on.
No, it's okay, go on, Rahul.
No, it's not just about medical curriculum. There is a social sort of studies network and using wider platforms like, so we can have a discussion about that. It was really nice to listen to all these things, and hopefully the people who needs it, they know that. That was the message.
I was just about to come into that. That was the medical part. The social part, there is now acceptability in what of individuals or persons with disability. See, in the good old days, if a person had, say, for example, he was not able to walk, schools would keep them away. If somebody had CP, even hemiparesis, even though they're cognitively very good, a mainstream school would not accept them. Now you see the change. They can go to a mainstream school. So society, in the past, if a family had a child with a disability, they would probably stigmatize, they would made a pariah. But now it is not. People are understanding. It is not like we have moved far, but we are getting better. So society is accepting and recognizing children or individuals with disability can also do as good as us, maybe with few limitations, but nothing to stop them.
No, that's good to know. But your population, our population is so varied, isn't it? If you go to a remote place in Bihar, or remote, so what we are talking about, educated lot, metropolitan cities. So it needs to be pan-ethnic, throughout the country. Everyone should be able to do that. No, good. We will have any more questions.
Dr. Seshadri wants to say something.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Seshadri, sir, please.
Dr. Rahul, a very quick response. See, one of the mandates that Samvad had was to go pan in India with a particular focus on disability using the panchayat system. So in fact, in January, we are launching in the 112 aspirational districts a panchayat level on child rights, child protection, disability, and mental health, looking at the elected representatives, the CDPO, looking at the ICDS system, which is the largest country, using the district administration to push the agenda of disability, mental health, and child protection using a child rights. So our messaging and our branding is complete. So we have the posters ready, the short videos ready. Again, we would be happy to collaborate with many of the people gathered here to actually implement this at the pan-India level that Dr. Rahul Singh refers to. Over to you.
And it's not just it's vision of Dr. Mehta as well, that if we want to make a difference, you have to start where they need it most, and you have to use the existing structure of your admin. So we can talk about it again, sir. And I think we might be 5 minutes over time. We started a bit late. So shall I invite our next speaker? Thank you so much, Ravi.
So
yeah,
is
go on, ma'am.
Jainer there? Is Dr. Jainer there? I don't see him.
Okay.
Yeah, we tried to contact him, but we are not able to contact him.
Okay. We'll go ahead with some questions, Dr. Rahul.
Yeah. I'm just giving him a call as well in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can continue. I think it's such a your Samvad sounds very good. It needs to be spread all over, and using the existing network and the existing I have experience of working in primary healthcare in India as well, and I think you have got that structure. As long as the education is right, the message is right, and sent through the right channel, it shouldn't be a bureaucratic exercise just doing it because the service. Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
We would like to listen your thoughts, sir.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't believe in acts of tokenism, and there has to be a sea transformation in the ideology and philosophy of what it means to. And when we look at it from the perspective of child rights, I'm often reminded of what Reverend Desmond Tutu said. If an elephant has its foot on the tail of a mouse and you call yourself neutral, the mouse will not appreciate your neutrality. So you have so advocacy is important, and this is where Samvad is looking at transdisciplinary approaches. Now, transdisciplinarity, just to give you a quick example, it is not enough for a child mental health professional in court processes where secondary traumatization occurs. So a child mental health professional needs to understand how court processes occurs. Similarly, it is not enough for a judge to listen to the evidence and adjudicate. As one often says, in a case that comes to trial, both parties know what the truth is. It is the judge who is on trial. The judge also needs to know what are the developmental and mental health aspects of evidence gathering. Are you gathering evidence from a 3-year-old, from an 8-year-old bright neurotypical child, or an 8-year-old child with hearing and speech deficit? Are you talking to a 14-year-old girl who's angry and incensed, a 14-year-old girl who's been rescued from trafficking? after having had to provide sexual services to 500, 800 clients? Are you talking about a 14-year-old girl with mild intellectual disability, or a 14-year-old girl who is so traumatized with complex PTSD that she's unable to even respond to any? So transdisciplinarity is exceedingly important, and these are the nuances, through 6 years of groundwork before we even dared to launch into this national program, to have a robust methodology by which non-professional service providers, because if you look at the MH gap in LMIC countries, low and middle income countries, we need to rely on all duty holders and service providers addressing children in all the spaces that they occupy and inhabit: childcare institutions, schools, the judiciary, check committee, JJ boards, disability, adoption, young children, trauma. So all this calls for robust planning. So Dr. Rahul Singh's point is exceedingly valid and critical, that strategic planning, so that we don't engage in acts of tokenism and just about ticking the boxes, but ensure that and mind you that an Anganwadi worker and midday meal and immunization and young mothers and all the records, and you're bringing mental health to me. We're saying, no, hang on. Well within the work that you do. So simple methodologies, tested first on the field and then taken in. All this is there in the nimhanschildprotect.in website for people to use, adapt, translate, disseminate. Like I said earlier, we don't believe in copyright. We believe in copy left.
Do we have Dr. Dave?
Use it.
Here?
All you need to do is acknowledge. What's the point in developing it?
And
what's
Ravi,
the point in developing material and holding on to it?
How, Ravi, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I think we have to. So in your epilepsy patients or children with neurological illness, what proportion of them had sort of mental health issues, and how did you feel the COVID impacted them?
If you take less than 5 years, it's quite a significant impact, mainly because of screen addiction, no social interaction, and obviously, especially those with children with disability or any kind of developmental delay, they're much worse because they missed all the sessions. But luckily, after the first wave, most of the children, or at least parents in cities, they've started to access the services and they're getting better. But the mental health issues are significantly got worse. Behavior problems, tics, these are worse, especially those with autism or ADHD, they're really bad.
And
we have a psychologist, we have a special educator, we are supporting. This is like, once again, as you rightly said, this is a very small cohort which I'm speaking about. But when you look at the bigger picture, many of them have not even recognized there is a ticking time bomb. People are worried about schooling. We are missing school. We are missing their progress or learning process. But the mobile phone addiction is causing such a significant problem. I think once the school starts, teachers and parents will have a lot of conflict because child's education levels have gone down. Secondly, there is a lot of behavioral issues which will come up.
I think there was an impact in UK as well. My sons, a lot of kids, they were home learning from school, home.
Dr. Seshadri, your take on screen overuse and lot of online education, and when the in-person education starts, how this adjustment is going to be? Yes, Dr. Seshadri?
Well, let's look at it pragmatically. Online education existed even before COVID started. And there are companies that have made millions of dollars in actually propagating online education. The idea is, how do we use online or the digital mode to provide traction for various child-related positives, whether it's education, whether it is training for childcare service providers, and whether it is child rights, child abuse issues, and so on. So what we need to keep in mind, as I pointed out in my presentation, is the reality of the digital divide and the extent to which people in smaller cities, in hamlets and villages with internet access, if you look at the Northeast, for example, where there'll be 2 or 3 children and one smartphone or one Android phone to basically look at. So innovative methods, are required as far as education is concerned to address either the learning gap or continue with educational inputs as we go ahead in addressing the fallout of the pandemic whenever we come out of it. That there is also the concern about this newly emerging category of behavioral addictions of internet gaming disorder, betting, sexting, texting, pornography, and so on. And there are guidelines from the American Academy of Pediatrics, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, Indian Association of Child and Adolescent Mental Health, of having a robust family plan and the difference between supervised and unsupervised screen time, and the whole danger of screen time, particularly for preschoolers. So all this has been exhaustively written about for an individual family who comes to you for assistance as to what kind of counsel and home arrangement one can do to mitigate some of these problems. Over to you.
Dr. Ananta, your take on this screen overuse? What is your experience?
We need to wind up the question answer session.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Chairpersons to please verbally felicitate the speaker.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, everyone. It was such an amazing session.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To verbally express my gratitude for all the chairpersons for conducting the session so wonderfully. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Manjusha Giri, who is session in charge, for our next session, which is the panel discussion on adult with special needs. Over to you, Manju.
Please unmute Manju. Please unmute Dr. Manjusha. Tech team, please unmute her. Yes.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. And I, Dr. Manjusha Giri, invite you all next session of panel discussion, adult with special needs. Before we start our session, I would like to thank Dr. Jayashri Shivalkar for smooth conduct of session and in-time conduct of session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Here I invite Ms. Priya Chakravarti. Please change slides. Chairpersons of our session, Ms. Priya Chakravarti and Dr. Nanda Deshpande. I will say few words about them. Ms. Priya Chakravarti is final year medical student, Oxford University, and Dr. Nanda Deshpande is one of the senior most physiotherapists from Nagpur. She has work experience of more than 4 decades and currently working at NARCOD, and retired as a superintendent physiotherapy school and center in 2011 from Nagpur. She has been awarded with Lifetime Achievement from KLE Belgaum, NARCOD, and Jeevan Gaurav Puraskar from Indian Association of Physiotherapists, Maharashtra State Branch, for her outstanding contribution in the field of physiotherapy. Over to you, Dr. Nanda Deshpande, madam, and Ms. Priya Chakravarti. Madam, you are not audible. Yes.
At the outset, I take an opportunity to greet one and all. A very good afternoon. And I'm very thankful to Dr. Manjusha for the kind words said about me. Now I'm introducing Dr. Manisha Deshpande, right? She's a moderator for the session. Manisha currently is working as a principal and head of the Department of Neurosciences at BSPM College of Physiotherapy. She was one of the founder teacher member of this college and has played a big role in establishing this college. And it was very aptly recognized by awarding her a Best Academician Award at AIMS, New Delhi. She's a Senate member and a Board of Studies member at MUHS, as well as a PG guide with more than 25 publications to her credit. She has organized a third state level research conference at Nagpur. And another moment of pride for us is that she has delivered a keynote address at the 7th World Congress of Physiotherapy and Rehabilitation in Abu Dhabi. We are proud of you, Manisha.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, with that, I hand it over to the moderator.
Thank you, Nanda madam, for the kind words. And at the outset, I thank the organizers for giving me opportunity to moderate this panel discussion. As a physiotherapist, today's topic of discussion is very close to my heart. Being involved in the therapy of children with special needs, I always witness the anguish of the parents, listen to the anxiety, and almost every time ask question is what will happen once this child enters into adolescence and adulthood. Can he go to school? Whether my child will be able to work? Can he or she marry? So these are the questions. The list is unending. And our panelists for the today's session are the passionate professionals in the field, and they will answer all these queries. With this, I welcome our panelists, Dr. Jaya Shivalkar, Dr. Meenakshi Wankhede, Dr. Leena Deshpande, and Dr. Suchit Tamboli. Dr. Jayashree Shivalkar is a known developmental pediatrician from Nagpur, is a known child and adolescent counselor, and member of the expert committee for the disability for Maharashtra state. Dr. Suchit Tamboli is one of the eminent pediatrician from Ahmednagar, and he is the one to receive PhD from MUHS in pediatrics with many publications into his credit and all public lectures and YouTube videos. Welcome, sir. Dr. Meenakshi Wankhede, my very good friend and colleague. She is a known pediatric physiotherapist from the city with neurodevelopmental course into her credit. And she has designed and has a patent for the hands-free mobility walker. And also she has designed a park, which is inclusive for all the special needs for the special children. And it is the one of the first in Vidarbha. Welcome, Meenakshi. Dr. Leena Deshpande, occupational therapist. Again, my very dear friend. She is the first to get the PhD in occupational therapy. She is working as associate professor at GMC OT School, Nagpur, with a specialization in neurosciences and a teaching experience of more than 23 years, many publications into her credit. Welcome, Leena. And without going into much details, I think we will start with the panel discussion. And I go to Dr. Jaya. Jaya, madam, welcome to the panel. And my first question to you is why adolescent phase is important, not only for the special kids, but overall.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. As the child grows into adulthood, there is a very dynamic phase of adolescence in between childhood and adulthood. And actually, many things are happening during this period within the span of 2 to 3 years. I cannot see the slides, please. Within the span of 2 to 3 years, there are physical, mental, social, hormonal, psychological, emotional, social. So many changes are happening in the body of an adolescent, body and mind. And this is a challenging period for the adolescent himself as well as the parents and the teachers. But are the slides visible? I'm not able to see the slides, madam.
I have sent it to the organizers.
Slides are not visible, ma'am.
Okay, then I think the event manager needs to share the slide.
Ms. Veena, kindly share the slides.
Okay, so this is a very dynamic period, and if we are talking about adolescent with special needs, we can actually imagine how difficult for that child when he's growing up, going into the society in the peer group with a disability, because already so much of body consciousness is there in adolescence. Then having a hearing impairment or visual impairment or orthopedic impairment, it is very difficult for that adolescent to move about in the society, which is so critical about the, not only about the disability, but even the peers are very critical about the looks, the presentation, and the way a person talks, his communication skills, everything. So adolescents become a very tough time for adolescent with special needs. Not only this, it is very difficult for the family to adjust to this adolescent period, because it is easier for parents to handle a child with disability. They can hold the child, they can give him bath, they can take him to the school, they can teach him the syllabus, which is relatively easy in school period. They can keep the child at home, but as the child grows into 15, 16, 17, 18 and 20 years, it becomes extremely difficult for parents to take care of this adolescent. It is difficult to give them bath because of their grown up body parts. Then it is difficult to cope up with the syllabus, which is so exhaustive after the standard 9th and 10th. And lot many questions are there in the parents' mind, like what will happen to his career, what will happen to his college, what will happen to his peer group and marriage and other things. So many questions are there in parents' mind, and actually no proper services to answer these queries. So it becomes extremely tough time for parents to cope up with this adolescence. And the important thing which is happening at this time, apart from the physical development, is that the psychological development, the building of self-image, the building of self-esteem, the building of self-identity is also happening at this age. So if proper conductive environment is not given, then this adolescent is going to go into his adulthood with lot of mental health issues. So this becomes very important period for parents, teachers, and the whole society to build up the self-esteem of adolescent with special needs. Not only this, the career challenges are too many at this time, because the syllabus is not so easy. There are no remedial teachers available to teach at the level of 8th, 9th, 10th and above. There are no many career options available for a student with disability who already has learning problems. And apart from that, there are lack of resources, lack of resource material for say visually impaired or hearing impaired or orthopedically impaired. So next slide, please.
How can the guidance be given considering the abilities of the children?
Yeah. Next slide, please. See, these are the challenges about the social adjustment in the family and the society. So our first services should start with the empowering the parents to handle the adolescent challenges. Like in normal adolescent, we have got lot of behavior problems with these children also. And unfortunate part is that they cannot communicate their problems so easily because of the barriers in language and communication. And that result in quite mental health issues. And as they grow, there are multiple premarital and marital counseling services which are needed. The other thing which is very important and lacking is the recreational counseling. Because they have so much of time, But what to do with this time? They cannot organize themselves. And as we have seen in the previous lecture, there are barriers in the accessibility. So whether to go in the garden or any hobby class or remedial class, so many problems are there. And there are certain issues, legal issues related with the medical, surgical consent, as well as the immunization of the special adolescent. Next, please.
So how the guidance can be given considering the abilities of the kids?
The first important thing which we need to do is the conducting various personality, psychometric and aptitude tests for these special adolescents. And as it is, we lack the expertise of doing these things in normal adolescent. We don't have any much resource person for them. It is equally difficult to get this resource person who will exactly assess the abilities and aptitude test of these and the personality factors of the special adolescent, because we need to guide them which career to choose. Especially if person has hearing impaired, then there are certain different career options. If he has visual impairment, there are different career options. If it is physical impairment, there are mobility barriers. So we have to first develop a system to develop the resource person to handle this, and then we can guide them for vocational guidance and training can be given. Also, we need to create awareness about the provisions in the school examinations, like board examinations. There is a system of certification which needs to be done before they get any provisions, as well as we have to make them aware of the job reservations. Unfortunately, there are, in spite of having job reservations, the reality is that they don't get proper candidate who will fit that job. So we have to fill that gaps also.
What specialized services can be offered?
Next slide, please. So the first thing is there is a need of awareness that these are the special adolescent, and we need a different perspective of handling them either in family or in school, colleges or vocational institute, as well as in the society. We need to have good assessment schedules for them, for their personality and intellectual and aptitude assessment. And definitely, as we are discussing in the whole conference, there are different treatment or rehabilitation modalities depending upon the severity and the type of disability that person is having. Another area which we need to work up upon, apart from these assistive devices, is use of EQ skills, the life skills, the social skill training programs, the cognitive and behavioral therapies. These need to be given for these adolescents to cope up with their challenges, which they already have, and the upcoming challenges of going into young adulthood and adulthood. So these are the areas where we can really do a lot of work. And of course, it's a teamwork.
So, madam, who all are involved in this stream?
It is good that in COMHAD we have this multidisciplinary approach and multidisciplinary platform where all the faculties are coming together. Same is the case with person when we are handling the special adolescent. There is a next slide, please. We need psychological counseling, so we need psychologists. We need medical guidance, social skill training programs. We need different rehab programs, and we need to sensitize the society for their acceptance for vocational training for in colleges and in the jobs also. We need a separate person, resource person for their ADL training. Mobility becomes very important as these children grow up into adulthood. We need counseling for sibling training because now parents are older and sibling needs to take over. And in the society, we need to have certain support groups, advocacy for these issues, and the legal support, legal awareness, which we need to give them.
Thank you, Jayashree. That was very enlightening.
Yes, so there are many areas where we can still work for adolescent with disability as he grows into adulthood. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Over to Meenakshi now. And Meenakshi is a physiotherapist, and she will enlighten us about the physical fitness and the needs, special needs when these kids enter into adulthood. So my first question to Meenakshi. How the physical fitness is important for adults with special needs?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very much thankful for this opportunity to be part of this esteemed panel discussion. And I am very thankful the same way to the COMHAD for giving me this opportunity. At the outset, talking about adults with special needs, as the theme of our conference goes, it's post-COVID challenges for challenged. And we have all witnessed these 2 years, how fitness has come into limelight. And I would like to brief upon how fitness really means for specially challenged adulthood who are entering into the different spectrum of their life. So as we all know that the physical fitness improves overall health and quality of life. So by prevention of obesity and diseases, there will be improved strength and flexibility and coordination. There will be a overall physical and emotional well-being, and ultimately it would be improving stamina for their ideal activities and participation. So these are the benefits that we overall see with giving a proper physical therapy for adult with special needs. Next slide, please. But looking at an adult with special needs, we come along a long way of journey from childhood to the adulthood. There are many stages through which the adult has come to this stage, right from NICU to visiting to many clinics, rehab centers, special schools, and everywhere. So the process of rehabilitation is lengthy and which keeps going on. And when it comes to physical fitness at the adulthood level, there are many barriers which are coming in between for continuing with the physical fitness at adulthood also. So, and this barriers would first discourage you for participation. So because there could be limited accessibility to move in and around their house, outdoor, school, society, there can participation can be limited. Transportation issue comes a big thing, as Shivalkar ma'am just now explained, that carrying a child and carrying an adult to the expected place is difficult. Costing, like till the time of adulthood, the things are spent on rehabilitation, surgeries, and school and everything. So for some few of the families, financial constraint can be a factor to continue with the same with physical fitness. In the family, like there would be a support from the siblings. At this turning point, they would be engaged with their own academics, and there will be a lack of support from their own family.
Madam, excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Sorry.
Your voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking.
Okay.
Now it's clear. Now it's clear.
Yeah. So talking about barriers further, so the age of the parents also comes to such a stage that for them it's high risk to carry such kids for continuing with the physical fitness regime. So these are few barriers which are seen with the person, with his family and around. And if at all we think of barriers, there can be some traffic or the infrastructure, the architectural barriers would be some other concerns. Next slide, please.
How fitness program can be developed in this population, madam?
Yeah. Just what we have witnessed now, that everything is feasible. But if there is no motivation from the family, from the adult or the youth itself, their participation would hinder. So as a physical therapist, it is now the prime key in the physical therapist or in the therapist hand, all the rehab team is responsible for this turning point to assess the fitness and their abilities to be continued with the to continue to be motivated to engage in the further fitness regime. We have many research and evidence that proves, that tells us that how strength training, like fitness professionals, play an important role in the health, improving the health of person with physical disabilities by developing resistance training program that will assist them in maintaining adequate levels of muscular strength and endurance.
We always speak about the improving the functions. So how fitness is important for improving the functions?
Yeah, next slide. So rightly said, Dr. Manisha ma'am, we are definitely moving, we need to move for the fitness, and fitness is associated with so many inbuilt, tailor-made physical therapy, occupational therapy regime, which is individualized for their prescribed set of abilities and the goals, which includes particularly muscle strength training for upper extremities, lower extremities. There can be some gym equipments to enhance more on their endurance and flexibility and cardiopulmonary fitness. My next slide shows in a clinical setup, we have to work for strength training with different modalities which are available in a therapy setup. So walking is very prime important type of exercise which is much needed for fitness for child walking independently or child walking with some walking aid. Even treadmill training would give them endurance and cardiopulmonary fitness. Cycling would be giving them the exercises for lower extremities. Some gym equipments can be incorporated, which would give them strengthening for upper extremity, lower extremity. And if at all the equipments are not available, we can train them just with simple weight cups, therabands for their upper extremity, lower extremity, and core control. Next slide.
When we are doing exercises, as I've already asked you regarding the functions, please emphasis on it.
Yeah. So we have to ultimately, our target is for the better participation for improving their function. So fitness takes them to the next function, next step of function. So when we consider youth with many challenges, so considering some syndromes, they can be taken with the regime I have just now explained with the slide. But if we cater the cerebral palsy kids with motor dysfunction, especially talking about motor dysfunction, if youth at GMFCS level 1 and 2, sorry
to disturb you, but there are lots of noises, background noises from your setup. दूसरा भी कोई शुरू है क्या आपके यहाँ?
No, nothing.
Please continue.
Yeah. So is it okay?
Yeah, please carry on.
Is it, yeah. So considering GMFCS level 1 and 2, the child would be walking. So his our intention for his functional participation should be, he should be engaged in some of the sports activities, considering and for that we would be training him for his good strength and endurance for his fitness and participating in the function. for level GMFCS level 3, who would be walking with walker or walking aid, they should be trained to negotiate themselves in society, moving to the nearby markets or some such areas where they would be moving with their ambulation aid. So as a physical therapist, we would be training them for strengthening upper extremity and negotiating with the adaptive equipment they are using. If we are talking about GMFCS level 4 and 5, if they are wheelchair bound, so they should be trained for the transfer from bed to wheelchair or from commode, like that, that accessibility, transfer would be trained. And if the person is cognitively better, they should be trained for the front desk management, taking care of their upper extremity functions and participation. So that would be like giving them the functional abilities depending upon the problem they have. So it would be always designed by a physical therapist. What are their goals? What are their requirements? And how the participation can be improved, and it will be a individualized exercise regime planned by therapist.
How technology will help our adults with special needs when they have attained some physical strength, they are doing some functional activities. Now the leisure time is also important. So I would like you to sum up the role of improved technology in gaining the fitness, functions, as well as fun.
Yeah, so when we are moving towards the fitness, function and fun, so ICF, according to ICF, we are moving, and we do take use of technology to for their participation, better participation, as the ICF is recommended for taking care of their personal and environmental context. So there would be many adaptive equipment. So technology will be taken at the max to take them to their best participation at their desired level. So overall, child turning into adolescent and moving into the society, the life of that person is more important. The quality of life will be taken care, and it is the physical therapist who who lays the foundation with early intervention and continued program with strength training and the desired regime to take them to the best of their abilities to be able to participate in the society. So here I would like to thank you to the whole team and my organizers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Meenakshi, for the excellent talk. Now over to Leena. Welcome, Leena.
Thank you.
And please change the slides. Yeah, when I saw the presentation, and I was very much intrigued by the title of the slide, a life course skills coach. So my first question is, what do you mean by life skills coach?
Okay. First of all, a very good afternoon to the chairperson, all the dignitaries and delegates for this conference. So this is my small effort to explain the role of occupational therapist as a life course skills coach in adults with the special needs. So coming to your question, madam, next slide, please. So life course, this is a very new concept, and it means the rhythmic and fluctuating pattern of human life over time, which is marked by expected and unexpected life events and interactions between self and the environment. So this covers journey through life from start to finish, and this includes all stages, different roles played by a person, key events, and along with it, the reactions of a person to all these experiences. So if we look at this small clockwise, occupational therapist intervention is mainly a client-centered intervention in which the client is involved in meaningful activities, and these meaningful activities are helpful for the personal well-being of the patient, which enhances the life course skills.
How occupational therapist helps in developing these life skills?
Next slide, please. So just have a look at this model on the left side. These are the stages of the psychosocial development, which are given by Erickson in 1994, which has focused mainly the psychosocial and environmental influences on the development of a person. And it has also emphasized that crisis in the development of these areas can also lead to the major impact and health concerns of a person. On the right side, we see the 6 dimensions of wellness, wherein we have seen occupational, physical, social, intellectual, spiritual, and emotional. So this is nothing but a reconciliation of the biopsychosocial model, wherein it has emphasized that it is not only the physical aspect, but you have to see the person as a whole in different areas as a kind of a developmental wheel. So this definitely impacts the stages of the life course.
Next slide, please.
Next slide.
What special needs and OT caters for this community?
Yeah, this is a occupational therapy practice framework. So mainly the framework has emphasizing the achieving health, well-being, and life through engagement in occupation. So this has 2 aspects. First is the domain and second is the process. And domain means the areas wherein we work or which we treat, and process is nothing but the evaluation, intervention, and outcomes. So as we see the domains here, occupations. So occupation does not mean the work or the job you do, but there are so many things, as you can see in the slide, that almost 8 to 9 things are included in the occupations. And occupation means the things that people need to do, they are expected to do, and they want to do. So that is what is the occupations. The contexts are the environmental factors and the personal factors. So environmental factors are human as well as non-human environmental things. So human environment is everything that is human, maybe people, maybe the patient, maybe the doctors, and the non-human is everything that is not human. So maybe the gadgets that are used, maybe the environment that is there, which is used for treating the patient. And the personal factors may be the patient's beliefs, patient's customs, like that. So performance patterns are habits, routines, roles, and these are mainly to support, or they may support or they may hinder the occupational performance of a person. Performance skills are, as mentioned here, motor and process skills that are most important. Motor skills, everybody knows, like physical aspect, sensory aspect. The processing may be cognitive perceptual aspects that are required, and social interaction is the communication, verbal and non-verbal. They are most important for the performance of a person. And client factors include values, beliefs, body functions, and body structures. So in short, if we see, the occupational practice framework is almost in line with the ICF, which is currently given. So wherein the body structure and function may be or can be like performance skills and client factors. The activities, which is the more activity participation, is nothing but the occupations that we do. So occupation is not, as I said, it is not only the job you do, but ADL, that is activities of daily living, that may be instrumental activities of daily living, that using the gadgets in day-to-day life, maybe health management or the work, play, leisure, even the sleep and rest is also included in the occupation. So that is what is also covered in the ICF. The context, that is the environment and the personal factors, they are most important part of the ICF. And thus the performance patterns, they are equally important, how the occupation may be affected participation may be affected when these aspects are affected. Next slide, please. So this is what I wanted to tell you, that how it is similar to the occupational therapy practice framework.
Yeah. Next slide.
Next slide, please.
Yeah.
So these are the areas where occupational therapists cater. That is, patient needs can be described as a person with a physical or emotional difficulty or difference that requires more assistance or specialized services. And a patient who is taking help of occupational therapist or occupational therapist can offer the services, maybe physical, patients having physical problems, developmental problems, behavioral or emotional problems, and sensory impaired. Some of the conditions are mentioned over here.
How the occupational therapist train for life core skills, and in what are these areas?
Yeah.
Please change the slide.
So these are some of the skills which are mentioned here and some of the activities. So the main foundation of the occupational therapy is using the purposeful and meaningful activities while treating the patients. So which is again a base of OTPF as well as ICF. So that may be upper extremity body strengthening, or you can say strengthening of any body part or any impairment or body structure or function problem. So for everything, as you can see in the pictures, let it be upper body strengthening, or it will it be a bilateral coordination or fine motor skills. So whatever is the goal that is set for the patient, the activities are chosen according to the interest, according to the patient's skills or limitations of the body function, and thus the patient is treated. So that may be as simple as catching a ball and throwing that may be maybe for balancing activity, maybe a core strengthening activity. A simple kind of a leisure or hobby activity can just be an instrument playing or a drumming activity. So the activities, so exercise through activity can be given to the patient, and which is the base, that is the meaningful activities or the purposeful activities.
So, madam, my next question is how psychological and psychosocial and emotional needs are addressed?
Next slide, please. So these are another some abilities which are equally important, that is ideal training, that is learning, and the vocational readiness, which is another important thing. So we use the job analysis, we use activity analysis, patient is involved in the simulated work tasks, and ergonomic interventions are also used to treat the patients. So this is the basic skill training areas. Coming to your answer, madam. Next slide, please. So these are additional involved, that is cognitive training, social participation, play and leisure. So whatever the patient needs are, accordingly we choose the activities and the methods.
Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. So coming to the psychosocial and emotional needs. So psychosocial and emotional needs, these aspects are grounded in the historical roots of the occupational therapy profession. So way back from the First World War, when the soldiers were injured, the occupational therapy treatment started to the soldiers who were not only traumatized by the physical problem, but also the psychosocial and emotional problems. So this psychosocial emotional need has been addressed since then, and it is the main foundation of the occupational therapy. So this holistic profession not only focuses on the physical part, but also the mind-body interrelationship and how this interrelationship will affect the well-being of the person. So why it is given, where it is given, it is all mentioned in the slide, and how it is given. So there are different techniques which are used under psychiatric occupational therapy specialization, where the students are trained in the different techniques which are used for the psychosocial and the emotion to cater and emotional needs.
That's very important thing you have addressed. Now I would like to ask you, and can you sum up just what are the different compensatory techniques and what is the role of assistive devices in attaining these skills?
Yeah.
Manisha madam, sorry to interfere. Last 7 minutes are remaining, only 7 minutes.
Yeah. So, yeah, these are the some compensatory technique like the assistive devices, assistive technology, task adaptation. That is, we modify the activity. We also modify the space, workstation, and the home modifications are also used whenever the adults with special needs are being treated. Next slide, please. So these are some of the assistive devices. So the therapist skill has wide scope to modify the different types of ADL devices that are required for the patient, and it is really a skillful. You can see in the picture the adapted spoon. It may be a adaptation required for transferring to the toilet, adaptations for the dressings. Everything is shown, as well as for the grooming also it is shown. Next slide, please. So assistive technology devices are also used, which is based on the HAT model. HAT model is human activity assistive technology. So this is the main.
We have one more speaker.
One more speaker.
Yeah.
Please sum up.
So maybe we have to wind up.
Next slide.
Yes.
So these are another assistive devices which I had shown. Next slide, please. So rebuild, recover, and re-engage. This is the concluding thing that I would like to tell you. And this has been the core foundation of occupational therapy. It was, it is, and it will be. So occupational therapy supports people of all abilities to engage in activities they find meaningful, including self-care and productivity. So thank you very much. And thank you very much to the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Leena. Now I am welcoming Dr. Sujit Tambori, and we are all very eager to listen to him because the topic he has selected is like everyone, every parents, everyone has questions regarding to this in their mind. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
My first question to Dr. Sujit is, can adults with special needs get married?
Yeah.
Please change the slide.
Yes. At the outset, I must thank organizers, especially Dr. Bodhankar sir, Dr. Jaya Shivalkar, for giving this opportunity to talk with you all. And actually, next slide, please. Because these are very common questions which are asked by special children's parents, as well as they are worried about their marriage and their sibs and kids and all. So it is very, very important to know that it is very less like they have the think that they are very less likely to marry, because many children, they don't think that they will marry. The family life is less thought about that about them in general population. And actually marriage always brings joy and social recognition. But most important part is that the family ties as well as socio-economical factors are also important when marriage occurs. So that is also very important thing to remember. And partner selection is very important. We have a partner selection scale also available, which can be given while selecting the partner, and then select the partner. Gender also influences this pattern, and family life actually is developed concerning reproduction. Actually, usually physically handicapped with normal or near normal mental development, as well as visual and hearing handicap, do marry and can have family. So what is the answer is the last sentence, that physical handicap with normal or near normal mental development, as well as physical visual and hearing handicap, they do marry and they can have family. Next slide.
What about their sexuality?
Yeah, actually, we should know that there are myths about their sexuality. That individuals with disability do not need sex to be happy. Individuals with disabilities are not sexually attractive. They are oversexed, or even with the disabilities, they have more important than the sex. So what is important is actually individuals do not need sex education. Then with disabilities, they cannot have real sex. Intellectual disability should not have children, and they should not be allowed to have children. So such type of myths are there in the society. That usually we know that these disabled children, their parents do listen to all these things. Next slide. But next slide. So most important is that previous slide. Previous slide, please. So most important is that regarding the sexuality, we should give sex education to these disabled children also, and these disabled adults also. But usually what happens that don't ask and don't tell is the policy when it comes to sex education of the disabled. So disabilities lack comprehensive sex education, and they lack rights and privileges that would enable them to have intimacy as well as relationship. The intersection of the sexuality and disability is often associated with victimization, abuse, and purity. So it is very important to know that they may enjoy sex with help of sex toys and physical aids like different positions or different bed can be adjusted, or it can be made for them. So such type of things can be done. But people with intellectual disability can express their sexuality in satisfying ways. That we should know, that they have their emotions. They can express their ability, emotional expressions about the sexuality. And attitudes and support of other peoples are very essential, because here most important is that the people who are around them, they plays very important role. So attitude of and support of
Dr. Tampoli, we have 3 minutes to end this session.
Yeah, next slide, please. So actually I have been given 10 minutes, but now it has been cut down to 5 minutes only. So I don't know what is to be done. So I will just read out my slides because they are important. So basics of protective behavior is very important, that every person has right to say what happens to their body, and everyone has the right to feel safe. So there are laws that protect a person's rights to live safely without being harmed or exploited. And there are many people who can be trusted, but also same time they should know that there are some who cannot be trusted. So some types of behavior are appropriate for yourself, others, but some types are not. Next slide. So then it is very important that you can communicate assertively and say no to unwanted behavior. This is very important. It is okay to change your mind about sexual behavior or activity, even if you have already agreed to something. And there are people who can help if you are being abused or exploited in any way. Next slide, please. Then pregnancy, regarding pregnancy, parenthood, and adult, intellectual disability. Actually, some people with intellectual disability, such as men and women with Down syndrome, have lower fertility rate, but many others have a general fertility rate. So here, most important is that many people with ID, they want to have children. However, their own family or caretaker may oppose this. And many people with ID, they can be loving parents and maintain strong relationship and care of a child. So parents with ID usually need additional support. Next slide. And actually issue of concern for the family and guardian and professional. There are many sentiments and problems involved, and like financial, technical, medical, legal, and above all, there is moral problems also. So people with intellectual developmental and disabilities, they have feelings, they want relationship, and they are able to have a children also. So attitude of the society has changed now. Actually previously they were very rejected attitude, but now even society is changing, and they require this ID couple requires some supervision, family, friends, and social welfare agencies also. Next slide. So mental disorders, actually there were consistently reported to be more disabling than physical disorder, and the degree of disability increase as number of comorbid disorders increase. And depression is rated amongst all. Actually in these children, depression is very common, and we can have another next slide. So all these intellectual disability, where depression, what are the sign symptoms I have told in that slide, but I will not go into the details of all these sign symptoms because of lack of time. So what are the psychological disabilities you can get? Depression, bipolar disorder. Next slide. Next slide.
Sorry, Dr. Tamboli, we just have 1 minute.
Generalized anxiety, obsessive compulsive disorder, then PTSD. Next slide. Schizophrenia, eating disorder. Next slide. Next slide, please. So what are the future? This is only no just slide before this. These 2 slides I just want to highlight that disabled should demand benefits. No, next one. Next one. The disabled should demand benefits. We should remember that family has the prime responsibility to look after disabled and get the benefits due to them. The voice of disabled needs to be recognized by the government. Strong encouragement and assistance need to be given to the people with mental disability and their representative to form organization. Next. Information regarding please previous one. Information regarding disability needs to be disseminated far and wide across the country, and the attitude of professional needs to change. Organized monitoring of disability services and benefits disbursed if is needed, and lacunae in mental health law include need to periodically review existing legislation and plan amendments or bring in new legislation from time to time. And there needs to be more research on the factors which are associated with disability as well as psychiatric disorder. I'm very grateful to you that I could complete my presentation, and thank you very much for actually inviting me as a faculty.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It was like, because of the time constraint, but it was a very interesting topic. And I take this opportunity to thank you all the panelists. And also I would like to thank the chairperson for today's session, Dr. Nanda Deshpande, madam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I request our chairperson, Nanda Deshpande, madam, to felicitate moderator and panelists for their informative talk. Virtual felicitation, please. Please accept our felicitation. And I request Dr. Manisha Deshpande to felicitate Nanda Deshpande, madam, chairperson of this session.
Thank you, Nanda, madam.
Thank you all.
Here I thank organizers for giving me this opportunity to conduct this session and announce that our session of adult with special needs is over, and I invite Dr. Alpana Mule for next session.
Thank you.
Over to you, Alpana madam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, Alpana, you are audible. Go on.
I'm audible? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Manjusha Agri, madam, for the smooth conducting of the last session, which was in time and it was thought-provoking. I welcome all and thank everybody for giving me this opportunity. At the outset, I would like to welcome the chairpersons. I welcome Dr. Prabhu Rajendran sir, consultant in child health, pet food.
Probably he's not joined.
Okay. I welcome Dr. Usha Dave ma'am, who is a renowned medical genetist and neuroscientist of national and international repute. Welcome, ma'am. I welcome Dr. Sunil Khapade sir, who is a public advisor, who is a prominent figure in the National Public Health of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. He has held strategic positions in several public health programs launched by the Government of India, the most prominent among them being the elimination of tuberculosis. Welcome, Dr. Khapade sir. Today's speakers are Tracy Watt from UK, Dr. Sunanda Kohli Reddy from India, Dr. Chittaranjan Yagnik from India, Dr. M.K.C. Nair from India. I request the chairpersons to take over for the further proceedings. May I request Dr. Usha Dave ma'am to introduce Tracy Watt?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm thankful for this opportunity given to me as a chairperson to handle this session, and thankful to our COMHAD organizers. I'm welcoming Professor Tracy Watt from UK. She is a service lead nurse for learning disability in the Children's Community Team Hospital, Birmingham. Learning disability as it is a challenge, and we are going to learn from her more about this challenge in the challenging period of COVID-19. Okay, so welcome, Tracy. We are all eager to hear about your challenges for the learning disability.
Thank you very much. We're just trying to share the screen. There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And can you see the screen all right?
Yeah, we can see your screen. You can go into the slide mode, please. The full-blown mode.
Okay. Thank you for having me. This one.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to say, I'm a nurse, so I'm not a professor. I'm not a doctor. I've seen my name, Dr. Tracy White, on a few things, which has made me smile. I've been promoted. And excuse me, I've got a really bad cold, so my voice is a bit struggling at the moment. Just, I guess, to say a little bit about myself. I'm a learning disability nurse. I started to do voluntary work from the age of 14 and ended up then, I loved it, really enjoyed it, worked with adults with learning disabilities, and then went on to do my training. 3 years training for registered learning disability nurse. Started in 1983, so way back in the dark ages now. When I qualified, I worked in children's overnight short breaks, which I absolutely loved. That was fantastic, before moving into the community, which is where I'm still at currently. And Renu asked me to do a little bit of a talk about sort of what we provide and about the impact of COVID on the work that we do currently. So if you just move slide. So content, I've done that, who I am, what we do, how we deliver what we do, the impact of COVID on people with learning disabilities, the changes we have made as a service, and then statistics, and then some information about DNRs, which has been quite topical during the COVID debate. So now I'm part of the Solihull Children's Community Learning Disability team. So I'm actually the lead nurse. We've got 4 learning disability nurses, 1 nursing associate and 1 trainee nursing associate. We've actually got an extra member of staff at the moment because I'm retiring at the end of the week. So my replacement is also, we've tried to work together a little bit to, ease that sort of changeover really. So what is a learning disability? A learning disability is a reduced intellectual ability. I can't see that properly.
Excuse me, Tracy, can you have your video on? We cannot see you.
I don't know why it won't work. I'm not sure what's happened to it.
Just that video icon on.
I don't think I can do it. I can't see how to do it. And just to say, this affects someone for their whole life, as the General Medical Council suggested. What it's not, and we work with children with moderate to severe learning disabilities. So we don't pick up children with mild learning disabilities. So it's not a learning difficulty. So we often get children referred, and the referral information will say learning difficulty. That's certainly not our team. So we don't pick up children with dyslexia, with dyspraxia, or with mild or borderline learning disabilities. The expectation is that those children would access mainstream services. We don't pick up children with autism on its own, and we don't pick up children with ADHD, although we do pick them up if they've also got a learning disability. But again, it's got to be a moderate to severe learning disability. Historically, we worked with all children, including mild, but that changed some years ago. So now it's just moderate to severe. So what we do, as I said earlier, we support children up to the age of 18 with moderate to severe learning disabilities. And because obviously we work in Solihull, these children have to have a Solihull GP to qualify for that support. We do a lot of work around challenging behaviour, sleep, toileting, fussy eating. We run work, let me just check what's on the next one. Oh yeah. Oh, I've gone too far. Sorry, bear with me. Oh, hold on, sorry about this. Can you see that still? Can you see the slide still?
You're
Yes,
able
we
to.
can see.
You can see, okay. So next one. Oh no, they're not moving now. I have to do it manually. So what we do, talked about those a little bit, haven't I?
She has to do this. You cannot.
Trying to get the next one up. So how do we deliver this? We have our own sort of caseload. We do short-term pieces of work, but we would encourage families to come back. So we might pick up a child, say, who's having trouble sleeping, and we might work with them around sleep, and then maybe 6 months, 12 months later they might have issues around behaviour, so they might come back in for another piece of work. So although we try to do short-term pieces of work, that doesn't mean that they can't come back. We encourage them to come back to us again. We do workshops within the school environment for children. So we do like puberty groups, growing up, relationships, sex education. We do parent workshops. We used to do the parent workshops face-to-face within the schools. But obviously during the pandemic, that went online. So we were doing them virtually. And to my amazement, we've had a much better uptake of the virtual workshops rather than face-to-face, which that still surprises me. Each of my staff, within Solihull, we have 4 special schools, and each of my nurses link into one of the special schools. So they provide support and advice to children if they need it, and the young people, to families, to parents, and to school staff as we go along. So COVID, the impact of COVID and how our roles have changed. The team were going into the schools and teaching the staff about lateral flow checks. So we've done them with the staff, we've done them with the children, which was really interesting. The children coped a lot better than the staff in a lot of cases. We're developing visual aids to support the children. So we have done like social stories and visual aids around COVID itself, around testing and swabs, around having a vaccine. We've done lots of those pictorial aids for the children. Again, visits in the special schools were limited because of COVID, and they tried to reduce the footfall through schools. So a lot of the meetings were online again. We developed and provided exemption cards for children to have with them. So, when you could only go out for 1 walk a day, a lot of our children with sensory issues need to sort of expel a lot of their energy and go for walks. So we were providing... We were providing cards for the children to carry. So if they were stopped by anybody, they could show the cards. Likewise, exemption cards for children who were unable to wear masks if they couldn't wear their mask. So again, yeah, sensory issues. We were doing a lot around hospital passports because I think while we were all focusing very much on COVID, we didn't want to miss other health issues and underlying issues that, you know, may affect the children. So there was reduced access to short breaks because the overnight short breaks facilities have reduced their intake of children. So they're only looking at maybe 1, 2 or 3 children at a time instead of sort of 6 or 7. So none of the families are having their full access to overnight short breaks, which has caused some issues for a lot of families because they want the children to be able to socially distance when they're when they're at the short breaks facility. And again, reduced social activities due to agencies reducing and stopping their support going in. And annual health checks stopped because there was very little face-to-face with GPs in the UK. So the impact, people with learning disabilities are extremely vulnerable to the effects of COVID-19. People with learning disabilities, and this is really shocking, are 5 times more likely to be admitted to hospital and 8 times more likely to die compared to the rest of the population of England. The risks are particularly high for those with severe to profound learning disabilities, Down syndrome and cerebral palsy. I mean, that's quite shocking, I feel, for this population. How the schools changed. So the schools changed, created bubbles for the children, and these bubbles didn't mix throughout the day. So they were kept in a specific area. So within one classroom, they didn't swap staff in schools to support different groups. They stuck with their groups. If somebody tested positive at school, then that whole bubble closed to try and limit the, you know, the number of people obviously being unwell with the virus. Some children were clinically vulnerable and had to shield, therefore they didn't attend school. So there's a lot of risk on families and parents because obviously then, you know, some children are not going to school full time or at all in some cases. The short breaks have reduced, so families are, you know, under an awful lot of pressure now. Yeah, so the next one. So we've said already that the annual health check stopped happening, which in the UK happened for children from 14 plus. It was an adult, but it's been brought down to 14 now. And we tried to provide as many hospital passports as we could so that children, the communication needs were looked at if children did need to go into hospital. What other help was available to families? There's various things like on the websites like the Challenging Behaviour Foundation and the NSPCC, which is aimed at supporting families, you know, talking about creating a routine, now and next boards, visual timetables, and just, I won't read all of that, but just generally in support of the families and to look what they could do. Personally, we found that a lot of the children coped really well actually during the lockdown, but I think we're seeing more issues currently, lots of behavioural issues that are coming out. We've still got children that are at school part-time at the moment because a lot of the schools are very short-staffed because they've got their own issues with staff having COVID or isolating. And I know one particular child I work with he's only going to school of a morning at the moment, so that's, you know, more pressure on families. Sorry about this, I'm not very technical as you can see. Done that. So the NHS plan was something I looked at, and in 2019, they acknowledged that there was health inequalities for people with learning disabilities. On average, people with learning disabilities die 20 years younger than the general population. That's without COVID. That's just what happens generally. And then data from NHS England in 2020 show mortality rates in this group were up 3 times higher than the general population. So, we're missing something, aren't we? Statistics. MenCat reveals that COVID-related deaths for people with a learning disability were dramatically higher, which we've already alluded to. 8 out of 10 deaths of people with a learning disability are COVID-related, and inequalities soar. I mean, hopefully that will settle down again, but we still need to be addressing the health issues of this, very of this group generally. 6 out of 10 in the UK who have died from COVID are disabled, despite making up just 22% of the population. And again, disabled people are the hardest hit group of the pandemic. DNR, so the do not resuscitate and CPR orders. People with learning disabilities were given do not resuscitate orders during the second wave of the pandemic, in spite of widespread condemnation of the practice last year, but this still continued. MenCap advised that they'd received reports from people with learning disabilities that had been told they would not be resuscitated if they were taken ill with COVID-19. These orders were not removed when the individuals recovered. So that's, I think somebody's kind of looked at maybe their quality of life and made a decision based on their thoughts. The Care Quality Commission said that inappropriate DNR notices have caused potentially avoidable deaths, and that was reported in The Guardian in 2021. That's another one, unprecedented number of DNR orders to learning disability patients. So this has sort of carried on. And then the last bit is just, I mean, I don't know if people are interested or would want to look things up, but I've just included some of the useful websites that we might use to get information, if that's helpful at all. And that's the end of my talk.
That's the end of it. Hello. Yeah. Hello. I suppose that's the end of Madam Tracy's talk.
That's the end, Jeff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We are thankful to you, Tracy, for your sharing us with your wonderful experience of challenges during COVID period for learning disability children or population. In all aspects of it, almost the health, the social, their travel, their immunization, or even their from home travel, transport, etc.
Yes,
Their education, training, etc. And really, it was very with very sad note, but to know that there is a very high mortality rate among learning disabilities in comparison with the general population. And
absolutely,
even the death, which was really a shocking the truth, which was you had shown it. Thank you so much, Tracy. If there are any questions, I think Alpana will add it, or we'll take it in the end.
Yeah, ma'am. In the end, we'll take the question answer session.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Tracy.
Okay. Thank you.
We have now second speaker here as Dr. Sunandana Kolli Reddy. She is the consultant neurodevelopmental pediatrician from New Delhi. And she is going to talk to us about her experience on community-based inclusive health of the offspring. Welcome, Dr. Sunanda.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. And my sincere thanks to the organizers for having me today on this session. And actually, we have been listening a lot to how the children have faced the COVID challenges in these difficult times. And of course, there have been a lot of, hello? Yes, just, yeah. Are you able to see my screen? And listening to how these children have had a lot of problems just by virtue of their impairments, but how all these were accentuated during the COVID phase. And in this whole series, I think mine may be appearing a little different in the theme, but I think COVID has put the spotlight back on community health as never before. And so I think it's a very relevant topic that we have today, community-based inclusive development and care of children in resource-poor settings. Now, I don't have to explain a lot to this audience, but I thought I'll briefly say that children with special needs perhaps actually have different attributes in different circumstances. And we all know that 80% of children globally are in developing countries, children with special needs. And this could be, I think, as we've already seen, many risk factors which actually make them prone to that. Irrespective of that, I think I must say that here we are talking about a situation where disability is just but one aspect of the problem, where these children face the double whammy of poverty and disability, particularly in areas with very poor health systems. It is not just in India, but in many developing countries, but it's accentuated in urban slum settings. So my work mostly focuses on the urban slum communities, and which are very resource poor. Here, the poverty and the correlates of poverty, like the parents not being educated and families actually facing a lot of problems from migration. All these add to the complexity. For instance, in this picture, I just put here to say that we all tell parents that they must do exercises for their children, follow up the therapy, come frequently to the hospital. But in this one small room, we see this so many children occupying. Mother is not here, and it is the aunt who's taking care of her children and the child with disability together. So where exactly do we see the space even to teach the mother how to go about the exercise program? And this is just to provide the context of the multiple vulnerabilities. And maybe a small case study here is in order. Shabnam is a 4-year-old child with cerebral palsy, and she also has seizures. She's anemic and lives with a family of 2 parents who work at a construction site. And it's a elder sister who takes care of her. Elder sister herself is 10-year-old and ought to be in school, but then that is the situation in many families like this. And for the parents, going to the hospital would involve a loss of days' wages, apart from all the transport and other things. So naturally, we know this 10-year-old cannot take this child to a place where one can even talk about health, nutrition, rehabilitation, because even the Anganwadi may be a little away from the house. And so these children are lost to follow-up care. And this is the context in which I'm talking now. And particularly when we're talking about early child development, which yesterday we had a beautiful workshop with its nutrition, immunization, medicines. How do we see in this situation? So I think here, essentially, the pediatrician here is not just somebody who manages the child's problem. It's not just enough to know what the risk factors are for this child's disability. There needs to be an understanding of all the critical drivers which actually facilitate or act as barriers. Because of the time issue, I'll not go into details over that. So what exactly is community-based inclusive development? Now, this is actually a grassroots approach which perhaps has been seen as very inclusive and feasible in developing countries to meet the special needs. Originally, when WHO advocated for this, along with Health for All, the COMHAD Conference and primary healthcare, essentially it was because they thought the numbers are so high in the developing countries and some services must be met with. And over a period of time, this actually, which started as community-based rehabilitation advocated by WHO, was seen more as an area for the rehabilitation professionals, and literally the health professional forgot that there is a role to play here. But again, thanks to a renewed interest in primary healthcare and universal health coverage, today this grassroots approach is seen as very inclusive. And it is a child-centered approach which recognizes that all children have a right to the highest attainable standard of health, with the spectrum of care that includes nutrition, rehabilitation, early learning, and all the basic services, whether it's sanitation, water, all these that are important for human development. Both the Convention for Rights of Child, UNCRPD, and the SDGs all have now prioritized disability inclusion to the development agenda. As I said, COVID phase has put the spotlight back on community health in this narrative for universal health coverage and early childcare development in low middle income countries, which WHO, UNICEF, and ILO are now promoting. And as we said, when you're talking about SDGs, you can't leave anyone behind, leave no one behind. SDGs are for everyone, and disability is centric to inclusive health. Yeah. So I'll not go over details of this, but I'll just repeat what O'Toole said almost 3 decades ago, when people were seeing it as services in the community for the poor. He said, no, here rehabilitation is a part of the process of community development and not just rehabilitation done at community level. Improving capabilities through knowledge, skills, and interventions is something we all know, and that's how CBR started. And over a period of time, CBR matrix expanded into a framework called CBR matrix, where people realize that it is not just enough to focus on one aspect of health or just in education. They're all interconnected. And I myself, when I went into community with a disability research project and then saw that these children required health services, we were giving early intervention services, but then what do we do with the child's schooling, early learning? So we went on adding, but it's not possible for everybody to work on everything. So here is a framework that helps people get into a collaborative, inclusive approach of participation and to empower the children and families. This is, of course, compatible with ICF principles, about which I'll speak depending on the time that we have. Here, it gives a wider choice of work for all community-based organizations on health, education, livelihood, social, and empowerment with a life course approach. And again, the same that I said, this approach facilitates social inclusion in the community by placing disability rehabilitation in a matrix where everything, health, human rights, education, are all seen as a part of wider issue that is required for this child in future. Well, many people actually think that the healthcare professional perhaps has not got much of a role in community-based rehabilitation. True, the principle actually places a lot of emphasis on communities for this. Doctors are often the facilitators, doctors, educators, rehab professionals. However, while not being central to all the action for health and child development here, the healthcare professional has a very important role to play in the overall care of children with disabilities. And in ensuring inclusive care for better health outcomes and improved quality of life means that the professional actually has to engage in a lot of activities which make this program sustainable, whether it is engaging in capacity building or to generate evidence-based support to ensure health promotion activities or targeted rehab services, and to also influence healthcare policies to address the identified gaps and challenges. All these which are very crucial for the holistic development of vulnerable children in such marginalized community settings. And so having seen what CBID is in a broad way, again, how do you work within the matrix? For instance, if I'm a developmental pediatrician and my interest is in child development, naturally I look at the child and what does the child need in terms of health, education, or whatever. And here we have this ecological model, the Bronfenbrenner theory, which places it at child at the center, but showing distinctly how the child's health or well-being is influenced by so many other factors, which perhaps can also be seen as public health determinants if one is looking at a Dahlgren-Whitehead model, and the child, immediate family, and the microsystem, which is the school and the community and the neighborhoods. And then, of course, how today's world, the global influences are also, for instance, if I'm speaking to you all here on Zoom, how technology is influencing the world, all these. So to this audience, I'll not go about what affects early childhood years. And of course, we have heard a lot about nurturing care. So I place all these as important components in the work that we do for children. And what is important is that here we have family-centered services for the children, contextualizing this to the community we work in and to the context of the times, make it very culture sensitive, not just context specific. And this kind of a service delivery where we involve families and communities, it actually is likely to influence the well-being and improve the competencies of these children with special needs. You can see that I've paced all the development, and in fact, it gives a wider canvas that the professionals and the parents are working together on early learning as well, along with the health, which is an integrated health management where disability-related interventions are also in place. Just a word on the family-centered services in CBR. This again, of course, it is the model that we adopt. And somehow I find that to address the varied learning needs, it is very important because it is the family that's with the child all the time. And the acquisition of competencies in the very early years is very important to lay the strong foundation for a child. As we all know, early intervention is for the child, but it's also for the adult that he is to become. And if we actually give these interventions very early, because when we say health, yes, there are a lot of things when it comes to child's health and child development. It should not be segregated into motor development or cognitive or speech. Look at the whole child. And when we enhance the sense of competence and control, so when this child enters school, this child is able to face the new environment with much more confidence. Otherwise, without that degree of early child care development and good health, the child will actually fall somewhere in the gaps and be a school dropout if the early competencies are not built. Like this is just a bird's eye view of, it's not very different. People sometimes think that in a community, we just handing out appliances and aids and doing some camps. No, I think a community-based work is very different from community outreach service or community camps. Here, the whole working team is placed in the community, and many of the community workers are drawn from within the community so that they're very familiar with that neighborhood and parents relate to them. So assessment, parent education, counseling, all these, of course, we do have a pool of consultants and resource persons who will come and from time to time deliver these services. But what we keep in mind is that we have to empower these community workers to deliver these or help the parents do what we have been teaching. So you'll see in most pictures, there is the community worker staff also who's listening, and the skills are transferred so that when the consultants are not there, it is these workers who will be taking care of them. So it is just that in our own work, we have drawn from the ICF principles and apply family-centered services for early intervention for child development. And the foundational principles are the same, except that we keep the future in mind and what else applies in the community to support the families. This, of course, is from the Lancet, and essentially you see how what we do fits into this. There are enabling services and support systems, but as we see, there needs to be a policy support system enabler. So this is a whole framework where the family-centric model will remain limited without strong health systems and policy support. And as far as we or many other community-based organizations who are into these kind of services, how they do it, because as I said, outreach is a slightly different thing. You go deliver the services and come back. But here there is a need to build the capacity of all the key care providers to sustain this change And it's mainly the staff there and the resource professionals together who will do it and working with the families in a cascade model of training. Like the professionals work with the coordinators and the teachers and coordinators work with the parents. So there is not task shifting, but there's a task sharing along with skill transfer in a cascade model. But we have also introduced that the parent groups, the old parents, interact with the new parents, and there is a lot more learning together. The parent involvement is crucial in this kind of a model. And I'll not go over all the details. In fact, we also involve them in research as co-producers of research, very plain small studies which tell them, which actually put the research in their hands. And they generally, sometimes in the long run, they're so motivated to form the self-help groups. So this is how at home also they continue to do. And I'll not go into detail over this ICF, which you all know, takes care of body function structure, but you have to keep the contextual factors in mind. And this is just a picture which shows that we have everything that is required for early intervention, but the focus is on fitness, function, friends, family, fun, and keep in mind that these have to be the future citizens. So you'll see in this picture at the bottom right that the school children are also involved and they're learning sustainable development together. The small rakis are made in the crafts class by the children. So somewhere they may not know what SDGs are, but they know water is important. And so similar things, education is important. And this last slide, of course, is just to say how this can actually at policy level also, you can look at how ECCD in this CBID can go for integrated service delivery with proper policy linkages for an integrated program. But what is crucial is community participation and involve the multiple stakeholders with the capacity for diagnosis and management of childhood disabilities. And of course, we can take care of prevention, health, whether it's immunization or whether giving them education, awareness. All these become actually very crucial. Advocacy becomes very important in CBID, and non-professional service providers and the professional service providers have to work together to make this a success. And last but not the least, I would actually say that the trust is a crucial element, and often parent involvement and family education is so important that you have to actually depend on this model to stand the test of time. So it is not a quick fix solution, or services for poor need not be poor. But if we focus on functional abilities and communications and teach the community workers to mobilize families and to reach out to local organizations for shared resources, because again, at grassroots, finances and resources are a problem. And this is where I think CBID in the COVID phase also stood the test of time, that the parents and community staff were there to support each other, whether it is to give them awareness or take them for immunization or talk to them about vaccines in the hospital, facilitate through various modes. And now when you are enabling the health workers with technology, and parents and the field staff are in communication, and I also was able to do teleconsultation, teleguidance. And so I think there is a lot of work involved beyond what the traditional community-based rehabilitation was. And so that is my message, that community-based inclusive development has come of time. And I think it, even in this COVID phase, it has shown that community health is something very important. We all have been listening to that in all the webinars, that community participation is very crucial for successful health systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunanda ma'am, for this excellent lecture and enlightening us. The next speaker we have is Dr. Chittaranjan Yagne, who is the Director and Consultant with Diabetes Unit, KEM Hospital, Pune. His topic would be maternal nutrition and long-term health of the offspring. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you to the organizers, Dr. Patil in particular. And I'm going to say something slightly different and broader than what you have heard. especially about COVID. So I'll share my slides. Are you able to see them?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Thank you. So I come from KEM Hospital, Pune, and I am a diabetologist. But mine is the only diabetes unit in the country, in the world, where the logo is mother and baby. And that is because of our research over the last 35, 40 years, which has shown influence of mother's health before and during pregnancy on child's health, not only during pregnancy, but for the rest of the life. And this phenomenon is now also part of a new branch in medicine called DOHAD, Developmental Origins of Health and Disease. And I show some of our collaborators. The main, of course, is the Medical Research Council LEU unit in Southampton, originally started by Professor David Barker, who was my guru in this, and now Caroline Fall, who is the current collaborator. This is the logo of the International DOHAD Society. So I'll mainly speak about diabetes or related outcomes. And what I'm going to show you is that in textbooks, we say diabetes is driven by a thrifty genotype, a concept which was popularized from Michigan University by James Neal. And he went back to millions of years when humans were facing famine and feast cyclically because there wasn't much agriculture. And he proposed that certain genes were selected which help deposit fat during the feast so that during famine you use that fat and survive through the bad times. But when the food supply became regular in the agricultural world, then that promoted obesity and that led to diabetes. You can also see here modern Ganesh, who now doesn't travel on the back of this mouse as we used to know in our childhood, but he clicks these computer mice lying comfortably and also eating his modaks. And that is a phenotype which does promote diabetes. So type 2 diabetes in general in the textbooks is considered a disorder of overnutrition. But we had to go back and investigate this. And when I was a registrar in Sassoon General Hospital, this paper was published in New England Journal, which followed up children who were born in what was called the Dutch winter hunger. This period was around last 6 months of the Second World War in West Holland, and where Germans had cut off the food supply and winter was unusually severe. So the population was put on 600 calories a day diet. And children who were growing in mother's womb were followed up when they came for army conscription. And that time their height, weight, and therefore BMI as a measure of obesity was measured. So what they found was that the BMI distribution in the background population, that means which was born before and after the Dutch winter hunger, was like this, shown in green. But children who were in mother's womb during that severe undernutrition phase either had increased risk of obesity if they were exposed to undernutrition in first 2 trimesters of life or pregnancy, and less obese if they were exposed in the last trimester. And various explanations have been given, like the number of fat cells was less in people who were exposed in the 3rd trimester, while the brain of people who were exposed in first 2 trimesters looked upon the world as a hungry place and continued to overeat in the later life. So this was an example of undernutrition programming risk of diabetes in the child. Undernutrition in the mother, programming risk in the diabetes. Around same time, another paper was published from America in so-called Pima Indians, who are one of the most obese population in the world and also have one of the highest prevalence of diabetes. And what they found is in that community, children who were born in diabetic pregnancies had higher risk of obesity starting as early as 5 years and going out into young adult age compared to children who were born to mothers before diagnosis of diabetes, or those children who were born to mothers who were always not diabetic. In other words, exposed to maternal diabetes, which leads to overnutrition of the baby, also increases risk of obesity and diabetes. In other words, both maternal undernutrition and overnutrition are risk factors for future non-communicable diseases. And this, of course, belongs to the philosopher Soren Kierkegaard. He said life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forwards. And therefore, we need to always think of history of the populations or the individuals before we come to conclusions about the risks of the disease factors. India is a very peculiar country. It is one of the capitals of diabetes in the world. As you can see in this, what's called cartogram, where the size of the country in this world map is proportional to the burden of the condition which is being studied. So India is one of the fattest countries in addition to China for diabetes. But India is even more fat for undernutrition in early life, measured either as low birth weight, in which case it is in utero undernutrition, or under 5 undernutrition, which is early childhood undernutrition. And this is a very paradoxical thing which we had struggled for a long time to understand. How could undernutrition and an overnutrition disease exist very commonly in one country? And the answer to this was provided to me by David Barker when he came and met me in 1991, because he showed me this slide from his paper, which was going to be soon published, which was a cohort in Britain from a place called Hertfordshire, northeast of London. And he showed that people who were born with lower birth weight had much higher risk of diabetes compared to those who were born large or adequate birth weight. This was a cohort set up in 1930s when gestational diabetes was very rare. So higher birth weight indicating good intrauterine nutrition was protective against future diabetes. And he coined this term thrifty phenotype, and I suggested it to him, whereby he published his hypothesis that type 2 diabetes is the outcome of the fetus and early infant having to be nutritionally thrifty. And therefore, the Indian paradox is solved through nutrition of the mother-baby dyad. Mother-baby dyad, if it is undernourished, that might increase the risk of future diabetes. And this has been a problem with India for the last 50 years, especially after rapid development. So then pregnancy becomes an experience for the two, and we need to be extra sensitive to the requirements of the baby, both in terms of quantity and quality of food, and also other factors like maternal environment, stress, etc. And this then led to the concept that there is programming of future health or disease while growing in the womb. And this was, like, say, made very popular by Alan Lucas, who defined this programming, and taken up by David Barker and other workers in the field. And what he said was that if the intrauterine environment is good and adequate, the baby grows to the full genetic potential which it inherits. But if there is a developmental adversity, it restricts this growth, it restricts the plasticity of the growth. And that restriction of plasticity is called programming. And programming can affect structure and function of the developing system. So it can manifest in various ways in later life, depending on the interaction with the environment. The best known windows of vulnerability for this programming are pre and peri-conceptional period. And we know that woman doesn't even know she is pregnant at this time. So we have to concentrate on preconceptional nutrition. Then during pregnancy and lactation, together, these form what we call 1000 days. And that's the popular concept which you hear again and again. And that's the period which is most important for programming of the health or the risk for disease in the baby. Both genetic and epigenetic mechanisms are involved, but the concentration is mostly on epigenetic mechanisms because they may be reversible. And the exposures which can cause such epigenetic changes are maternal nutrition, or metabolism, or stress, all environmental pollutants which enter the baby through mother, and a number of other factors which we are now realizing. This is the famous central dogma, which was proposed by Francis and Crick in 1950s. And they said the information goes from DNA to RNA to the protein, and this is the phenotype which we see. So this was the original description. What was also known at that time, but not very popularly known, was Conrad Waddington's theory of epigenome. And what Conrad Waddington, who was an embryologist in the UK, very famous one, said that in a developing system, the environment works on the genome and causes some changes, which that time they didn't know what they were, which creates an epigenome. That means a genome superimposed on the genome. And that is what is responsible for phenome or the phenotype of the organism. And he explained this by saying that from one fertilized ovum, we all develop a full organism. So we have liver, we have kidney, we have heart, we have eyes, everything. The DNA content of all the cells is same, but there are interactions between different cells and environment which determine the fate and the phenotype of each cell. So that is how he developed the concept. To follow these ideas from David Barker, I set up a Pune maternal nutrition study in 1993 in 6 villages near Pune in collaboration with David Barker and Caroline Fall. And we studied over 2,500 women who were married but not pregnant. Over 814 pregnancies happened during 3 years of our study. They were intensively studied for maternal nutrition, metabolism, paternal and the fetal growth by ultrasound. More than 770 babies were born who were measured in detail. They have been measured every 6 months after that for 18 years and every 1 year after 18 years. Every 6 years, we study parents and children for detailed cardiometabolic risk, neurocognitive development, nutrition, body composition, etc. Our 24-year follow-up had to be stopped in February 2020 because of COVID. So that is still going to happen. And what we also did was we have an extensive biobank of mother samples and subsequently whole family samples serially in this study going back 25 to 30 years. And the average mother in the Pune maternal nutrition study started the pregnancy with 42 kg body weight with a BMI of 18.1.
Sorry for the interruption, Dr. Yajnik. You got 3 minutes.
All right. And these mothers ate high carbohydrate, low calorie diet. And their babies, which were 800 grams lighter than the English babies, had more fat. And this is the famous thin fat baby concept, which originated from the PMNS. When these babies were followed up subsequently, we were able to relate maternal nutrition with outcomes in the baby, and low vitamin B12 and high folate was associated with increased risk of adiposity and insulin resistance in the baby, which would increase their risk of diabetes in future. We also demonstrated association of maternal nutrition with neurocognitive development. And then we have done number of DNA methylation studies, which is the basis, one of the mechanisms of epigenetics, and shown various outcomes in other studies as well as this study. Then we decided to do a preconceptional intervention with vitamin B12 and micronutrients, which we started in adolescent age in this cohort. And we have followed up their children. A lot of work has been done. It will take me hours to tell you. But this is one interesting slide that after supplementing mothers with B12 and multi-micronutrients from adolescence, their children seem to have a reprogramming of their cell cycle mechanisms when we studied their transcriptome in the cord blood. And this work was done in collaboration with Dr. Sanjeev Galande in IISER Pune, and is currently being looked for publication in a journal. So this is one of the very dramatic results we have. I'm also going to tell you a very peculiar situation. I told you pregnancy is an experience for two. But if the woman is pregnant with a female child, by 20 weeks of gestation, the ovary of that baby has all the 1 million ova it will ever have in her life. So in a female pregnancy, there are 3 in 1 individuals in a pregnancy. So whatever you do in this grandmother has a potential to affect not only her child, but also her grandchildren. This is a very important message. And various mechanisms are involved through DNA, RNA, protein, and metabolites, which influence phenotype. You will hear more and more about this from
Sorry
our
for the
studies.
interruption once again, Dr. Yajnik.
Yeah, and throughout the life, epigenetic changes happen. And this is the basis of DOHAD, that is Developmental Origins of Health and Disease, a phenomenon which was developed out of David Barker's hypothesis. Finally, I'm going to make an advertisement. We have made a nice film on mother's nutrition and its importance on the growth, development, and future health of the baby. It is called Satyapeksha Godi. This is the last slide. Yes. And I invite you to watch it. And that's the end of my study. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yajnik, sir. I request Dr. Sunil Khapade, sir, to call on the next speaker, Dr. M.K.C. Nair, sir.
Veena, please unmute Sunil Khapade, sir, or make him co-host at least.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. It is my pleasure as well as privilege to introduce M.K.C. Nair, sir, who is really one of the learned person in the developmental neurology. Dr. Nair is the MD Pediatrics and PhD in Developmental Neurology. He is MBA and DSc, that is the highest degree in the science and now presently he's working as a Vice Chancellor Kerala Health University, Thrissur. His area of interest is the developmental pediatrics, adolescent pediatrics, and adolescent premarital newlywed counseling also. He is actually one of the very learned fellow, and I can say, and he has a lot of publications, about more than 200 publications in the child developmental issue. He's a formal status is that he was a director of the Child Development Center Trivandrum, and also the national president of National Neurological Forum, and also national accredited teachers in the management. And he was one of in 2014 he was also a national president of Indian Academy of Pediatricians. This is his introduction. He's one. I will just request Dr. K.S. Nair to just talk on prevention of disability spectrum CDRC model, and he himself will justify, and it is one of the very important model, we can say, which is having the holistic approach as well as the multi-sectorial approach is also there. So it's just to Dr. Nair.
So good afternoon to all. Thank you, sir, Sunil. Let me start by appreciating the great, enormous work that Dr. Yagnik has done. In fact, my Doctor of Science is for following up small for gestational age babies till 24 years. So I understand the whole what he was trying to say. Now they are 34 years, second phase of that is going on. That is nothing to do with this. Let us start with what is the problem in disability? First, we need to understand most people confuse impairment with disability with handicap. We need to know by better medical care, we should prevent injury or impairment. Then by early intervention, we must prevent as many disability as possible. And by good rehabilitation, we should prevent handicap. Now, there's too much of confusion with all these three words, and everybody is trying to put their nose into it. Now, what is the most important? This is the only slide that is important that I am going to say, that for too many years, we have been doing only focusing on disability and handicap. In fact, in the examination, typical syndromes used to come for next 10 years down the line, you know. But what is most important is what is below the water. That is, the first thing is early stimulation for high-risk babies or NICU graduates. A great percentage you can save from that. Then comes, in the first 2 years, you have all sort of delays, development delay, communication delay, language delay, motor delay, socialization delay, and problems related to school readiness. Now, these two can be managed by developmental therapies. And then you have what is called 10 neurodevelopmental disabilities, which may need development therapies as well as all other therapies. I'm putting precisely what is the role of each one. And then once it is pure disability and handicap, you may need all the community, the special educators, everybody together. So my theme is we should not confuse this. We should not be putting everything at the disability level or handicap level. We should put much more importance that any NICU should have a neurodevelopmental and stimulation program. So let's say what is the level of disability? 85% is mild one, and India has the largest program anywhere in the world, ICDS, which has saved millions of poor children from poor development. Then you have moderate one, 10%. The journal will give you umpteen number of causes, but I am interested only in hypoglycemia, hypoxia, hypoglycemia, septic shock. 95% is because of this. Rest are small reasons. And the severe one is either because of genetic, metabolic, intrauterine infections. And they usually present as global development delay before they go into big problems. No, the most important, if I have made any contribution, it is that I have proved that early stimulation of high-risk babies, you can improve the IQ, similar to IQ, by 10 points. I'll just give you the data. Look at this. If it is 2,500 grams, the so-called, it's not IQ, DQ, or whatever you call it, Bailey scale, 84, below 5,500, it is 75, 9 points difference. But look at the two red ones. If you give early stimulation to the less than 1,500, you can get on an average 83.8, which is almost same as 84.2. So the first time in the world, it has been proved by a large randomized controlled trial that early intervention is effective, and now nobody can do it because it becomes unethical. Then my difficulty was I cannot remember what the baby will do at every month. That is only for examination, mug up. So I wanted that it should be made simple. So we had a very simple thing called social smile at 2 months, head holding 4 months, sitting 8 months, standing by 12 months. Make sure that your baby hear and listen. It took 30 years for the country to recognize that these simple things are so important. So we have a National Neonatology Forum program across the country and Gulf and Nepal called Detect. And on 17 next Sunday, I'm getting a Lifetime Achievement Award only for this work. Now, the simplest way, one of the biggest problem in development is when a peripheral health worker do something and the patient comes to the hospital, both talk in different terms. So what happens is the health worker's morale is affected badly because you try to be smart. So my policy is that the health worker and the bigger center, the first assessment should be by the same tool, and we need to tell that, yes, your health worker has identified it correctly, and both are using a scale called Trivandrum Development Screening Chart, in which you have all this horizontal line. All you need to do is just put a scale. Suppose the age line is below, suppose the baby is 12 months, put a scale, all the items stopping on left side he should do, otherwise a delay, crossing ones you don't have to do. Same thing for 3 to 6. Then you have language evaluation scale. What is same thing? At every age, you put a scale, whatever is finishing on left side, you have to do. What is crossing, you still have time. And mind you, both have been validated. Less has been validated against the standard reels and with a very high negative predictive value. That means it's an excellent tool. Okay, now using this, we thought, what is the community burden of the problem? Across the state of Kerala, a massive survey, we showed that around 3 to 3.4% will have, or 3% will have development delay. It may vary from 4.9 to 1.4 in some, but the average will be around 3%. That means 1 in 3 baby born has development delay. If you take care of that, the baby will become normal. Similarly, is it effective to do intervention with the early intervention for the language delay, early language stimulation program? Now, mean LQ is 60, the post intervention is 70, 10-point difference. Definitely it is effective. And I believe my other contribution is editing the book of Illingworth's book of infant and young child. One more edition has just come now. So now, what is the next important point? Emil Tyson in Paris has come out with the best policy to identify children with problem. She has points like adductor angle, and popliteal angle, heel to ear angle. Simple thing any health worker can learn and find out only 2 things. Is the baby having hypotonia or hypertonia? If it is hypertonia, you need to start therapy, very simple therapy, what the mother can do. For example, carry astride the hip, as traditionally we used to do. And the mother is the therapist that will prevent the right side pictures where the joints are fixed, muscles are wasted, tendon is tight. Okay, same thing here, dorsiflexion angle. Now, next one is the problem of autism. Now, with the COVID-19, and one of the most important things that we have proved and published is that between a baby who has autism and a baby who doesn't have autism, the only difference is that the baby with autism have 20 times less chance to have a child of the same age. That means if you have a child of the same age to play with, it will reduce your chance for autism by 20 times. The odds ratio was 19.6. Okay. So what is the difference between a mental retardation and autism? Mental retardation, what we call as intellectual disability, is a delay issue, but autism is a deviation issue. We have a simple tool called Trivandrum Autism Behavior Checklist, and we'll see how it works. Look at the negative predictive value against chart and the standard cars, 98.6. This is the previous card, and just now we have just completed a study present in Pedicon, and that is with the new cars also you have 99% negative predictive value, which means if you do 100 tests with the new tool, simple tool, it will be 99% exactly same as cars. Then look at what we can do it. The sensory integration therapy unit is an important thing. And one thing we need to realize is 19 articles have clearly shown that whether it is a hyperactivity, rigidity, aggression, anxiety, risperidone is a drug of choice. That's what we need to remember. Now, this is the autism therapy issue. Who you see is the Vice President of Maldives, who want to have this program. Group therapy is a wonderful effort to treat for autism. Now coming to 10 developmental disorders, let us see what happens in a developmental evaluation clinic. The majority, 16% were actually normal. They were suspected to be developmental, but didn't have problem. Development delay, 49%. Okay. And then you have all the neurological problem. Lack of time, I won't go much detail. Look at what happens in one ICDS block. I'm giving the not percentage. All the 12,520 children have been looked at. Not a single case missed, because Anganwadi workers went to home to make sure that everybody is okay. And look at what happens. You have speech delay 78. Convert it into 7,000 blocks across the country. At this moment, we are talking minimum 20 lakhs babies less than 5 years with developmental delay or disability. Okay, so we had the program of a district program, and look at what happened in a district. That is most important. Development delay again maximum, speech and language delay, multiple disability, global. You have the whole thing exactly shown, published. So we started the first program called CDRU, Child Development Referral Unit, and I'm so glad that Government of India has come out with a national program, RBSK, in which the concept of CDRU is renamed as DEIC, District Early Intervention Center, with 4 Ds. I was focusing only on delay and disability, but the government is also focusing on deficiency and disease to take care of BIMARU states. Now, what happens? I have also started a new concept way back in 95 called developmental therapists. The biggest mistake that's happening in this country now is small babies who should be getting developmental stimulation, development therapy is taken over by other groups of therapists who are only experienced dealing with adults. So what happens? The baby type of therapy with the mother is totally gone. So this is one of the development therapists, trained 2-year program, trained in 95. Now she is working in Gulf. This is the IQ done by psychologists, speech therapy using reels. You have the physiotherapists, you have the special educators, and 4 England tools for identifying ADHD, epilepsy, neuromotor impairment, and autism. Now, England, apart from this, we have a screening tool called NDST, which we are using routinely. Now, this is an example how it come. I won't go into detail. I must thank Dr. Narendra Arora and Shefali Gulati because we were the team members. Now, look at what did we find. What we found is 1990, 53 million disability, 2016 also 53 million. That is because in spite of medical care, we are making a lot more preterm, low birth weight babies survive. So disability rate is on the whole not coming down. And children between 2 and 6 have 9% disability or developmental disorders. Children between 6 to 9, 13%. On an average, you say 11.4. So you will say below 10 years or below 10 years, you have 10% disability or neurodevelopmental disorder. You may question, is it correct? Yes, because this is the best population, population proportion size sampling, and all children in the community without any complaint just identified, they have undergone standard test for 10 disabilities. That means there's no question of false positive, no question of false negative, because every child in the community has gone through 10 standard gold standard test for 10 disabilities. So this is the most reliable. Now, of course, you have the medical model of disability which talk about injury, mobility, etc. But introduction, rehabilitation, and therapy, the communication is introduction to elementary signs of language or Braille. From the medical model, we have come to social model of disability, where understanding physical access issues, the Braille language, non-audio information, employment, participation, the whole lot of things. And from there, we have come to the parent model of disability, where we talk about focus on activities of daily living, minimization of contractures, mobility and ambulation, communication, education for earning, independent living. Now, District Early Intervention Center, I won't take more time on it. It has all the staff required, and every district in India has it. Not all are functioning well, but a good number is functioning well. And you have another thing called, the new thing that we have started is called the Developmental Nurse Counselor. What is a Developmental Nurse Counselor? The District Early Intervention Center across the country has a post of, you have a pediatrician, you have a nurse, you have a PT, OT, a speech therapist, you have a dentist, you have a manager, and you have everybody. Government unusually has given so much of post. But unfortunately, all are working at their own post. They are not working as a team. That is the biggest tragedy that we need to look at. So what we are doing is, if you have post of development nurse, why don't we train the nurses who already know biology, who already know psychology and sociology, to become a developmental nurse counselor? The first batch has passed out just yesterday. They had the examination yesterday. The next batch is coming in. So I believe that the most important thing to remember is, yes, I finished.
2 more minutes remaining.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take only 1 minute. The most important message I want to give is, do not look at disability and handicap as the most important. Look at the possibility of reducing development delay by giving early stimulation to high-risk babies, and you have to, that's the most important rewarding. But however, not all can be saved. So you are I just give an example. At the time of discharge, if you do a good ultrasound, you can find periventricular damage, the white matter damage, vesicles forming there. You know for sure this child going to become cerebral diplegia. Why wait so many years to give therapy? Start it at that moment. That's the first thing. Secondly, 50% of problem is delay. What type? All type of delay. Focus on delay, because you are going to get almost 100% result. And then you have 10 developmental disabilities. Focus on that. Not all are going to improve, and especially the global development delay. So you are going to have some disability, and make sure that rehabilitation come in at that stage to prevent handicap. But actually, we use the word rehabilitation even in the newborn thing, which is not correct. That is habilitation and not rehabilitation. So my point is that Government of India has spent crores and crores establishing such a network of DEIC across the country. Let's all make sure that You refer the cases there, make it function well as a team, and this will become a model for rest of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So would the chairpersons like to give the comments?
No, it's already Dr. Nair has already, completely comprehensively has already told about this model, especially about the social model of disability and the medical model of disability, and is one of the very important multidisciplinary approach which is used in this particular model. I really, is a very great session, I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Do we have time for question answers? Should we?
I finish early so that there could be some questions or discussions. I finished 5 minutes early, actually, because of that. But there should be some discussion. Otherwise, no point. One-way
We
traffic.
can have a question and answer. If anyone.
Or even comments when so many experts sitting there. Please give comments. I can see Dave madam. I can see so many. Okay. Sunandar also can give such a comment. I heard your talk. Singhvi.
So we are expecting questions as they come. Maybe we would ask you. So we just have 5 minutes.
You can comment also. All of you are experts in the field. You can comment on the model that I am talking of. Instead of focusing on disability so much, focus on, not that disability is not important. To the parent of that child, it's terribly important. But from a national perspective, we should be preventing disability and not attacking disability. That's the point. Again and again, I'm saying, majority can be prevented if you have a newborn follow-up program. Then if you can do a community survey using simple tools for delay, and if you start intervention for delay in the Anganwadis, then you won't have neurodevelopmental disorders or global development delay. And if you have global development delay or neuro disorders, then all the therapists come together as a team to prevent disability happening or disability from going into handicap. So this is the model that I am talking about.
Thank you, Dr. Nair. Yes, thank you so much for your excellent hard works. In the time, we had done the similar community-based, such programs. But nice to know that after 25 years of thing, 93, 94, 95, we had done UNICEF projects like this, But the thing is, it's nice to see the government has come and giving under the RBSK. So the same way, let's hope that every district gets that funding appropriate, the manpower, the resources, and then I think all of us, we can do something for prevention of disability. Don't you think? Your comments.
Madam, I have looked at this DEICs, many DEIs. After all, RBSK, most of the technical support I had provided in a first Calcutta meeting.
Right.
Yeah, whether it is recognized or not, I don't care. But it has gone there. So what I was saying is, we do not, the pediatrician have hardly any role in that. There's nothing called a team leader. There is no team approach. Everybody, suppose a child diagnose autism, go to one therapist, and that person will not consult anybody else. They keep doing it. Another person comes, CP comes to physio. But the CP child will have intellectual disability, may have social problem, may have even ASD. So a multidisciplinary approach, in spite of all sitting in one room, they are not consulting each other, and the pediatrician is sitting there for nothing. He doesn't have, the biggest mistake government has done in this is, they said the administrator is an MBA person. You know what is the quality of MBA? It's not same as National Institute MBA or Ahmedabad. And my next door neighbor, the shop, there is an MBA program. And these people neither they know management, nor they. I'm saying this with a lot of responsibility. There will be comment on this, but I don't mind, because neither they have experience in management, nor they have years of experience managing medical problem. Whereas a senior pediatrician would have seen 1 million children by this age, and he has a much better sense of it. That is the point that I am trying to say, and we are going to address this issue.
Right.
Bring to the
Hope you are, become successful, because all of us face the same hurdles, same hurdles. And the multidisciplinary team approach is the only solution for this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A single discussion with a knowledgeable man is better than 10 years of study meaning. But here we have got a galaxy of wise men and women. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nair.
Thank
you.
you.
It's a really very great session, and I can
Thank
say that
you.
it is already you have covered almost all the components, that is promotion, health promotion, prevention, and rehabilitation in the same way, in a holistic
Hello, doctors.
approach. Thank you.
It's time to end this session.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, the organizers. Thank you.
Alpana, Dr. Alpana, please start with the next session.
Next session.
Mute yourself.
He knows the way, madam. ये सबको हम लोगों ने तभी हम लोगों ने यही प्रोग्राम दिए थे,
Audible?
Yes, Alpana, are you there?
Hello. Yeah, I am there. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes. Continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'm sorry for the problems. First of all, I would like to thank all the
I think there is some network issue at Alpana's end. She left. So we will continue with our next session. And I'm very thankful to Alpana to complete this session here in time. Yeah, you are there?
I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah, okay. Continue. So may I, Alpana, probably there is some network issue. Yes, you are. Please continue.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Yeah. I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Yes, yes, continue.
The next session that we start would be on rehabilitation. And for this,
So I welcome our chairpersons for the session of rehabilitation. It is Dr. Sophia Azad, Dr. Umanjali Damke, madam. Sophia Azad, madam, is last previous slide, please. And Dr. Neha Sharma, she's consultant neonatologist, London. Previous slide, please. Dr. Umanjali Damke, previous.
hello. Hello. Am I audible? I'm back.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
so I
I'm
think
sorry.
just I have welcomed all the chairpersons. You continue with the further session.
Yeah, I would like to welcome the chairpersons, Dr. Neha Sharma from UK. She is a consultant neonatologist.
I have done that. Alpana, I have done that. You can go ahead.
Have you introduced the chairperson?
Yes, you just invite chairpersons to introduce speakers.
Dr. Neha Sharma, can I invite you to introduce Dr. Giridhar Ravi, our first speaker?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I'm greatly honored for this kind invitation. I'm sorry, there is some echoing at the background. So I'm deeply honored for this kind invitation from the COMHAD and BAPIO team. I'm Dr. Neha Sharma, a neonatologist from London and also a vice chair for Pediatric Forum of British Association of Physicians of Indian Origin. And I would like to invite Dr. Giridhar Ravi, who is a Macmillan physiotherapist at Highland Hospice in Inverness, Scotland. And today, Dr. Ravi will speak about the palliative care for children with special needs. As a clinician, I would say this is one of the most difficult and challenging area where we have to go for a palliative care for the children. It not only involves a legal and an ethical framework, but also multiple discussion within the MDT and with the family, ensuring about the possibility of the care and possibility of dying and care and support throughout the life, death, and bereavement. So I would like to invite Dr. Ravi to speak on this topic, and we will take it from there. Thank you. Is Dr. Ravi around?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the presentation to load up. Do you want me? Will I be doing that or?
Yes, please, Ravi, if you could do that.
Yeah, perfect. Can I just check if everybody can see that presentation now?
Yes, yeah, Dr. Ravi, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and also it's my great privilege to be part of this elite professionals. And by profession, I'm a physiotherapist. So in UK, we're not called as doctors. So, but thank you so much for that. I've always wanted to become a doctor, but never could. But the next best thing is a physiotherapist. So the topic today is mainly about palliative care in physiotherapy, palliative care for children with special needs. I mean, my basic background is special palliative care in adults, which is a Highland Hospice, which is based in Inverness, part of the world. To begin with, I mean, I have to do a lot of studying and research as well about what are the core differences between the adult and children palliative care. And that is a great learning perspective from my point of view. All along, I was thinking that palliative care is all about adults and not so much into the children. But based on ever since I've chosen this topic as out of keen interest into palliative care in children as well, that has kind of enlightened me in various aspects of palliative care. And then during my presentation, I'll see if I can probably identify the core differences between the adult and the children palliative care. So the World Health Organization defines pediatric palliative care as actions aimed at those children who suffer from severe, chronic, progressive, disabling, advanced, or life-threatening diseases which aim at reducing the suffering and improving a quality of life throughout the process, regardless of the state of their disease. I mean, mainly as a core aspect of palliative care, it's categorized into mainly kind of the core aim is about improved quality of life, but other aspects would be symptom management delivered by a multidisciplinary team that involves everybody from a consultant level to the parents and the siblings. And care is delivered in their own homes, health centers, and also the place where I work is the hospice, is as a core forefront of delivering the palliative care. I mean, nice guidelines, they've kind of categorized or emphasized the focus on palliative care and into kind of main sections would be communication, emotional and psychological support and interventions, symptom management, and service delivery. I mean, the main thing with communication is recognizing that children and young people with limiting condition, we need to understand that just not the children, it's the parents that are going through the condition as well. And it is important to in explaining to the children and young people and their parents how their contribution about the decisions about the care is extremely important. And also sometimes it's not putting too much pressure on the parents to make the decisions for the children, because it's important to include all the multidisciplinary team that could be consultant, a specialist pediatric nurse, or could be a physiotherapist like myself and occupational therapist, support workers, social workers, family support team, and that involves children support workers that works with pediatrics mainly. And also in the previous talk as well, there was but Dr. Nair about how the communication is lacking between professionals when the patient comes to you. It's about how would you interact with those people, and also parents are getting sometimes confused by so much of communication, so much of medical jargon. And that's when at the hospices, we try to simplify that as much as possible, and understanding that we interlink different professionals. That could be from consultants to the care worker, so that everybody understands what is that we are doing in here. And I also love the term habilitation rather than rehabilitation for mainly with newborns, because they don't have anything to refer back to. They are just starting to develop their mind, their body, and also the disease evolves as they grow up as well. That means the complexities around those conditions evolve, not just the children, but with the parents as well. That's why emotional psychological support is the forefront of palliative care. It's taken into account the physical aspects of what it goes through, mainly with children, because some of these children are not able to communicate because of the age, because of the condition. So it's important to understand what is the main medium of communication. Sometimes that could be a one-to-one discussions with the parents before you see the children, is knowing what level of understanding they've got about the condition and what are the professionals they have met prior to coming to them as well. That's where I try to emphasize with what little interaction I have with pediatric palliative care with the parents, is I try to ask them, what do you know? Or what do you want to know? Simple things. And also communication also involves about active listening. It's about, as professionals, when I always emphasize that we as professionals, probably with the very early stages, where I listen to respond, because I feel my job is to respond to the questions that was posted to me or asked by the parents or asked by the patients or the family. But I feel that I often, in the early part of my career, hasn't done where I listen to understand, not to respond. If I don't understand what the person or the parent or the child or the patient is saying to me, I will not be able to respond to them appropriately. And that is the core front of communication with parents. And sometimes the medium of communication is also about using play, using art, using music activities as well, because sometimes we can't just go by the guidelines to say that so-and-so guidelines has said these are the things that we should do, or these are the interventions, these are the medication. But sometimes you have to kind of think out of box. Sometimes I use in the hospice, when I encounter any children within the palliative care needs, is about using music, using cartoons, using what cartoons they like, what do they understand about those cartoons, what is the story they're telling us. Sometimes you have to narrate a story to the children and the parents as well. This is what your condition is going to look like. This is what the progression might be. These are the things that you can engage. That could be from postural management. That could be from helping them to listen to the parents, helping them to have that level of understanding that these interventions are for the betterment of the children. But sometimes I still struggle to convey that message across to the parents and the children. But active listening helped me to understand what I need to know to help these people. And the service delivery as well, sometimes there is a greater disparity in UK in terms of inpatient patient palliative care and home as well, because that could be a scarcity of funds within the community, but there is a greater push in getting the end of life care into the community. We at the hospice here in Inverness, we focus on that in enabling that the collaboration between the healthcare professionals, between the organization, between the community, there should be a greater link. And that level of communication is not happening as much as it should. And that level of understanding in terms of the conditions is not happening as well, and the interventions planning, so that the patients, the families are going to each and every different professionals, giving them different advice, and they are lost amongst all this as well. So the service delivery has to be a lot more neutralized in a way of keeping it simple. Wherever that service delivery place would be, that could be in a hospice, that could be in a healthcare setting, that could be in the community, that could be in the patient homes as well. It's important for that, and the NICE guidelines emphasize on various aspects of that, taking into account all those things. And kind of according to the palliative care, according to the Association of Children and also international. Just 1 second. The Association of Children with Life-Limiting and Terminal Conditions in the Families and UK Royal College of Pediatric and Child Health. It kind of categorized the palliative care into 4 different groups. First group would be life-threatening conditions. Example, that could be cancer, irreversible organ failure of heart, liver, and kidney. And group 2 would be conditions where premature death is inevitable. That could be cystic fibrosis. That's where I come in, predominantly with cystic fibrosis with pediatric palliative care. Progressive group 3 would be progressive conditions without a curative treatment, could be muscular dystrophy. Again, that is the place where, as a physio, I have a lot of input in terms of helping with postural management and with other moving and handling needs with the parents as well. And group 4 would be irreversible but progressive conditions causing severe disability, could be CP and spinal cord injury as well, where physios and OTs would play a significant role. I mentioned about the beginning of this the presentation as well is about what are the core differences I feel and what I learned about the conditions that or the main aspects that are different from children and adult palliative care are mainly the causes of death in children and mainly in palliative care are different from those in adults, making some of the guidelines inappropriate for children, and the deficiencies can be explained by lack of standards in pediatric palliative care. And then there's a lot of ongoing work and research still need to happen, is happening, and mainly from a physio perspective as well. Back to the evidence of what the physio role in pediatric palliative care, that there is not much to look back onto. Is predominantly adult. I think there should be a greater time and the investment need to be spent in getting a lot of research studies in ensuring that there is a clear-cut guidelines for physios or for any other healthcare professionals, mainly I'm speaking from a physio's perspective, as to ensure that I can just probably refer back to those guidelines and have a better understanding
I'm so sorry
about
to intervene, Dr. Girija. You have 3 minutes left.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So the core difference is the cause of death and the range of conditions and ongoing physical and emotional and cognitive development of children makes it even more challenging to confine yourself to a specific intervention, because it needs to be flexible and it needs to be ensured that these are delivered through the parents, because not always, as I said, the communication is key, and to have the parents on your side is extremely, extremely important. That's where the core communication is. I could not stress upon that more, because whatever you do, doesn't matter how experienced you are and how perfect you are as a professional, if you can't communicate that through to the parents so that it can be passed on to the children, that means you're not able to do the job that you are or you want to. So my role in palliative care with mainly adults and then more, so kind of little of that with the children, is about, I consider myself as a valuable tool in a toolbox. And I understand that. I need to understand that if I don't understand myself, if I don't give myself that importance, I will not be able to do what I want to do. And palliative rehabilitation is not about you're bringing them back to how they were. I mean, with children with newborns as well, you don't have anything to refer back onto. So you make the platform for these people to have to have a quality of life that they can spend with the siblings, that they can carry on going on in life to do what they want to do. And the availability of the service is key. I mean, in UK, as I said, in the community, the funding has been improving, but in the rest of the world as well, the availability of the service is not uniform. I think from all of us, we need to kind of work towards having that uniformity of the service delivery. And sometimes it doesn't need too much money. It's about understanding of the professionals at the ground root level as well. So once again, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be a part of such an elite group and then able to share what I feel from a physio's perspective of palliative care in children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. I think it was really a great session. I think the key learning point which you revealed was how important and key factor it is for any of the clinicians to be an active listener. And I think it is really important, as you rightly mentioned, that how crucial it is when it is a child which is being involved, for the families to be on your side to make this end of life care journey smoother for the family, and even for us as a clinician or a healthcare provider to support them better. We have reserved the last part for the question and answer. So I'm happy to pass on to Dr. Umanjali Damke so that we can just flow through the session, and at the end we'll have definitely some more questions. So over to you, Dr. Umanjali. Thank you. Dr. Umanjali, please unmute yourself.
Dr. Umanjali, are you there?
Just unmute yourself, Dr. Umanjali.
Yes, ma'am, we are doing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So it's a great pleasure to be on this platform. And it was a nice session from Dr. Ravi. I would call Dr. Ravi because we are used to calling physios doctors over here. Real nicely said when you said that we need to talk a lot to the parents because we need to know a lot from them. And I would now like to just introduce Dr. Nandini Munkar. A very good afternoon, madam. Madam is the senior consultant neurodevelopmental pediatrician from Bangalore. And today, madam is going to speak on comprehensive parent-mediated online early intervention program. So, madam, we are here to have your talk and would like to enlighten ourselves.
And it's my great pleasure to talk about a tool. We've been running a parent-based mediation center for the last 8 years, and one of the very few, and got lots of ideas, enough to develop a patented tool for online assessment and intervention, which I'm going to share with you all. And in the COVID time, this has been so useful to us that we didn't have a single dropout program, child from our program. And at the end, I'll show you how they all came back to us. So having said that, I'm just going to say, why do we do an assessment? Now, for us, assessment is to confirm a diagnosis. I'm talking only of autism. So for us, ADOS, CARS, ADI are the most sensitive tools. CARS have the highest specificity. We have an Indian tool called the INCLIN tool and the DSM criteria. Now the diagnostic stability for autism by 16 months is pretty good. So early diagnosis makes a great sense to start a great program. Need for diagnostic help is to help parent understand the deficit rather than labeling a child. A diagnostic tool should be used as a part of multidisciplinary team assessment rather than a standalone diagnostic tool. Now the CARS, I'm not going into all this, has got 14 domains, and you all are very familiar with how CARS is, but extremely useful for predicting prognostication if you have used it in the beginning and after intervention. So we also, now ADI, ADOS has got a very good online infant module for assessment, and if you're trained in it, it makes a great tool because you can do an online assessment. And we recently, all of us have undergone training in ADOS infant and toddlers and level 1 module, which we use very, very often. Now, what we need, why do we need? We need assessment for finding out the severity of the problem so that we can prognosticate to some extent. So these are the cutoff scores which ADOS will give you, and the moderate CARS, as I said, 30 to 32 and 37, and INCLIN does this too. ESA and INCLIN are two tools developed in India, and we have to use them for getting certificates and other things. So we do use that as a tool either. So the next which you're going to, the next tool I'm going to say is for prognostication in young children below to 2-3 years. We feel non-verbal intelligence, joint attention, imitation skills, play, and play diversity gives us great ideas. If you've got older children, we refer to with 4 to 6 years, then you've got to think about the functional expressive language, which gives you a lot on intelligence. And then the negative predictors are usually a wide degree of repetitive movements, and comorbidities come in by that time, and sensory issues does make it rather difficult. So having said that, we developed a tool. When we did a parent-mediated program, we were earlier than running this therapy-based program for much before that, and we were very familiar with ESDM, Catherine Morris's tools, and Hannon's. All this, my therapists are very familiar. Yet then we still had lacunae. We were running one of the best programs in this country. People will tell you. But the questions we asked was, are we making the difference, or the child is improving by itself because it's growing developmentally? The parents also do some work. We had no prognostication. There was a big dichotomy. We thought in young children, social interaction was very, very important. But in India, child has to learn to speak, go to school, and be like normal children. That's all the parents talk about. They are not interested in other things. The third thing one was, many therapists came and told us, ma'am, we give them home program. They don't want to work in the house. Some of them were screwed to my therapist. They said, why do we pay you? It's your job to do that. So he said, this is not going to work. And then came the NDBI model, which said you work for 20 to 25 hours a week with the child in the natural setting to make a difference. If that be so. So we came back to the table and said, what are the lacunae and how are we going to address this? So we said assessment for confirming diagnosis, which I told you, for finding out the severity and prognostication we went through. Now, what is it we require for making a program and how to do the intervention program? That is why we developed our own patented tool called SCOPE. SCOPE stands for Social Communication Play in Education, which has assessment as well as an intervention tool. Then we did a parent training program. It's called EDIT. EDIT stands for Training in Direct and Intervention techniques, which means that when the child is very young, not listening, not looking at, not eye contact, moving around, how do you bring this parent to the table to work with the child? Then we have parents. Every 2-3 talks are talking about parents' well-being. Parents are constantly of these children stressed, depressed, anxiety, future, name the symptoms. And can this parent work with this child having a good and do work naturally at home? They're irritated. So he said, we have a program for this. And for all this, we needed our own online support, which we offer. So having this, let me talk about what's an ideal intervention tool. It should be based and well supported in the current theory of conceptualization in child development. It must respond to the local cultural differences and child rearing practices, be reliable, valid, family-centered, linked directly to the framework for the supporting development which is happening, and very easy to learn and administer. This was our principle which we used. Next. So we developed a criterion-based assessment tool. It's a discriminated tool, can be used by pediatricians, therapists, to some extent, even the parents if they are smart enough, but definitely the pediatricians and therapists, we encourage them to use this tool. It's for any child with high risk functioning child of any developmental disability, but today I'm addressing autism. So in the intervention planning and evaluation of the tool, it should assess the primary care physician to obtain a detailed information about the current functioning level of the child, help them to plan an intervention program, track the progress, calculate evaluate the efficacy of the early intervention program. This was our goal. Next. So what did we do in our scope profile? We developed a tool, sorry, for finding out the age of levels of language, learning, self-help, social domain for infants between 6 to 54 months. And this follows the developmental sequence like a normal child, except we believe they are slow in acquiring the developmental milestones and can be used with any age group child with developmental delay, as long as they are in the age group, the mental level is between 6 months to 4.5 years. Next. So we have 222 skills in languages, learning, play, social help, which are presented in 3 levels, level 1, level 2, level 3. Level 1 is between 6 to 18 months, level 2 is 18 to 36 months, level 3 is 36 to 54 months. It helps to assess the functional level of the child in 8 domains and 15 subdomains. Next slide. What are these 8 domains? Next. The 8 domains are, this is a very semi-structured tool. It can be directly tested on the child, can be used as an observation, behavior during observation and then scored. It can also take parents' feedback on video if the child is not performed there and the parents say, no, he can do it, but he's not doing it here. So we say not an issue at all. So milestones in each domains are presented in a developmental sequence. So the 8 domains are receptive language, which has got 2 parts, receptive and advanced, expressive language, which gives you functional language level, labeling skills, question answers, and speech production, play and self-engaging skills, and social skills for peer interaction and rule-based behavior. The 5th, 6, 7, 8, 5th is cognition. The younger child is all about visual perception, older about maths and reading, imitation, fine motor, and self-help skills. These domains are the ones which we measure. And we get a, next slide. So now in online, what we had to do, well, this can be done in the clinic very easily. It's online tool. Everything comes, a question comes and you mark. But when we had to do an online, we had to do it over 2 days. The first day we took the history, medical management, and we have to make a small preparation in the place. We asked up the house to have a small place where they can have some toys like dolls, cards, picture, books, etc. for assessment. And second day we did the assessment and the counseling. So when you do and these are the kinds of equipments we need. Next slide. So the score profile gives each milestone to score yes if the child has mastered a skill, emerging and no if they have not achieved this. There's a software which automatically stops assessing the child if he misses his 2 milestones in the subdomain and shifts to the next domain. Functioning of the child is in different domain is automatically calculated by the software. Pediatrician is provided with the functioning age and the visual perception of the report. This is how the report will come. That the in receptive, expressive, play, I told you all the domains. What is a functioning level of the child? Child may be 2 years, 8 months. This child may be functioning 18 years, 2 months. In different domains, what is it and which level they are? I'll give you a visual perception of this. Now see, this is 6 to 18 months. These are all receptive, expressive, all these. And in 6 to 18 months, the fine motor skill may be very good. The imitation skills are only like 10 months and other skills. So this helps us a lot to counsel the parents. No matter where your child is, these are the deficits you have to cover. So this is the level for the level we get. Having this, how do we put this theory into practice for intervention? So our intervention tool, we decided, the intervention must be must address all the areas which we have got an assessment done. You should understand the strength and weakness of the child. We make likes and dislikes. What are the parent type and their expectations? Identify the long-term goal, mini goals, and set up the IEP. It's all done automatically by the software, by the way. Next. So we have an individualized education program exclusively tailor-made with finding the current levels and emerging skills and the future skills that child needs assistance to achieve. It's across all the areas of development. And it should be the happiest person using this scale are my therapists. Why? Because they said, ma'am, the mundane job of doing this goals and many goals is gone. So we are able to work very well with the parents, much better, counseling them, helping them. So we have this assessment, we have the scope measure, which gives us all these levels. Then we do the parent training program to edit, discuss the report with the parents and have the child into the program. Next. Now, parent training program is very, very crucial part, because parent counseling and understanding the family background in the system, if you don't work, the children don't do very well. So because we have to tell them about stages of learning, we have to teach them the scaffolding techniques as to how will it work, how does this work, and how are the methodology you require to do this training, how to monitor the child, how do you provide constant review to the therapist and for your own self. So this is a screenshot of the program which comes. Now, tailor-made to the, now this child, I showed you how this is a tailor-made. So the child has a goal and mini goals, you know, so in each level. For imitation skills, suppose your goal is child has to develop whatever imitation, has to imitate the father. So whatever, we will have the goal, there'll be mini goals. And then we have the child, this is a report of the child which is already expressed. So then what are the things, the child activities which will be done, like bubble play, playtime, painting, book time, everything is there in the software. And if you click on the bubble, I'll tell you how to do the bubble play, how to do the playtime. All these are all in the software, and the parents have to log in. And if the child achieves 70% of that activity, let's say pass, automatically it will go to the next level. So the monitoring happens automatically, and what kind of technique they have to use, that the edit also is given there. And every month the parents take a quiz to see how does the child do. So it will come like this. The edit technique you use as a monitor. Material required is bubbles. You need bubbles when you blow, say start, everything stop, every instruction comes on the software itself. Next slide. So these are the techniques. Now let's do it big. It's another technique we teach the parents to use it. So these are all incorporated, and the edit technique comes either as a video or as an audio into the program. Yeah. So we review the home program and give extra activities. The therapists, if they feel they want to give more, they give it. If they don't want, the parents sitting outside the country are very satisfied to use. Now you see, this is the initial report of the child. And after intervention, 2 years, 1 month, at 11 months is the progress he has made from the first level to the self. It can be, and the parents, you're able to convince the parents. Otherwise, what was happening is the minute they would have some need-based communications and languages come and they would leave the program. They don't understand its functional language. The social language is very, very important for the child to live. We also tell them that trajectory of severity is not a point scale. It is how the trajectory is more important. The cognition, which plays a very important role for prognostication. As I told you, joint attention, emission, play skills and all are very important for early intervention skills. Next. Additional assessment has to be done for sensory profile as well as OT, and if there are any comorbidities, this has to be addressed to the child. Next.
Dr. Nandini, you have 3 more minutes left.
Almost done. So this was a child when the child, activities at home which are given to them. Next. And the edit technique is, yeah. So we do believe that edit techniques is training the child, and I told this interactive technique, like we'll tell them, make it big, be a language modeler, be, the playful blocking, all these are technique. And once a child comes to our 18, 20 months level, we base it on ABA. Techniques of reinforcement, modeling, etc. And all this is built into the software. Ultimately, I want to say, whatever may be your program, our successes, none of the tests, assessment, rating, scales and progress report will ever be able to measure just how awesome my special need child is and how much joy and happiness, love they bring. And this is our motto for our parent-based intervention. And we work towards this and using all the things which I've told you to achieve this. Yeah, thank you. And we believe nothing is impossible for us as believers. I hope I finished right on time.
Said, Madam, the tests cannot check a child. It's very rightly said. And I think so the assessments that which we do on a daily basis as to what the child is performing and how he's performing, and out of it, whatever the appreciations we give, I think that those are the real life tests for this child, to a special child. So thank you, Madam, so much for a very nice presentation.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Umanjali, ma'am. Next talk we have is Dr. Shubhda Kirwarkar, ma'am. I request you to kindly introduce her.
Shubhda Kirwarkar, Madam, is consultant developmental pediatrician from Nagpur. Madam is today going to speak on school reopening blues of children. All of us know the schools reopening, and during COVID times, the apprehension of the parents to send we know that the parents are very apprehensive. So this is a very good topic, madam, that you have chosen, and you're invited to place your turn. Start, ma'am.
Madam, someone has to stop the screen sharing. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah, ma'am, you can start. We can hear you.
Is it visible?
No, ma'am, it's not visible, but we can hear you.
Now?
No. I guess the technical team can just help us.
Yeah, please. I'm sorry for this glitch.
Ma'am, can I share your presentation?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I think it is done.
Yeah. I'm not able to see my screen.
You're not able to see.
Yeah.
We are able to just now, but I guess it still needs to modify.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Can you see?
So it is okay.
Yeah, so for our
go ahead.
Yeah. For our world, the nightmare called COVID is still there and it doesn't seem to end. It has changed a lot for past 18 months for all of us, and especially for children who are going to school. And the entire panorama of the school and the related matters have changed, from the teachers educating the child on the blackboard to e-learning, from in-person to the change in role of a teacher, and from the underprivileged, privileged, and the challenged who have different paradigms about the school. Next, please. This pandemic has taught us two important things: what is a screen school and what is no school. And for children, next please, schools are not just temples of learning, as they have said. They are meant for connectedness, they are meant for exploration, interaction, socio-emotional skills, and the development that Dr. Nandini was talking about, the growth, mental, physical, social, emotional, is a center which is there in the school. There are so many skills that children learn through curricular and co-curricular activities. And for children who are from poor background, food is also an important concern which was being provided through schools. Next one, please. There were 30 crores children out of school, 15 lakh schools and special schools, inclusive schools have closed. Only 25% of homes have gadgets. So we have a strong and wide digital divide. Nutrition is affected, and therefore there is a concern from those families. There are a lot of challenges that the challenged are facing, especially in terms of in-person training. And the IAP survey that we conducted has shown that 75% of homes have reported stress. Next, please. This school
is now for rehabilitation of the child who was previously going to school. So we need to understand the proxemics and kinetics, that is the movement and the closeness that is given in school as a rehabilitation. There is going to be a blended learning hereafter, so there are going to be a lot of adjustments to be done. Play and relationships, socio-emotional paradigm of the child has changed. The teacher, the parents are concerned regarding the cooperation, the discipline that the child will have to fall into again if he or she goes to school. There was a lot of stress, and therefore there were new behavioral addictions to screen because of the online learning. Burnout, bereavement, and the constant supervision of the parents at home are also stressors for the child. Lot of domestic abuse and health concerns have been seen through various surveys that we have conducted. Next, please. So learning has always been a challenge, and more so in challenged children. And we are seeing both impacts on learning in terms of positive and negative. But the parents, the teachers, and the community at large seems to be confused regarding how we are going to reopen the schools and how our children are going to fit into the new situation. Next, please. So we have to think about the new roles. The understanding the blues has been a major concern for all of us, and we have seen that children are showing more anxiety, lot of isolation. Many of them are disinterested in the curriculum. There is anxiety about the future, especially in the children who are in the 10th, 12th standard, important stages in their educational journey. There is a lot of mental instability in the child, and the parents have also become so concerned that they are showing a lot of overprotectiveness. Next one, please. Now, screen is a gadget, and we have seen that all electronic gadgets are affecting in varied manners. Sleep issues, attention, physical aches and pains, aggression, obesity because of sitting at one place, lot of long-term effects that we do not know, and of course, a lot of engagement with social media. So we are seeing a lot of problems in these children related to online learning. So when we are going to think of hybrid or blended learning, at that time we will have to keep in mind how to adjust the two, the in-person and the online, when we reopen the schools. All of you know that these are the various stresses in terms of mental, physical, social, and also a new one which is defiance regarding screen time. And there are a lot of cyber issues that we have as parents and teachers and as doctors faced. Next one, please. There are also some benefits. We have just heard Dr. Munkur telling us about how these tools like Scope or Edit help in engaging the challenge during these times. So there are newer vistas of collaborative learning, blending knowledge, lot of tools like Padlet, Seesaw, Boomcard, videos. We have become very familiar with this. The children who were socially anxious or shy or had low self-esteem are seen to be more encouraging on the screen. They are smarter, they feel good about themselves. We have seen how a lot of altruism and support the screen has generated during COVID times, and it has also become a platform for advocacy. So again, this confusion regarding online and in-person training, screen and in-person, how they are going to blend and how we are going to face that, the confusion is still there in the minds of the community at large. Next one, please. But we all agree that finally schools need to reopen. For the normal children, for the underprivileged, for the challenged, it's an important issue for parents and teachers, and we want our community life to be on track. So we need to reopen. Next, please. What are the concerns if the schools reopen for the parents? Would my child be safe? If anything goes wrong, whose responsibility would it be? How the child who has been overprotected and inside the home for a long time now going to adjust with his or her peers? There is a new variant. Now this variant has so many mutations. What about vaccination? Is the school staff vaccinated? With whether my child would be safe to interact with adults in school? And finally, will any learning occur? Next, please. So there are some guidelines which have been devised by various agencies, UNICEF and our IAP guidelines, Pragyata guidelines, and so many state governments. But their basic principles are the case positivity rate, which has to be below 5% for last 2 weeks. It has to be a local decision. There should be enough facilities for isolation, testing, tracing, tracking. Transport logistics have to be properly arranged, and hybrid learning gadgets need to be facilitated in school, and there should be proper methods of evaluation in place. Next, please. Reopening guide for schools is again a lot of discussion and debate still going on, and we are still not sure how the final product is going to be. But one thing is sure, that there would be a drastic change in role of teachers, parents, and the healthcare givers. So what are the various guidelines regarding ventilation space, how the shifts have to be there, how many batches, training of the support staff, the various guidelines regarding the toilets, water, wash areas, corridors, overcrowding, all these need to be assessed. Next, please. So adjusting to a new situation depends on how the stressor is affecting your external resources and what are the internal resources, support systems, and your own attitude toward the stress is. So there are going to be matters which need to be carefully looked at. We need to be fluid, flexible, empathic, give lot of concessions. Learning, just going to the school should be a priority. How much learning is not going to be a priority for next few months. Connectedness is most important, and therefore the schools need to give a lot of flexible approach to how they are going to conduct themselves. Next, please. We need to equip these schools for better engagement of students with the various techniques, gadgets, tools, and the skills that the teachers and educators will have to develop to show more empathy, to be very strict regarding space and time management, to always think of physical and emotional well-being of children, and finally, the life skills that all of us need all the time. Next. These are some issues which need to be addressed if there is going to be even a 2-hour online learning for children. And there has to be a media plan, proper ergonomics, rule of 20 regarding the health of your eyes, and following the authentic guidelines. Next, please. Finally, the teachers need to be updated, resourceful, resilient, and take support from organizations like COMHAD, IAP, UNICEF, because all of them are very much concerned with the children and their health and well-being. And it's always better to have authentic guidelines for your support. Blending routine with novelty is going to be the key sentence hereafter. Safety and continuity is going to be given by schools, but those who are giving this safety and continuity, that is the healthcare givers and the teachers and support staff, also need to look at their own stress and give themselves some me time to keep themselves mentally and physically healthy. So the new normal needs care. We need to focus on must know. Our goals need to be smart. The parents constantly have to be in the loop. Use apps, tools, techs, and take help of NGOs and be as autonomous as possible. It has to be a partnership. We have to come out from our comfort zone through fear and learning zone now into the growth zone, and partnering with schools, health workers, parents, and community for the well-being of children should be our motto. These are some guidelines, links for the guidelines, which can be taken help of. There are two types of humans. We want to be positive ones, and we need to know that though it is difficult, डगर शायद सरल भी हो सकती है. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this excellent lecture. Thank you. So, because this is currently the big problem that we have at this moment. Definitely, we will be having questions at the end of it. Yeah. Now, I request Dr. Sophia, ma'am, to call on the next speaker and introduce her, Dr. Sanchala Sen from USA.
Good evening, everybody, and I'm thankful for giving me this opportunity. I hereby call upon Dr. Sanchala Sen, ma'am. Ma'am is the alumnus of the first occupational therapy school, that is KEM Mumbai, and she has worked extensively in the profession for almost 4 decades. Presently, she is working as an assistant professor of occupational therapy department of Winston-Salem State University, North Carolina. Welcome, ma'am, and hope to hear from you regarding occupational therapist's role in visual deficits after brain injury. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much for those kind words. And yeah, like Dr. Azad said, I am here on the East Coast of USA, which is, it's very early still and very cold outside, but I'm really glad to be here. And thank you again to Dr. Yeshwant Patel and BAPIO and COMHAD for giving me this opportunity. I see that all the presentations, excellent presentations, are geared towards pediatrics and neonatology. My area of practice and expertise is in neurology, mostly with the adult population. I do work with neonates in the NICU, but today my presentation is geared towards adults. So just bear with me, please. I'm going to share my screen now. Okay, can you all see that?
Yes, we can see.
Yes. So my topic today is role of occupational therapy in visual deficits after brain injury. And like I said, I've worked extensively in neurology, especially in a stroke center. A little background about why this is my topic today. The place I live in, North Carolina, is we are called the stroke belt. So, you know, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, we have a lot of stroke patients due to various problems, dietary deficits and all those. So we do see a lot of patients with brain injury and stroke. So that is why I have my topic, this one. So my objectives for today are, at the end of this presentation, participants will understand the role of occupational therapy in visual deficits after brain injury, geared towards adults, and apply the knowledge to collaborate with OTs in their team to improve occupational performance of persons with brain injury. So that's my goal today. I know people know about occupational therapy and what it is, but just to give you a little background about it, it's an allied health profession, and that provides a holistic kind of care. And we work right from neonates right up to older adults, and we work in different kinds of settings, from school, inpatient rehab, acute care, everywhere. And we help people across the lifespan to do the things they want and need to do. And we use therapeutic use of daily activities, which we call occupations. So why do occupational therapists study vision? So there is evidence from the National Stroke and Brain Injury Organization, especially here in the US, that 50 to 75% of people with severe brain injury have some kind of visual processing deficits. 20% of people with strokes have some kind of visual problem, either diplopia or hemianopsia. And then a lot of people, at least 60%, may have some kind of unilateral neglect. So that's why vision is an important part, like we all know. So to look at the role of vision, daily activities do require effective visual processing and visual-motor performance. So not only we have to be able to see, but we have to make sense of what we see. It is prerequisite to perception and cognition, because many a times when people are not able to see properly, therapists or even doctors may think that they have problems with perception or understanding, and that may not be the case. Vision influences motor planning and postural control. So if you don't have good vision, or if you're not able to see properly or not able to perceive it, your posture may be affected. Vision also allows us to anticipate information so we can successfully adapt to environment. So as you can see, visual impairments impact our daily occupations, as we call. So everything we do, the activities of daily living, work, school, play, and leisure. So that was an important part of why vision is so important in studying. Let's look at the functional impact now further. So people with low vision and blindness experience a decreased ability to take part in meaningful activities. So many a times they're not able to see properly or make sense of it, and then that's why they do not take part in it. According to American Occupational Therapy Association, vision loss decreases participation in many areas of occupation, like I've said, activities of daily living, instrumental activities of daily living, which can be things you need to do to sustain yourself, like medicine management, meal preparation, laundry. Work can be affected, education can be affected, leisure activities, and social participation. So it's the whole gamut of things we engage in as social beings. In addition, a study by Berman and Brodetti said that people with low vision also reported to experience reduced quality of life. And because of this, another study says that because of all of these, an increased prevalence of depression is reported in older adults with low vision and blindness, particularly those that have vision changes due to macular degeneration. There is also evidence that low vision rehabilitation programs that include occupational therapy as a team member are effective in improving reading and reducing dependence in activities of daily living and other occupations. And occupational therapy services incorporate education. So not only educate the client, they train them in problem-solving strategies and instructions in adaptive techniques. There is strong evidence that using a problem-solving or self-management approach improves leisure and social participation in older adults with macular degeneration. So there is evidence in literature to show that these problem-solving and education and instructions in adaptive techniques do work. Next, let's look at the hierarchical model of visual information processing in the brain. So this model was created by Dr. Mary Warren, who's an occupational therapist by profession, and who is the pioneer of visual rehab after brain injury. So according to Dr. Warren, visual perceptual processing can be conceptualized as a pyramid. It's an organized hierarchy of visual processes and functions that are interdependent on each other. And as you can see in the slide, the higher functions like visual cognition, visual memory, pattern recognition, scanning, and attention are higher, but all of them depend on the lower ones and are supported by the three foundational skills, which are the oculomotor control, visual fields, and visual acuity. So depending on this, what do occupational therapists do when they evaluate vision? So the evaluation of vision as done by occupational therapists has three purposes. So we do vision assessment to identify how it limits occupations. We link the occupational limitations to a visual impairment, and then we develop an appropriate intervention plan. This is again a team approach for effective intervention. As excellent presenters in this have said, everything has to be a collaboration and team effort. We cannot work in silo. So occupational therapists collaborate with, of course, the neurologist or the neuro-ophthalmologist optometrists. I want to point out here that when I say occupational therapists evaluate vision, we do not diagnose a visual conditions. We work closely with the experts to diagnose that, and then we work with the limitations of vision. So when we do assessment of visual skills, we do screening of visual functions should be done, of course, early in the rehab process, since as we have seen, visual deficits impact all areas of function. So what is the OT's role in assessment of these skills? So we evaluate component skills within the hierarchy of visual processing, and then we see how they affect functional adaptation. So in that pyramid where you saw, there are different components. So we might see where the breakdown is, and then from there take it, how can we adapt or modify the environment to help the client. We also look at clinical observation is very important, and that starts right from the time I enter the acute care room of my patient. So we watch for signs of visual stress. So for example, if a person has diplopia or double vision, he may not complain of that, but he may shut one eye or tilt his head or tilt the glasses sometimes, but may not really complain or know that he has double vision. So we watch for these signs of visual stress. We also look at how efficiently they're using, and then the effectiveness of some of our interventions. And then when we do modification of the environment or the client, we see the effect of modifications. So let's look at some of the types of visual impairments that occupational therapists can deal with. So these are some visual acuity impairments which can be near and far. The binocular vision impairments, examples could be diplopia and conversion impairments. Oculomotor deficits like the range of motion of your eyes, pursuits and saccades and fixation, which are tracking or those quick movements of the eye. Some accommodative disorders where you have problems with either conversions or diversions, and you may have problems with reading and driving or walking. There are visual attention deficits, which are very common in brain injury. We look at visual field deficits and then contrast sensitivity. So some of the interventions for general visual impairment, which we engage in, are increasing the contrast of key components of the task and the environment. So to give you an example, if a client has problems with contrast sensitivity after we have done the assessment and after we have seen the person in a functional environment, we could do, like for feeding, you can have provide contrast where the plate is white, but the background, the placemat is darker. So it's easier for them to see. You can reduce or eliminate any background patterns. So decreasing the busy pattern or having solid colors so there is a better contrast. Enlarging critical features of the object and environment. So seeing what needs to be bigger. For example, like all of us, we need a bigger font as we get older. And then of course, providing adequate, good quality illumination. So lighting is again very important. So many times when we do a home assessment, we look at that and then provide focused instead of ambient lighting. So not focusing the light exactly on the task that is being done. So these are some of the things we engage in. Now let's look at some of the elements we look at on the performance skills. So visual acuity, like I said before, it is the ability to see visual details and color. And this is assessed by Snellen's chart. The optometrist does it. We can do it too. And the Snellen's chart are very easily available to all, free, at least here in the US through the Society of the Blind. We observe daily tasks. I think observation of daily tasks is the most important thing in finding out what the visual deficits are. So when a person has visual acuity problems, they might have difficulty with near tasks like reading newsprint, bills, nutrition, and medication labels. They may have difficulty with far tasks like driving here, at least in the US where I live. It's a very important and necessary that we cannot go anywhere without driving. Reading signs, difficulty identifying faces and objects. And interventions like some of the interventions which can be used, as I stated earlier, increasing the contrast, providing better illumination. All of this, we have to make sure that the patient has corrective vision eyeglasses. So it is very imperative that we send the client first to the optometrist to make sure that the vision is corrected. Next is the ocular alignment. So ocular alignment is required to achieve visual fusion. So our brain has an inherent ability to look at things, but to perceive it as one image and not see as two images. And this ability can be lost in brain damage. So muscle imbalance and weakness can be indicative of some of these conditions. The esotropia, where the eye can be deviated medially, exo is eye deviated laterally, hypo is inferiorly, and hyper is superiorly. And the functional impairments because of all of these can be diplopia. So some of the interventions for diplopia which occupational therapists can do are shown here. The cause many times is diagnosed and treated by ophthalmologists and optometrists with occlusion, prisms in the eyeglasses, eye exercises, and surgery. But yeah, you have to note that when this happens in strokes or in traumatic brain injuries, many times clients are still in the acute care or inpatient rehab, and they do not have access to go to optometrists, which happens later on. So many of these conditions do correct themselves or do get better within 4 to 6 months of happening of the first incident. But during that time, the client cannot be left with double vision. So occupational therapists can provide a partial occlusion with semi-opaque tape, and this is as a gentler form of quick intervention. So this I do in the acute care a lot, because what I've seen is many times neurologists working with the client, give the client a pirate patch which goes on one eye, and it works exactly like that. When you shut one eye, the double vision is gone. But what happens with that is, what I have seen in my experience, and literature has shown that that pirate patch has to be moved every 2 hours, and that does not happen. And many of my clients have ended up with a lazy eye or problems with seeing. So this is a gentler form of the same treatment, but it's a quick intervention where it involves covering a portion of the visual field in one eye to eliminate diplopia without covering the whole eye. So there is a little process we go through where we look at what the dominant eye is of the client. So there's a little test we do, and then depending on that, on the client's eyeglasses, you put this tape, and it goes from the nasal side. You do not want to occlude the peripheral vision, because you still want to give them that peripheral vision for safety. Because what happens in that pirate patch of one eye, it occludes their peripheral vision, and they are, they do not have that input from the environment, and safety is a big concern. So partial occlusion with like semi-opaque tape, which at least for us here, it is available everywhere on our nurses station, is a quick fix for intervention for diplopia. And as you can see in the pictures, it can be done depending on where the diplopia is. So for homonymous hemianopsia, it can be done on either side of the glasses. And then for only certain parts of the eye can be covered for those pie in the sky kind of diplopia, what we call.
I'm so sorry to intervene, Dr. Sen. It's just 3 more minutes left.
Yes. I have 2 more slides. So some of the visual field deficits we look at is, so the visual field is the space one is able to see when you're looking straight ahead, and that's about 160 degrees binocularly. Visual field deficits can be unilateral, center or peripheral, or inferior, superior, and then you can have difficulty with visual scanning, looking at your environment. Saccades and pursuits are those quick movements or scanning, and this can have an impact on reading, writing, and mobility. So the functional impairments we see in this are patients have a limited visual search. They bump into objects on one side, not knowing what's there, and they can have difficulty walking, driving, and some safety concerns too. So the intervention for visual field deficits, what we do is the harmonious hemianopsia, what I said before, loss of vision in one half of the visual field. It can be corrected, just a simple correction in the acute care or inpatient rehab with a partial occlusion. We also teach them compensatory strategies for a wide scan with head turns. We use the lighthouse analogy where clients are educated to develop a habit of using conscious head turns to search the visual field. We use static and dynamic scan courses where you can start in the acute care where you post post-its on the wall and ask client to read out to them as you're pointing with a laser pointer or walking out in the hall. So we just encourage, these are adaptive techniques which they can use to help with head turns. The second picture is a picture of a Dynavision and with the man touching the lights. It's a computerized light board used to measure and compare patients' response time in searching the random lights. So these are available in many of our inpatient rehab hospitals. We also have them do like an organized search. So, like normal people read from right to left or left to right. So some of the visual attention and visual scanning deficits are inattention, midline shift. And again, patients may have problems with the recognizing parts of their bodies as their own. They might shave half of their face, eat half of their food, or they may be unresponsive to that side. So the treatment for this is, again, modification of environment by reducing the pattern, increasing contrast, maximizing lighting, compensation for visual scanning training, like I've said before. So selecting activities that require broad visual scan that assist patient to interact physically with the target. So many times activities of daily living are helpful and encouraging conscious attention to visual detail. We many times use paper and pencil tasks like line bisection, star cancellation, but most effective are activities and occupation that enable the patient to interact directly, like games and cooking and laundry. So this was some of the things I wanted to emphasize today. Occupational therapists who want to be trained or know more about this, there are a lot of continuing education courses, and there are even certification courses and master's level courses just in vision for occupational therapists. So I encourage whoever is interested to look at that. These are my references. And again, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for this excellent lecture. I think it was a very interesting topic and it was of use to all of us. Can I request, with this we end all the lectures of this session. Can I request all the chairpersons, rather, if there are any questions to, reply them, or make the chairpersons the concluding remarks. I guess Dr. Neha Sharma had a few questions.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Dr. Sen, and everyone for the wonderful talk. It's really a delight to be here with everyone and to listen about the fantastic work everyone is doing at their place. My question is, I have got 3 questions. It will be a very short questions, and I think we have got 10 minutes for each of the speakers to respond. So my first question is to Dr. Nandini. Dr. Nandini emphasized on this comprehensive parents-mediated online learning. So what I would like to know from Dr. Nandini is that how would you address if there's a mental health issues in the parents, and how would you ensure that this is being delivered in an appropriate way in the best interest of the child? My second question is to Dr. Ravi, who basically spoke about the palliative care and emphasized on how important it is for the families to be on board. But my question is that if the parents are not on board, specifically when you categorize them on group 2 and 4, where there's a premature death or there is an irreversible but a non-progressive condition where the parents find it extremely hard to accept that, this child is going to die, how would you address that? And my third question is to Dr. Shubhda, that about the blues which we discussed about, like how parents are anxious when the COVID rules are getting released these days. But now the other fear which I have seen in the parents is about the vaccinating their children. And I have just recently, 2 days back, I've seen a news where almost 300 kids in Greece were not attending the school because the schools have made it compulsory for them to have a vaccination, and the parents are not on board on that. So I would just request one by one speakers if they can just share the views quickly, please. Thank you.
Can we have Dr. Girdhar?
Yeah, so in relation to communicating with the parents as well, is we use a lot of family support and pre-bereavement team. And that could be a chaplain, which kind of addresses the cultural and the spiritual needs. So sometimes we take a back step as an intervention. So we allow the family support to make those inroads for us and ensure they create that easier platform. And sometimes accepting that we cannot do anything for these patients is a big thing as well. Sometimes you don't have to do anything. And my role changes from being a physio to a counselor sometimes, or a friend, or just I sit and listen and facilitate. And some of work where even yesterday, the patient wasn't responding to me well enough because he knows that he's dying and then he doesn't want any exercises, any intervention at all. So all I've done is I've set up an online streaming service for him to watch films, because and he likes to watch sports. So I've set up that for him from a technical side. So I've accepted that from a physio role, I will not be able to fulfill those expectations, and understanding that I don't have to do it. And also probably going to the family support team and giving them what I want to do, and then see if they can find a way of communicating, because some of the patient parents communicate well with the counselors or with the psychologist as well, and just because they don't come with a baggage, they don't go with a judgment. There are no goals involved, so that makes it a lot more easier.
Perfect. Thank you. So that means a lot of psychotherapy, tender love and care to the family, support, counselor role by the clinicians, and supporting them with their thoughts. And okay, perfect. Thank you.
Next, can we have Dr. Shubhada Kirwadkar, ma'am?
Yeah.
Please.
So, Dr. Neha, you had asked about the vaccination, and in India, we have seen right from the beginning that there were so many adverse opinions regarding vaccination in the community at large. But by and by, with advocacy, with giving them counseling support, the opinions of the health workers that they trust. So by and by, that has shown the results. So similarly, it is absolutely relevant that the parents would have concerns, but the pediatricians, the healthcare workers have a big role to play to reduce their concerns and tell them about the safety of vaccines. We have been using vaccines for so many diseases since so long, and most of them have not caused any adverse effects in a large model or on a large scale, and that we have to understand. Secondly, the written consent of parents is made essential for them to send the child to school. So for local administration, that is a safeguard which they have to follow.
Perfect. Thank you.
Next, Dr. Sanchala Singh. Can we have you answering the question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was the question you had asked me?
Sorry, it was for Dr. I asked to Dr. Nandini, actually. That question was if there is a mental health issues. Yeah, if there is a mental health issues, how would we ensure that this parent-mediated online delivery of of our teaching is being delivered effectively in the best interest of the child? What would be our alternative approach in that case?
Do we have Dr. Nandini, ma'am?
I think she has left.
Okay. Can we have it message to her?
Yeah. What little knowledge that I have, I think in such cases, two options could be made available. One is ask them to give us a video recording of the therapy that they do at home, Many times we can ask them to send us the videos so that we can give them suggestions. That is one way. And second is sending someone from our side to the homes and ensure that properly the things are managed. Of course, we cannot be spying on the parents because that may create a wrong impression. But these two things, I think, would help the health caregivers to ensure that proper therapy is given at home.
Thank you, ma'am. I guess, Dr. Neha, that solves the questions, the answers. Yeah. By this, we come to the end of this session. We express our gratitude for all the chairpersons and eminent faculty members of the session, and I request to accept our virtual felicitation. I request the organizers to start with the next proceedings. We come to the end of this session.
Thank you, Dr. Neha, for excellent conduction of this session, and thank you, COMHAD, for the opportunity. It was a pleasure listening to all the speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an absolute delight to be here. Thank you so much, everyone.
So thank you. We are at the end of the scientific session and moving forward to the inaugural ceremony. We will start inaugural ceremony exactly at 6:50.
5 minutes to go, Prayagta.
Yes, sir. We'll just check all our guests are there or not.
Yeah. We are honored to have Lieutenant General Madhuri Kanetkar, welcomer. We have got Honorable Dr. Naveen Thakkar, Global President IPA, and we have got Padma Bhushan, Dr. Srinath Reddy from Delhi. So welcome all of them with Dr. Ramesh Mehta from UK, Madam Phadke, respected Madam Phadke, Yashwant Patil, and Biju Simon all. Welcome all BPO, COMHAD, USA, and all delegates.
We cannot hear you.
Ma'am, you can speak now.
So I'm very much thankful to all the session in charges and our facilitator team who have really made it and finished all the sessions, scientific sessions in time. So if our all guests are here, can we start with the ceremony, sir?
Right, we are given 6:15 time, na? So
Yes, yes.
Dr. Padma Reddy sir is there?
Yes, all the guests are there.
Yeah. So because anyway, I have written 6 p.m. to all people. So if Dr. Patil sir permit, Dr. Mehta sir permit, then we can go ahead.
I watch it is 6:15.
Okay.
You can start. Does Ramesh Mehta sir is there or not?
Pardon?
Sir?
Yeah, he's there.
Go ahead.
Ms. Veena, would you please make Ramesh Mehta sir co-host so that he can unmute himself?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Phadke to be co-host, Ramesh Mehta sir, all the honorary chief guests, Kanilka Madam, Honorable Padma Bhushan, Srinath Reddy, Dr. Navin Thakkar to be co-host along with her. And of course, 2 chairperson who are there, anchors. Archana Jaiswal is there and Manjusha Giri. Am I right?
Yes. So it's 6:14. I, Dr. Prajakta Kaduskar, co-organizing secretary, International COMHAD Conference of COMHAD and WAPIO 2021, welcome you all. And before proceeding for inaugural ceremony, I request all to observe a minute silence to pay homage to late CDS General Bipin Rawat, his family and colleagues. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
So I invite MOCs of inaugural ceremony, Dr. Archana Jaiswal and Dr. Manjusha Giri for the further proceedings. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Prajakta. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Prajakta. That was really kind and heart-touching. A very good evening and warm welcome to the galaxy of stalwarts, my seniors, colleagues, friends, and all the delegates in this August gathering. I, Dr. Archana Jaiswal from India, and my colleague, Dr. Manjusha Giri, are Master of Ceremony for today's virtual inauguration of this unique international conference of COMHAD and WAPIO UK 2021, along with UNICEF, with the theme of post-COVID-19 challenges for the challenged. It will be on virtual platform in the august presence of Honorable Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar Madam, AVSM VSM Vice Chancellor of MUHS Nasik, with Honorable Dr. Navin Thakkar Sir, Global President of International Pediatric Association, and Padma Bhushan awardee, Professor Dr. Srinath Reddy Sir, President PHFI Public Health Foundation of India, will grace the inauguration as guest of honor. It is great pleasure and proud moment to have you all on this virtual platform from so many different places. I extend my warm welcome on behalf of organizing committee to you all and hand over the mic to Dr. Manjusha Giri for further proceedings.
I request all the admirable dignitaries, Honorable Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar, Madam, please slides move. Next slide, please. Vice Chancellor MUHS Nashik to occupy a seat on virtual dais. Next, please. Our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Naveen Thakkar, Global International Pediatric Association President. Please occupy your seat on virtual dais, sir. Then Honorable Padma Bhushan, Dr. K. Srinath Reddy, sir, President PHFI, New Delhi. Please occupy your seat on virtual dais. Next. We welcome Dr. Mrudula Phadke, Madam, Senior Advisor, NHM and UNICEF, COMHAD, former VC, MUHS Nashik, to please occupy your seat on virtual dais. We welcome Dr. MS Rawat, sir, my teacher and former professor and head of the Pediatrics GMC Nagpur, to please occupy your seat on virtual dais. We welcome Dr. Uday Bodhankar, sir, Executive Director, COMHAD UK, to please occupy your seat on virtual dais. We welcome Dr. Yashwant Patil, International President, COMHAD UK, to occupy seat on virtual dais. Next. We welcome Dr. Ramesh Mehta, President, BAPIO UK, to occupy seat on virtual dais. We welcome Dr. Biju Seman, Organizing Secretary and Joint Secretary of BAPIO UK, to occupy seat on virtual dais. We welcome all the dignitaries. Next, please. And now I request Dr. Yashwant Patil, International President of COMHAD UK, to warmly address the gathering. Over to you, Patil, sir.
Manju and Archana. Good evening to all and warm welcome to all. Today's chief guest, Honorable Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar, Madam, AVSN, a dynamic, energetic, personality in pediatric field. Our friend Dr. Naveen Thakkar, Honorable Chief Guest today, Global President, International Pediatric Association. Padma Bhushan, Professor Dr. K. Srinath Reddy, sir, President of PFHI, New Delhi, and former Professor and Head of Cardiology, AIMS, New Delhi. Our motherly figure in our heart and our guide at every level in the working of COMHAD as well as UNICEF, respected Phadke Madam, Senior Advisor, NHM, UNICEF, COMHAD, and of this conference, Scientific Chairperson. Respected Rawat sir, our Senior Advisor, my guide, mentor, and respected marathon teacher all over India. We are all happy to see on this platform, on this virtual platform. And I should not forget my best friend, my brother. Who will forget him? Who is a brilliant, quintessential person in COMHAD. Dr. Ramesh Mehta, sir, organizing chairperson, every time having busy schedule with the social commitments, but who present during our meetings of COMHAD. Thank you, sir. Dr. Biju Simon, our organizing secretary, silent personality, but work with perfection. Dr. Renu Jainer, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, scientific co-chairpersons, always helpful for me. Our national president, COMHAD India chapter, Dr. S. Parameshwar, who is a scientist in climate and environment at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. My friend Dr. K. Jayajira, who is the Chief of Advisory Committee, COMHAD India Chapter. Our friend Dr. Sunil Khaparde, who is a former advisor, Public Health, Mumbai, Government of India. And our working force who worked day and night for the success of this conference, Dr. Prajakta Karuskar, co-organizing secretary, Dr. Jaya Shivalkar, my secretary, Dr. Pradeep Jaiswal, and my treasurer, Dr. Prakash Uke, and my seniors, Vice President, Professor Rajaram Pagdala sir, Dr. Sangvi, and Dr. Avinash Gawande, who is a medical superintendent, who has helped me in media, and all others respected advisors, Dr. Sophia Madam, Himanjali Madam, Manisha Madam, Amita Vanzari, Alpana Mure, Meenakshi Wankede, and so many. They all helped me, even the professors and head of the Department of Pediatrics of all medical colleges, and conveners of COMHAD UK, Professor Elizabeth Priyanka Raikar. Today's esteemed faculties, they deliberate like anything, and there was good applause from all over the virtual platform. A chairperson and in charge of all today's scientific sessions. They have done excellent job. My esteemed members of COMHAD and organizing committee members and EV members and members of the BAPIO organization UK, about 65,000 members, and my friends, media persons. I welcome you all, and it gives me an immense pleasure. Welcome you all, sir, for this unique international conference of COMHAD and BAPIO UK 2021 in association with UNICEF and DMR. It is being held on virtual platform, first of its kind in the history of COMHAD. Virtual execution with perfection from United Kingdom by our able organizing secretary and his team with utmost perfection. I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed delegates, those who are present virtually, and faculty members for this special event on behalf of COMHAD and BAPIO UK. Respected Honorable Chief Guest and our esteemed faculties and delegates. In this event, so many organizations working in the field of child health and welfare came together, such as BAPIO, Kenya, OTB.
Yashwant Patil, you have become mute. You have become mute.
Sir, please unmute yourself. Patil, sir. Dr. Patil.
Raita Tanna phone kar.
No voice, sir. Please unmute.
Yeah, I think, sorry, he had been mute. Can event manager unmute him? I don't think it's possible. Unmute नाही केलं. हे इथे असते पण हे
I was active. So I have to repeat everything.
No, continue. Continue from here. We don't remember. Anyway, continue.
So I extend my warm welcome to all delegates and faculty members to this special event on behalf of COMHAD and WAPIO UK. Honorable Chief Guest and our esteemed faculties and delegates, in this event, so many organizations working in the field of child health and welfare came together, such as WAPIO, UNICEF, CMR, OTPT councils and their colleges, medical colleges, Deputy Director of Health Services Nagpur, and indirectly non-governmental organizations such as IIP, NNF, Adolescent Group, Google Group members, about 6,000, Down Syndrome Federation of India, and SNCC Foundation of India. So, Honorable Chief Guest, when all these giants come together to give solutions to the challenges in a specially challenged children during COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 period, for their betterment with inclusivity, nobody can stop them from joining our world, the world of normal children. Our theme of the conference revolves around this thing. And this is our concentrated effort to make the division to Saksham and thus all-round approach to various disabilities and their challenges they are facing. And with these efforts, the problems with them shall go a long way in bringing a dynamic change in understanding and creating viable solutions for them. We have finest brains in the field today with us, international as well as national faculties dealing with these issues on day-to-day basis. Our Galaxy faculties shall be tackling problems of various disabling phenomena, including preventive therapeutics, interventional aspects of common problems, partially we can say from womb to tomb, such as early childhood development, nutrition challenges, rehabilitation, vaccinology issues, recent advances in disabilities, adults with special needs, accessibility in specially challenged children, mental health, schooling and learning problems, community-based inclusivity, climate and environmental aspects, and there will be healthy sharing of overseas experiences for the dealing of these problems, and even the surgical aspects of disabilities we are going to deal tomorrow. All these deliberations will help the patient through education of the parents, health provider, and medical consultants present here as our esteemed delegates. Our dream of creating a new post-COVID-19 environment for not only for our Tare Zameen Par, but all sufferers during COVID-19 pandemic, convenient for their growth, survival, and being loved by all, shall be partly fulfilled through this mammoth effort. Our sincere thanks to our chief patron, Mohammed Professor Dr. Sirajul Islam sir from Bangladesh, our honorable chief guest, special guest, esteemed members of COMHAD, WAPIO, UNICEF, and all those who are committed to take this task ahead in full steam in this conference. We shall not stop here, but it should be a turning point in giving a thrust to our efforts for such lovely and innocent souls. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind gesture. We are with you in each project, and I humbly request Dr. Ramesh Mehta, President WAPIO UK and organizing chairperson of International Conference of COMHAD 2021 for opening remarks. Over to you, sir. Dr. Ramesh Mehta, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Giri. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello, everybody from cold and cloudy London. And I assume that it's a nice and sunny in India. Dr. Kanitkar, Dr. Shrikant Reddy, Dr. Naveen Thakkar, our dynamic president, Yashwant Patil, and Uday Bodhankar. Namaste from England. It's a great pleasure to be part of this amazing international conference. For the first time, as Dr. Patil said, has been organized to help child health globally. BAPIO is immensely proud of this collaboration with COMHAD. Dr. Patil has mentioned all important names, all the people, so I'm not going to repeat it. I'm just going to very briefly inform you about what BAPIO is doing in UK. 65,000 doctors of Indian origin working in United Kingdom. Although they are all in UK, all our hearts remain in India. We love our mother country and we continue to collaborate and cooperate various opportunities and projects with India. BAPIO is in its 25th year. This is a silver jubilee year for BAPIO. It was founded in 96. And over these 25 years, we have grown significantly. I'm very proud to inform you all that we have significant influence on the UK government and the UK health system. We also have huge collaboration with Indian government and Indian establishment at all different levels. BAPIO has grown, as I said, significantly. And at the moment, we have what we call 5 arm's length bodies. These arm's length bodies, which belong to BAPIO, but they work independently to ensure the efficacy of their work. The first one is Medical Defence Shield, which is a sort of insurance cover available for all the doctors in the UK. Unfortunately, it's not available to doctors in India yet, but who knows? Our second arm's length body is BAPIO Training Academy. And we have very significant collaboration about training with Indian doctors as well as UK doctors. And in fact, at the moment, one of our team led by the chief executive of BAPIO Training Academy, Professor Singhal, is already in India talking to the government of India as well as many other private hospitals and organizations. Our third arm's length body is BAPIO Institute for Healthcare globally. So this institute is mainly concerned with research activities and has 2 academic journals, the Physician and the policy journal called Sushruta. Our fourth arm's length body is BAPIO Faculty of Leadership, because we believe leadership amongst doctors is crucially important. And the work of this arm's length body is to promote leadership amongst doctors. And finally, and interestingly, we have now a nurses organization. There are about 28,000 Indian nurses working in United Kingdom. They had no organization, they were not looked after properly. And as you will understand, the bullying and harassment of these nurses was quite common. So we, on BAPIO platform, we launched this organization called BINA. That's the British Indian Nurses Association. So with that brief introduction to BAPIO, I'm very keen that we continue close working not only with COMHAD, but all of you present in this forum. And I look forward to meeting you all in due course. Hopefully, COVID by next year, coming down and seeing you personally. With that note, I welcome once again our guest of honors, Dr. Kanetkar, Dr. Srinath Reddy, and Dr. Naveen Thakkar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh Mehta, sir, for those kind words. And heartiest congratulations for completing 25 years of great work, which you are doing since so long. Thank you so much, sir. And now I request all of on dais for virtual lamp lighting. Please join for virtual lighting of lamp.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Thank you. Thank you all dignitaries on dais for joining on this inaugural function. Knowledge is a power. Next slide, please. Knowledge is a power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society. Here, I request our gracious and honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Madhuri Kanetkar, Madam, to release informative e-souvenir, and may I request all the dignitaries on virtual dais to join for release of e-souvenir. I request Dr. Jaya Shivalkar, co-editor of this e-souvenir, to please join on virtual dais. It's a highly informative bulletin. Thank you. Thank you all the dignitaries.
Thank you all dignitaries for gracing this occasion. Now moving further in our program, it is our proud moment of felicitation of our own Dr. Bodhankar sir. Sir is our guide, mentor and motivator. We Nagpurians are blessed to have him. He has so much energy, and at this age also, he is involved in so many academic activities enthusiastically. Today, he will have one more feather in his cap. With this Lifetime Achievement Award has been conferred upon him. There are so many achievements to name his multifaceted dynamic personality. Few of them I will share on this platform. Along with Executive Director of COMHAD UK, he is being attached and having highest coveted positions in many more organizations at national and international level. Also, he is the first Asian to be elected to the highest coveted post of Deputy Chairman of CHPA UK. Also, first Asian doctor invited and honored by the Her Majesty Queen of England at Buckingham Palace, London. He is like our dazzling diamond whose sparkles have spread far and wide. It is really proud moment for all of us. Congratulations, sir, and I request everybody to give a big round of applause for sir. And now I request COMHAD UK President, Dr. Yashwant Patil, sir, to read the citation, sir. So please, over to you, sir. Patil, sir.
audible now?
Yes, sir.
So before reading this citation, I want to make one statement that all my respected members, honorable chief guests and all, they should not get biased that Uday Rao is my good friend, like my brother. I worked with him since 2008 in COMHAD, and that's why I'm giving the citation on behalf of COMHAD. They should not get biased. It's not my decision as a president. It's a decision of COMHAD members, not me alone. So, to read this citation, it's a Lifetime Achievement Award of COMHAD UK. Dr. Uday Govindrao Bodhankar, born in middle class family in Nagpur on 30 January 1954, you spread your wings all over the globe. During your school days, the death of your sister influenced you to select pediatrics as your career. Your multifaceted personality has multiple talents. Your biodata will run in pages and will almost make a book. In the year 2009, you had a near-death experience, but it could not deter you from the pursuit of service to suffering children. You have penned down your own experience of near-death and your views about life in your autobiography called as Timiratun Udayakade, and elaborated your journey through ups and downs in life. You have innumerable honors to your credit from India and abroad, including Australia, Japan, United Kingdom, and United States of America. Later on, innumerable honorary degrees and fellowships were bestowed upon you. To name a few, you have received the highest fellowships such as FIP, FNNF, FICNCH, FRCPCH, United Kingdom. Through the numerous talks at national and international forums, guest lectures, and several orations delivered by you, including the most prestigious Shantilal Seth oration of IIT, you have lucidly brought out various effective measures to maintain and improve the health of children. Dear Dr. Uday, you directly aspired for National President of IIT and were installed in the august presence of none other than the Honorable President of India in 1994. Later on, you occupied the highest positions in various organizations related to pediatrics in particular. Your journey as a pediatrician of national and international repute has been truly amazing. To quote a few of these, Executive Director of IP, National President of ISTP, SCM of Global IPA, International President of COMHAD UK, Executive Director of COMHAD UK, Deputy Chairperson of CHPA UK, International Council Member, ASPR Japan, Adjunct Associate Professor of Pediatrics, Sydney University, and Nodal Officer for RCPCH. Sir, you are on advisory board of various bodies of universities, Government of Maharashtra and Government of India, related to the child health care and Divyanganjan. You are intimately associated with many social organizations involved in child welfare activities from local to national and international level. As a man of strong social commitment, you have successfully championed many social causes like 6 months maternity leave for working mothers, BFHI, child-friendly school initiative, Kids TV initiative. Sir, your felicitation by Her Majesty, the Queen Elizabeth of England, too, in 2008 in United Kingdom, and interaction with the President of India, late APJ Abdul Kalam, are the jewels in your crown of achievements. You also have received huge appreciations for your work for child welfare from various national and international organizations like IIT, IMA, NNF, NOGS, ICMCH, MUHS, UNICEF, WHO, and COMHAD, United Kingdom. As a dazzling diamond, your sparkles have spread far and wide in the arena of child health. Being impactful in every field that you have chosen to work in, you have tried hard to build a holistic health for the children. You have been closely associated with COMHAD for more than 2 decades, working with full dedication and devotion for the welfare of the specially challenged community. May God bless you with your signatory zeal to carry forward your dream of helping the children. We, the organizing committee of the International Conference of COMHAD, CAPIO UK, hereby feel privileged to felicitate Dr. Uday Govindrao Bodhankar for his stupendous academic, social achievement and dedication for the welfare of Divyanganjan and bestow Lifetime Achievement Award of COMHAD UK on this 12th day of December 2021. Signatories Dr. Mrs. Mrudula Phadke Madam, Dr. Yashwant Patil, and Dr. Ramesh Mehta sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. They were indeed kind and beautiful words, and we really cherish them. Now, who can be better than the better half to felicitate sir with Lifetime Achievement Award? I request Mrs. Suniti Bodhankar Madam to felicitate sir with shawl, shriffle, and award in this august presence of Honorable Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar Madam, today's chief guest, and also Dr. Mrudula Phadke Madam and Dr. Naveen Thekar sir and Padma Bhushan awardee Professor Dr. Reddy sir and all the dignitaries present on this virtual platform to please join.
Thank you so much. On your behalf, I'm giving you shawl. And
I'm humble and I don't have words to explain.
This is from you. Yeah, can you see?
Yeah, Khali Vastu. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I request everyone to give standing ovation by standing on their respective places virtually.
Okay. Oh.
Thank you, Suniti ma'am.
Yeah, over to Suniti.
Thank you so much for giving me opportunity to felicitate on behalf of you. I'm very happy, and thank you meeting you, Mrudula Madam, Phadke Madam, and Namaste.
Namaste.
Ji, and Rajaram Pagdala ji, and everybody. I'm very happy, and I wish you success for the conference. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. So,
Heartiest congratulations, Dr. Uday Bodhankar sir and Suniti ma'am, and for receiving this prestigious Lifetime Achievement Award. And it's my immense pleasure to witness and to be a part of this event where exceptional, inspirational, dynamic, visionary words are very few. Personality like you receiving this award. I humbly request Dr. Uday Bodhankar sir to please bless us and say few words.
Thank you, Manjusha. Thank you, Archana. Archana. Yeah. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to respected Phadke Madam, no less than Honorable Lieutenant General Madhuri Kanitkar Madam, my friend, philosopher Dr. Naveen Thakkar, Chief Guest, Dr. Srinath Reddy, Padma Bhushan, and of course, my own friend, brother, Dr. Yashwant Patil, and my mentor, Dr. Ramesh Mehta sir from UK, who is my teacher, my mentor, philosopher, and of course all of the people. Rajaram Pagdala sir is there. Whom to lose, and all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. Of course, my teacher Avatar is also here. IIP Vice President Dr. Shayand Upadhyay, and all executive members of COMHAD, past, present. Yeah, I was surprised when Yashwan told me yesterday. He kept it a secret. He said, Uday, you are going to get laptop. Well, I never knew this. But he told me that it was decided in the GBM in Bangalore, which I forgot, but his memory is quite sharp. Thank you, Yashwan, for giving this honor to me. Thank you, Prayakta Kaduskar and Jaya Sholkar for being with me, and my General Secretary, Jaiswal and Mukesh sir. I will not take much time. It has been already late. My wife has already given. I would like to pen down this award is dedicated to my parents who are no more, my in-laws who are no more, to my family, Suniti who stood behind me like a rock. I had gone through so much of hurdles in my life after 2010. And and my family.
Sorry, yes, it's okay.
Sorry, they all stood, my friends, my family, my teacher. They stood like a rock. Sorry, brother. Anyway, this award is dedicated to all those patients, teachers, families who suffered a lot during my tenure, and to all those specially challenged people of the world. I dedicate this award to them. I know this is the proud moment of my professional career. I feel really appreciated and valued to receive this award. This award will help me remain more focused and dedicated to my work, which is there already going on in more than 2 decades. I am very lucky to be honored by legendary personality like Kanetkar Madam, Phadke Madam, Ramesh Mehta, Thakkar, Srinath Reddy for my small contribution to COMHAD. It is not a big one. I always feel that I still have to learn a lot of things, but it is only possible with the continued support and inspiration from the great team which is there standing behind me from IIP and COMHAD. This award is another example of the encouragement and support that you have given to me, all of you. I will cherish this award forever. I truly appreciate all for supporting and helping me in my professional growth. I am really surprised and delighted to be given such respect. I want to say one thing, that my will for you all know will be improved by this award. It also gives me the inspiration to improve my work. I will try to be more dedicated to my duty as always. I would like to extend gratitude and thankfulness for your generosity and support. In the end, I feel honored and delighted to receive this award. I truly appreciate your generosity. Thank you very much. Sorry for being emotional.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's a well-deserved award which you have received.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next slide, please. Not everyone has the patience of a saint and a heart of gold and dedication without end, but you do, which is why we just wanted to let you know how much you are appreciated. Now I request Dr. Mrudula Phadke Madam, International Scientific Chairperson of International Conference of COMHAD 2021, Senior Advisor NHM, UNICEF and COMHAD, former Vice Chancellor, MUHS Nashik, to address the gathering. Over to you, Phadke Madam.
Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, Lieutenant General and Vice Chancellor, Dr. Madhuri Kanetkar Madam, distinguished delegates in this great August gathering, Dr. Srinath Reddy Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Uday Bodankar, the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award, Dr. Yashwant Patil, Dr. Ramesh Mehta, Dr. Thakkar, and so many people whose names I can take personally. What a delightful day we have had, and what a wonderful conference which is going to be inaugurated by Lieutenant General Vice Chancellor Madam Madhuri. I think I am indeed here to see that the conference is a great and a grand success with the efforts of all of you all. So I only say my greatest blessings, my greatest good wishes, and if I might say a line, that to my mind, in this august audience, if there are few people who are born with the right, at the right place, at the right time, with right august gathering around them, and with their heart on the left-hand side, which Uday has shown just now by his being overwhelmed and emotional, and with the right brain and left brain, both brains functioning. This is the right time to say that there are 5 people like that. One of them is our own Vice Chancellor, Dr. Madhuri Kanetkar. Then we have Dr. Uday Bodankar, Dr. Yashwant Patil, Dr. Srinath Reddy, and Dr. Ramesh Mehta. So keep your hearts and minds and souls at the right place and guide all of us and give the light of your knowledge and wisdom. Thank you very much. My greatest of good wishes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Kindly accept our appreciation memento from us. You inspire us to reach our goals and achieve our dreams. More importantly, you inspire us to be you. I request Dr. Padma Bhushan awardee, Professor Dr. K. Srinath Reddy to bless the gathering. I will read shortly his biodata. Professor Dr. K. Srinath Reddy is presently the president of PHFI and formerly headed the Department of Cardiology at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. His contributions to public health have been recognized through several awards and honors. They include WHO Director General's Award for Outstanding Global Leadership in Tobacco Control, World Health Assembly 2003, Padma Bhushan Award by the hands of President Honor, India 2005, Queen Elizabeth Medal, Royal Society of Health Promotion, UK 2005, Luther Terry Medal for Leadership in Tobacco Control by American Cancer Society in 2009, membership of US International Academics, Institute of Medicine 2005, and fellowship of London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine in 2009, fellowship of Faculty of Public Health UK 2009, and many more to enumerate. We are such a blessed to have you here, sir. So over to you, sir.
Dignitaries gracing this inaugural ceremony, other luminaries adding luster to the event, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to salute COMHAD for the commendable commitment to the promotion and protection of health across the life course, with a special focus on enabling the provision of timely, appropriate, and affordable care to persons with disabilities. Attention to the health needs of children has been a key feature of COMHAD's activities. The theme of this year's conference combines all of these features since COVID has clearly challenged health systems across the world, but particularly has stressed the care of children and persons with disabilities. I congratulate BAPIO for the partnership because it adds immense scientific strength to the conference. And I'm particularly delighted to have been present when Dr. Uday Bodhankar has received very richly deserved Lifetime Achievement Award. COVID-19 has been the biggest public health challenge that the world has faced for over a century. It has imposed huge health, economic, and social costs on all countries. Even well-resourced health systems have fumbled and failed to quickly contain the pandemic, and children have been affected in very many ways. When family members fell ill or died, or they were separated from others, especially their peers, and had social isolation from their peers, or when they themselves were worried about what their own health concerns might be if COVID spreads and attacks children, as is frequently being spread in the media. And of course, the fact is they've also been affected in very many ways in terms of mental health by the nature of their social media engagement, where they have become digitally hyperconnected, but empathetically disconnected. So we do see a very legitimate concern about COVID affecting children as well. Even if the fraction remains constant, and we find that illness among children is not severe, if the denominator of the number of children expands with highly infective varieties like Omicron, then the numerator of the children falling severely ill will also rise, as I said, even if the fraction remains constant. So we do have to plan for services, and that is where I believe we can actually expect leadership from COMHAD and BAPIO to guide us in this area. And even if we find that children are not going to be severely affected, preparing for enhanced and augmented services is certainly going to stand in good stead for the future, because there are many other health needs that need to be addressed. And several of those health needs have been badly neglected, unfortunately, during the COVID pandemic, whether it's immunization of children, antenatal care, midday meals at school, ICDS programs, but also healthcare of children for very many other conditions for which they would have required much more attentive care. But in particular, in the area of disabilities, adversities were accentuated and disadvantages were deepened with increasing difficulties being faced by persons with disabilities. And therefore, what we really require now is to ensure, as we rebuild our health systems, as they say, build forward better rather than build back better, broader and fairer, we need to position the needs of children and persons with disabilities even better in the framework of universal health coverage, which assures everybody adequate, appropriate, and timely services at affordable cost. And for that, I believe healthcare providers, health service providers, including those at BAPIO and COMHAD, will have to turn also into advocacy. I believe it's very important for a health professional to educate as a teacher, to elucidate as a researcher, alleviate as a care provider, advocate as an informed expert, but also agitate if necessary as a concerned citizen. And all of these are required to firmly position better care for children and persons with disabilities in the framework of universal health coverage, which India has promised to adopt and is willing to now implement through a variety of programs. I believe that health service providers, particularly in the area of pediatrics and childcare, are remarkable people. And we recognize that people who are providing care to people with disabilities and to children, apart from competent and conscientious professional caliber, they need to exhibit greater care, concern, compassion, courtesy, and communication skills. These are, of course, needed in all manner of healthcare, even for adult health professionals, but particularly when engaging with children and disabilities, these are even more needed. And that is where I believe a lot of competence and capacity building can be further carried on. But I believe pediatricians especially are endowed with these skills. I would like to conclude by saying that it is absolutely important that we ensure that people who require healthcare in the most vulnerable period of their life, who children or even later because of disabilities, are given the best possible attention. And you have been addressing those needs with great expertise and remarkable commitment. I salute you for your service and wish you all the success in your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind and inspiring words. We will remember, educate, and advocate to build broader, better, and fairer. Sir, kindly accept our virtual felicitation. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Moving further, in our galaxy of stalwarts today, the next speaker is Honorable Dr. Naveen Thakkar, sir, the guest of honor for today's function. Sir is President International Pediatric Association, also past National President of IAP Gujarat. He has been Director of Deep Children Hospital and Research Center, Gandhidham. He has done extensive research work and involved with many committees which are related to immunization. Sir, I request you to address the gathering on virtual platform. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I will switch off my video because I'm facing some internet issues. So all the dignitaries present here, it's a real pleasure and honor here. And I'm here to pay my respect to my mentor who visited a young pediatrician 25 years back, Dr. Bodhankar and Mrs. Bodhankar, and you motivated me over the years, guided me over the years to whatever I am today. And I just represent the work of every pediatrician, all the doctors of India, and work of all stalwarts like Dr. Bodhankar, Dr. Poddar, Dr. Swati, and so many others who worked in IPA for so many years, and we are getting the fruits now. So everyone has told about Dr. Bodhankar so many things. All of you know his personal touch, his really to keep relation. You know, whether it is earthquake, whether when I am, my hospital is destroyed, which he inaugurated, or my son's wedding just last week when he called on the day. So nobody can maintain such a relation like Dr. Bodhankar. The greatest thing you can learn from him to maintain the relation with each and everyone. So thank you so much. And IPA is a global of all pediatric societies. We have one
Hello. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And please accept our virtual felicitation. And thank you for giving us the one more insight of Dr. Bodhankar, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Our today's chief guest, she's a soldier, a doctor, a teacher, a most decorated and most admired person. She has taken all this role with lot of determination and pride. She is the source of inspiration for all of us. It is my pleasure to introduce Honorable Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar Madam, who is today's ceremony's chief guest. Madam has obtained her MBBS from Armed Force Medical College, Pune, standing first in university. She holds MD and DNB in pediatrics. She served as Dean of AFMS from January 2017 to May 2019. She has total experience of 22 years in teaching and research. She was presented Best Teacher Award by MUHS in year 2008. Honorable Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar Madam, PVSM, AVSM, served as the Deputy Chief Integrated Defense Staff Medical in the Ministry of Defense. She is now the Vice Chancellor of MUHS Nashik. These are very few achievements which I have mentioned, and there are many more to the list. Madam, it is our great pleasure and privilege to have you here today on this virtual platform. I request you humbly to please give some pulse of wisdom to our August gathering.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mrudula Phadke, my guide, philosopher, and now friend. Dr. Uday Bodarkar, the gem of a person, the gem that was given and highlighted as the star gem today with his Lifetime of Achievement Award. Dr. Yashwant Patil, my co-chief guests, Dr. Srinath Reddy and Dr. Thakkar, all the dignitaries and executive members of COMHAD, as well as the British Physicians Association of Indian Origin, dear delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. I think, first of all, let me thank you for the honor that you have bestowed on me by inviting me to address you all as the chief guest for this wonderful occasion. And I really appreciate that we all stood in unanimity and together in silence and paid our homage to the most dedicated, dynamic, decisive leader in recent times, General Bipin Rawat, with whom I had the honor of serving for the last 2 years till I came here. Both him and the First Lady, Mrs. Madhulika Rawat, have been extremely close, and this has been a lot to the nation, to the organization, and to us in person. Having said that, I think all of the COMHAD coming together and the British Association taking this theme of post-COVID-19 challenges for the challenge, I think couldn't be more apt. But here, ladies and gentlemen, let me just ask you, who is really challenged? We are all challenged. Though COMHAD has stood for children, but COVID has been the biggest leveling event that has happened in a long time. And that I would therefore like to start by quoting Nadia Comaneci, the gymnast who stole the hearts of all the people. She said, "I do not run away from a challenge because I am afraid. Instead, I run towards it because the only way to escape fear is to trample it beneath your foot." And I think that is what we have done for COVID-19. So therefore, I think there has been a huge tectonic shift from BC to AD. BC is before the world before Corona, and AD is after the disease. Though we are continuing, but we feel so much more empowered. Just 2 years ago, where we hadn't heard of anything like the Corona or the COVID-19, neither had we had the capability to really pick up what it's capable of doing. And yet, not yet 2 years into it, we have the virus, we know everything about it, we have vaccines, we have protected the people, and in that, I think world equations changed. where we ourselves as Indians were till then at the receiving end. We were struggling with malnutrition. We were struggling with a huge gap between the haves and the have-nots. Those struggles continue. But somewhere we saw a ray of hope, and that was by coming together. It was one time that the nation stood together. The armed forces under the leadership of General Rawat, the ministries, the scientific community, and the bureaucracy, as well as the common people. I think nowhere else did no other country reach from 0 to 100 like a race car. Look where we are today. Let us take time to feel proud about what we have achieved. We have our own vaccines, not one, but two. We have reached a level where, though we are still preparing and collecting our scientific evidence for the Omicron, we are lucky that we have 80% of seropositivity because we trampled it, we braved the Delta. And that is the one which is holding on. In addition to that, it is so heartening to see that we've covered at least one dose for beyond 80% and nearing 50% for 2 doses of vaccination. And the evidence is showing that if you have disease plus 2 vaccines, you're the best armed to even take on Omicron. So I think whereas we look out to newer challenges and we come together as a community, COVID has taught us a lot that nothing can be. And this is, I borrow a statement, though it's a this thing, but I first heard it from my philosopher, guide, and mentor, Dr. Mrudula Phadke, as VC, who said the path from illness to wellness, when the I goes away and the we comes in. So in that same spirit, I think the entire Commonwealth coming together and the British Physicians Associations coming together is our strength. We have seen that COVID does not discriminate between the haves and the have-nots. There is no age, there is no gender, there is no differentiation. If at all, it affected the elderly. It affected those with comorbidities. For once, so far, children have come out stronger. But having said that, since we've taken care of the other part of the population, we really need to concentrate on children. And in that, just before this, I've inaugurated the ongoing conference on infant and young child forum, as well as the human milk banking, where we discussed the same thing. COVID brought in new challenges. This is one place it divided again between the haves and the have-nots. Whereas the have-nots went further down in malnutrition. And we as pediatricians know that it's the first 2 years and this 1,000 days that we talk of, that the nutrition is so important. But that has got a setback. Immunization has got a setback. And unless we do not take this up in the same speed that we attacked COVID, with the same, where the armed forces, it was in a military warlike footing that we tackled that situation and reached where we are. I think we need to do the same thing, because this is going to affect a generation. The children who have suffered because of malnutrition, immunization, I really hope we don't coming back with the infectious diseases which we've got over so well. In addition to that, for the haves, what has happened? They were homebound. They were kept away from schools. That brought in new challenges. That brought in obesity, that brought in mental stress, both for the parents as well as the children. So our challenges are also evolving. They are new, and we need to spend time in finding out our challenges so that we can trample them again under our same feet. So I think these are some of the issues that I wanted to share with you, but also I must compliment the scientific program, which has addressed not just the needs of the challenged children, but have had sessions on adults with challenges, and those are going to be our future. With an aging population, we have to share inputs and learn quickly from nations. We have seen that the moment we formed the INSACOG, The moment we started sequencing data, look how well we are starting preparing for Omicron. This didn't happen for the Delta, and leave alone the first wave that came in. So unless we know our enemy, we cannot get our arsenal together. And that's the soldier in me speaking. So therefore, I think here, each one of us has to be all three: a doctor, a soldier, and a teacher to spread that message to all. With that, I have shared my ideas, and I wish you all the best for this conference and its proceedings. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, madam. Really eye-opening message from a true teacher, true soldier, and a true doctor. Thank you so much. Kindly accept our floral welcome, floral appreciation. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Manjusha and Archana, for putting this,
Thank you, ma'am.
Honored, madam.
Madam, honored.
Honored.
No duty is more urgent than that of a returning thanks. And here I request Dr. Biju Simon, Organizing Secretary of COMHAD, this conference, and Joint Secretary of BAPIO UK, to propose formal vote of thanks. Over to you, Dr. Biju Simon.
Thank you very much. It is an honor and privilege to be here, and it is real privilege to be attached with COMHAD and BAPIO. And it is honorable to invite the person who stood with me shoulder to shoulder while I'm organizing this. Can I welcome Dr. Prajakta Kaduskar to come and join me, say vote of thanks, please. Thank you. Prajakta, you're mute.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure and honor to me to propose vote of thanks. We really are doing dual act, like UK and India together, we can say. So gratitude turns what we have into enough. So no program is complete without gratitude, expressing gratitude. So I express my gratitude towards Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar, Madam, VC MUHS. Archana and Manju, you have told all the roles of Madam, but I have heard from her own, in her own words, the role of Mother. So I remember that, Madam. Thank you very much. I thank Dr. Padma Bhushan, Dr. K. Srinath Reddy, President PHFI, for gracing the occasion. I am thankful to Dr. Naveen Thakkar, Global President IPA, for gracing the occasion and sharing words of wisdom. I am thankful to Dr. Mrudula Phadke, Madam, Senior Advisor, UNICEF NHM, former VC MUHS, and our guide. And she's the only inspiration behind the success of this program. Dr. M.S. Rawat, Professor of Pediatrics, GMCH. I thank Dr. Uday Bodhankar, sir, Executive Advisor, COMHAD. And of course, I cannot forget Suniti, Madam, who really favored us by doing honor to present citation to sir. Thank you, Madam. I thank Dr. Yashwant Patil, International President, COMHAD UK, who has been all the time supporting me during this work. Dr. Ramesh Mehta, President BAPIO UK, for placing faith in me. Dr. Pradeep Jaiswal, Honorary Secretary General COMHAD, to work along with me and support me all the time. Dr. Shubhada Khirwadkar, for helping out with writing citations. Dr. Prakash Uke, Treasurer COMHAD. Of course, he is the one who is the treasure holder and supported the conference. Dr. Jaya Shivalkar for e-souvenir, editing e-souvenir. All guests, chairpersons, speakers, all session in charges, MOCs, facilitators, occasion events, Mr. Marji, our printer, and media. So I'm thankful to all those hands who have shared, who have come together and led this conference to be a successful event. Thank you very much.
Rajata, can I say one word? I know after out of time. Just one word. Sorry.
Yes, please.
Yeah, respected Kanditkar madam, Phadke madam, Ramesh Mehta, Reddy, and all Yeshwan and Biju, all Rawat sir. I was sorry, I was quite emotional because I was not prepared to accept this yesterday when you told me. So I apologize for being emotional, but that is my nature. I can't help that. So anyway, sorry for that, but I accept this with humility and honor. Thank you.
Emotions show a true man, sir. That is where it is. That is most important.
Thank you. Thank you, Prajakta, and thank you, Biju Simon, sir. Kindly accept our felicitations. And now I request all the dignitaries on virtual dais, all delegates to join and stand for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की
Yeah. I think Pagdala want to speak something. Rajara?
Sir, we have to move forward to the next session, sir.
Yeah, no.
I think all the dignitaries over here, please join us for a very nice and unique program of Divya Gunjan, that is Swarananda One program, that is orchestra of differently abled people.
Yeah, it is worth seeing that, definitely.
Pina, please see to it whether Shubhda Khirwalkar madam has joined or.
In fact, I forgot to mention Shubhada, then welcome Basarat, see UNICEF, everybody. For the citation was prepared by Shubhada and Dr. Chorgade sir. Shubhada, join Dali.
Just a sec. Yeah, she's there. Make her co-host so that she can unmute herself.
You start yourself now.
Yes. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah.
I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am.
So, hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
All of you. Welcome to this beautiful and melodious cultural evening of International Conference, jointly organized by Commonwealth Association of Health and Disability, our COMHAD, and British Association of Physicians of Indian origin. I myself, Dr. Shubhada Khirwalkar, and
Dr. Prajakta Kaduskar,
welcome all of you who believe in the power of dreams, welcome challenges, and who extend your arms to care for the challenged ones and believe in their bright future. For today's function, we have our chief guest, Dr. Basavaraj, who is Honorary Secretary General of Indian Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. Jayant Upadhyay, who is National Vice President of West Zone IAP, Dr. Vikas Amte, the man behind this orchestra, Swaranandvan, and director of Anandvan, an NGO working for the challenged and those who were afflicted with leprosy. Our friend Dr. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, please.
Yeah. Our motivation, inspiration, motherly figure, Dr. Mrudula Phadke, Madam. Honorable Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanetkar, Madam. And all the dignitaries, the officials of COMHAD and BAPIO, welcome to this cultural evening called Divya Gunjan. Our Prime Minister Modi has coined this term Divyang, and the melodious orchestra now you are going to witness and listen to is also going to be really surreal, Divya, and therefore we have termed it Divya Gunjan. We are going to begin this cultural evening with the first song of the orchestra.
Before that, ma'am, if chief guest of this session, if they have joined.
They have not joined, Prajakta.
Okay, fine. Then we can continue.
Yeah, so that's why I continue. So whenever they join, we will ask them to give us their words of wisdom. My favorite poetess, Emily Dickinson, had once said, "The soul should always stand ajar, ready to welcome the ecstatic experience of melody." And we assure you that today's evening would be very melodious. We are bowing to the soul of this universe, Gajanan, and we begin this orchestra with Surya Niraga Saho.
Start with it.
Start.
दर्शित स्वरानंदवन आनंदवन तुमच्या द्वारी.
Surya Niraga गणपति गणपति सुरपति लीन निरंतर हो, लीन निरंतर हो। सूर निरागस हो, सूर निरागस हो, गणपति सूर निरागस हो।
मोरया मोरया गणपति बाप्पा मोरया, मोरया मोरया गणपति बाप्पा मोरया। गजवदना तू सुखकर्ता, गजवदना तू सुखकर्ता, गजवदना मोरया मोरया, मोरया मोरया गणपति बाप्पा मोरया। गजवदना तू सुखकर्ता, गजवदना तू सुखकर्ता, गजवदना मोरया
ओ सूर निरागस हो, सूर निरागस हो।
Anandavan is forest of happiness. It is an ashram in Maharashtra, India, and a community rehabilitation center which was mainly started for leprosy patients and the disabled from downtrodden section of the society, founded by Padma Shri Muralidhar Devidas Amte, popularly known as our Baba Amte. It is the place where bountiful of happiness is accepted along with unfavorable aspects of life. And that is very well demonstrated in the following Swaranandavan Orchestra. It helped to raise the self-esteem, confidence, and willful acceptance to the life, to live life happily. So this acceptance to these children was the question which was answered by Swaranandavan. So next, please start the video.
Yeah.
आनंद साधकांनो यारे मिळून सारे. आनंद साधकांनो यारे मिळून सारे. I think this line represents the way we all have come together, joined our hands together to work for this challenged children, the underprivileged ones. The ones you have seen in the orchestra, some are physically challenged, some are mentally challenged, some are visually challenged, all come from the lower socioeconomic strata. It is the vision and inspiration of Dr. Vikas Amte to bring them all together and give us this wonderful melodious orchestra. शुरुआत ही इतनी सुंदर हुई है और कितना सच कहा था कन्फ्यूशियस ने when he said, speak the truth, be the truth, live the truth, and your life will be beautiful. Satyam Shivam Sundaram. The original song sung by Lata Mangeshkar, and here it would be sung by hugely talented Sonu with her mesmerizing voice. Sonu is not only visually challenged, but also mentally challenged. But she has a heavenly voice and she effortlessly picks up any tune from the mobile or any other app and starts singing it in her beautiful voice. She captures the nuances so well that you are absolutely stunned by her performance. So our next singer, Sonu, will present for us the song Satyam Shivam Sundaram.
सत्य है, सत्य ही शिव है, शिव ही सुंदर है, जागो जीवन जो तुजागर है, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सुंदरम सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदर, ईश्वर सत्य है, सुंदरम यही शिव है, सुंदर यही सुंदर है, सत्यम शिवम सुंदर, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम,
So nice. Shubha madam. So this Sonu is Lata Mangeshkar of Swaranandavan. And we have next song, Mehboob Mere, which is sung by Mukesh and Lata Mangeshkar. So Mukesh of Swaranandavan, Amol Kumar. Please start the video, please.
Thank you.
महबूब मेरे, महबूब मेरे, महबूब मेरे, तू है तो दुनिया इतनी हंसी है, जो तू नहीं तो कुछ भी नहीं है।
महबूब मेरे, महबूब मेरे, महबूब मेरे, महबूब मेरे, तू है तो दुनिया इतनी हंसी है, जो तू नहीं तो कुछ भी नहीं है। महबूब मेरे।
रख दे मुझको तू अपना दीवाना करके, रख दे मुझको तू अपना दीवाना करके,
नचती तो जा फिर देखूं तुझको जी भर के,
मेरे जैसे होंगे ना तो कोई भी तुझसा नहीं है। महबूब मेरे, महबूब मेरे, महबूब मेरे, तू है तो दुनिया इतनी हंसी है, जो तू नहीं तो कुछ भी नहीं है। महबूब मेरे।
क्या बात है, बहुत ही बेहतरीन पेशकश महबूब मेरे, एब्सोल्युटली अमेजिंग बंदिश। We are absolutely delighted behind Vikas Amte, his associate, delighted to have you with us, sir, this evening. आप लोगों में से कितने लोगों ने अमिताभ, जया, शर्मिला, धर्मेंद्र की चुपके चुपके फिल्म देखी है? Excellent acting, fabulous actors. The movie was a hit, but there was still bigger hit in 1980, which was a ghazal by a Pakistani singer, but very much loved and appreciated in India, Ghulam Ali. It is Chupke Chupke Raat Din. All of you must have remembered your Chupke Chupke days. चुपके से पर्दे के पीछे छिपना, कितनी सारी बातें सिर्फ नजरों से करना और चुपके चुपके अपने दिल को सहलाना। अब पेश करेंगे अपनी
चुपके चुपके रात दिन आंसू बहाना याद है। चुपके चुपके रात दिन आंसू बहाना याद है। हमको अब तक आशिकी का वो आंसू बहाना याद है। दोपहर की धूप में मेरे बुलाने के लिए, दोपहर की धूप में मेरे बुलाने के लिए, और तेरा कोठे पे नंगे पाँव आना याद है। हमको अब तक आशिकी का वो जमाना याद है। चुपके चुपके रात दिन आंसू बहाना याद है।
क्या बात है, व्हाट अ मेलोडियस वॉइस। चुपके चुपके हो गया तो चोरी चोरी कहाँ पीछे रहेगा। The bard Shakespeare had once said that this world is a great theater and all of us are actors on this stage. But folks, think of the folk theater, the Putli, where the dolls are manifested right. This song is the famous song epitomized by Raj Kapoor and Nargis. And the song is presented in form of a dance. And by whom? 4 stars of Anandvan who are orally challenged. These boys and girls cannot hear, cannot speak. And for a dance, you need directions, you need rhythm, you need to hear, listen to something. But amazing stories these boys and girls would be presenting before you, a dance Jahan Main Jati Hu. Please welcome Mr. Vivek, Ms. Kajal, Gopi and Komal for their mesmerizing performance.
जहाँ मैं जाती हूँ वहीं चले आते हो, चोरी चोरी मेरे दिल में समाते हो, ये तो बताओ कि तुम मेरे कौन हो। जहाँ मैं जाती हूँ वहीं चले आते हो, चोरी चोरी मेरे दिल में समाते हो, ये तो बताओ कि तुम मेरे कौन हो।
दिल की दिल से लगन की ये बात है, प्यार की राह रस्म की ये बात है, मुझसे न पूछो कि तुम मेरे कौन हो।
शोर मचाऊंगी
Really, it is said that we are puppets of the fate. Still, we keep struggling to win over it. This is the real showcase for the same, because of none other than Dr. Vikas Amte. Next performance is by Manisha, and though God offers something unique to everyone, though she is blind, she has real sweet, melodious voice. Continue, please.
मिले हो तुम हमको बड़े नसीबों से, चुराया है मैंने किस्मत की लकीरों से। मिले हो तुम हमको बड़े नसीबों से, चुराया है मैंने किस्मत की लकीरों से। तेरी मोहब्बत से सांसें मिली है, सदा रहना दिल में करीबों के। मिले हो तुम हमको बड़े नसीबों से, चुराया है मैंने किस्मत की लकीरों से। मिले हो तुम हमको बड़े नसीबों से, चुराया है मैंने किस्मत की लकीरों से। बाहों में तेरे अब यारा जन्नत है, मांगे खुदा से तू वो मन्नत है। तेरी वफा का सहारा मिला है, तेरी ये वजह से अब मैं जिंदा तेरी मोहब्बत से सदा चुराया है मैंने किस्मत की लकीरों से। तेरी मोहब्बत से सांसें मिली है, सदा रहना दिल में करीबों की। मिले हो तुम हमको बड़े नसीबों से, चुराया है मैंने किस्मत की लकीरों से। मिले हो तुम हमको बड़े नसीबों से, चुराया है मैंने किस्मत की लकीरों से।
सचमुच ये हमारी खुश नसीबी है कि हम इन लोगों को सुन पा रहे हैं। What a beautiful voice and what a mesmerizing performance. ये दिव्यांग जन को देख के मुझे ऐसा लगता है, दिव्यांग हुए तो क्या, हम दिल से नाचते गाते हैं। जीवन का स्वरानंद दोस्तों आप सब लोगों के साथ बांटते हैं। तो आइए, ये मनीषा जिसने अभी परफॉर्म किया, she has just completed her graduation and we wish her the best in her future career. Ladies and gentlemen, now we welcome two such artists who have Savita ji and Amol. Hema is a mother of a child. They have interdisciplinary marriage. हम लोग इंटरकास्ट मैरिज की बात करते हैं। यहाँ के दिव्यांग कपल्स अपनी अपनी दिव्यांगता लेकर आए हैं और उन्होंने अपने ब्यूटीफुल पार्टनरशिप आगे बढ़ाई है। तो इनके साथ हम अभी देखते हैं हमारा अगला गाना, मेरा नाम चिंचिंचू।
ओ मेरा बलमा रंग रंगीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। ओ मेरा बाबू छैल छबीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। ओ मेरा बलमा रंग रंगीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। गजरा सजा के मैं शर्माऊं रे। ओ मेरा बाबू छैल छबीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। ओ मेरा बलमा रंग रंगीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। आँखों में प्यार बसा के करता है मीठी मीठी बत्तियाँ। आँखों में प्यार बसा के करता है मीठी मीठी बत्तियाँ। होठों पे फूल खुशी बदले तो बिखरे बत्तियाँ। प्यार जताए नैन लड़ाई, मैं किस जाऊँ रे, हाय मैं किस जाऊँ रे। ओ मेरा बाबू छैल छबीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। ओ मेरा बलमा रंग रंगीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। गजरा सजा के मैं शर्माऊं रे। ओ मेरा बाबू छैल छबीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। ओ मेरा बलमा रंग रंगीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। ओ मेरा बाबू छैल छबीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। ओ मेरा बलमा रंग रंगीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। ओ मेरा बाबू छैल छबीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी। ओ मेरा बलमा रंग रंगीला, मैं तो नाचूंगी।
चिंचिंचू आगे आने वाली है। अभी आए थे मेरा बलमा, और ये गाना बहुत ही सुंदर तरीके से पेश किया है सविता और हेमा जी ने, और ये बहुत ही बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस इसके आगे भी आप सब लोगों के लिए है। कृपा करके हमारे कार्यक्रम का आनंद लीजिए। ओवर टू यू प्राजक्ता।
Yes, the voice of all these participants is so melodious. Next performance is Aadha Hai Chandrama by Vaishali and Sushma. These are the children of differently abled couple. Continue, please.
ठहर मोहिनी, देख चंद्रमा आधा है, रात आधी है, कहीं तेरी मेरी बात भी आधी न है।
आधा है चंद्रमा रात आधी, आधा है चंद्रमा रात आधी, रह न जाए तेरी मेरी बात आधी, मुलाकात आधी। आधा है चंद्रमा रात आधी, रह न जाए तेरी मेरी बात आधी, मुलाकात आधी। आधा है चंद्रमा।
next performance is by the mentor of these kids and founder member of Swarananda. He has really melodious voice, Purushottam ji. He is going to sing Mere Naina Sawan Bhado. Continue, please.
So beautiful. No wonder the director, the main motivation behind this orchestra and the chief singer, if he is so good, no wonder all his students have done such a wonderful job. इन लोगों को देखकर ऐसे लगता है कि तकदीर के खेल से कभी निराश नहीं होते दोस्तों, जिंदगी में कभी उदास नहीं होते। इन हाथों की लकीरों पर कभी यकीन मत करना, क्योंकि तकदीर उनकी भी होती है जिनके हाथ नहीं होते। दिव्यांग हुए तो क्या, पर क्या बढ़िया परफॉर्मेंस, एक से एक हम सब उसका लुत्फ उठा रहे हैं। अगला तड़कता फड़कता म्यूजिकल परफॉर्मेंस लेकर आ रहे हैं हमारे स्वरानंद वन के स्टार, और ये अगेन इट्स अ डांस परफॉर्मेंस एंड यू विल बी स्टन्ड एंड mesmerized to see this. Watch yourself and then give us feedback. The next performance, please.
तड़कता फड़कता तराना और परफॉर्मेंस।
पर प्राजक्ता तुम्हें पता है ये मंगल भिवंडीकर जो दिख रही थी ना बीच में,
Yes, that is what I wanted to say now, that the dreams and wishes are same for everyone. Everyone wants to achieve them, but one who continues to struggle and chase their dream, fulfill them. Singer of the song is 28 years old, intellectual Mangal Bhivandikar. She's preparing for public services examinations. She had performed in the previous Mera Naam Chin Chin Chu, and now she's going to sing for the following performance. Continue, please.
तुमको पाया है तो जैसे खोया हूँ, कहना चाहूँ भी तो तुमसे क्या कहूँ। तुमको पाया है तो जैसे खोया हूँ, कहना चाहूँ भी तो तुमसे क्या कहूँ। किसी ज़बान में भी वो लफ्ज़ ही नहीं कि जिनमें तुम हो क्या तुम्हें बता सकूं। मैं अगर कहूँ तुमसा हंसी कायनात में नहीं है कहीं, तारीफ ये भी तो सच है कुछ भी नहीं। तुमको पाया है तो जैसे खोया हूँ। सच है कुछ भी नहीं।
तारीफ ये भी कम, सच तो कुछ भी नहीं। What a beautiful comment on today's orchestra, today's cultural evening, and we absolutely salute this performers and their inspiration. Dr. Vikas Amte, who is with us. We also have Dr. Paul. We have Prakash Tajne. All of these have helped us make this beautiful creation for the world to see. And we have our chief guest too, our Honorary Secretary General of Indian Academy of Pediatrics, our chief guest today, Dr. Basavaraj, and Vice President, West Zone, Indian Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. Jayant Upadhyay. Welcome both of you. I request Dr. Basavaraj to give us his pearls of wisdom.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shubha, Madam. Really, it is an excellent performance, cultural performance. Sorry for joining late, and also my video is I am traveling.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
why there was some technical issue. So that's the reason I could not be able to join on time. So all the credit goes to our none other than our President of President, Dr. Uday Bodankar sir, Dr. Yashwant Patil, and Dr. Vikas Amte, Dr. Prajakta Madam, and most importantly, the cultural event which has been conducted, which is in a very, very meaningful way by the our little especially what we call it as a challenge people. That is really, really an amazing thing. I really enjoyed. I don't want to come in between the things. Wish you all the best, and also thank you very much for inviting me, Dr. Yashwant Patil, Uday Bodankar sir, Shubha Madam, and Dr. Prajakta, and our National Vice President of West Zone, Dr. Jayant Upadhyay, Dr. Vikas Amte sir. Thank you all the people who have been participated in this cultural event for an excellent evening. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Basavraj. An absolute delight to have you here in our
Thank you,
cultural
madam.
event.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
Now I invite our National Vice President, West Zone IAP, Dr. Jayant Upadhyay, to bless us with his words.
Thank you, Dr. Shubhada. After a long wait for calling me for my comments, I am there. By the way, I am there on the program since the beginning, and with I was there for inaugural program also. Probably you have missed me. Really very sorry. I'm watching the program right from the beginning, and it is really a pleasure to see specially able children perform even better than normal people. It's really very heartening to see their performances, and I could not withhold my emotions while seeing them performing. Divya Gunjan is the program. I have watched it before also, and every time I find that they are more and more entertaining, and they touch your heart in a real sense. I am very thankful to Dr. Uday Bodankar sir, Dr. Yashwant Patil, all the COMHAD member, all the BPO member, the president of BPO, Dr. Ramesh Mehta sir. It was a wonderful inaugural program, and I congratulate my guide, teacher, friend, philosopher, and my eldest brother, Dr. Uday Bodankar sir, for getting a Lifetime Achievement Award. The efforts put in by all the organizers are extraordinary, and they are these all people, I will call them really awesome. The deliberations today were awesome. The lectures, the faculties, and the attendees also were awesome. The questions asked by them were really enlightening.
Honored.
Sir, it is our honor that we have you to guide us, and you are our guide and philosopher. So I wish that these activities continue, and the work of COMHAD continues in future like this only. I will not stand in between the delegates and the performances which are going to come up from Swarananda 1. Dr. Vikas Amte, his team has done a marvelous job in training these children, in bringing their talents up. And I give a big applaud for Vikas Amte, the team of Divya Gunjan and Swarananda. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Dr. Jayant Upadhyay.
You and Basara stay for 5-10 minutes. Just
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Uday sir. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth Parmesh madam. Thank you.
Basara sir, please wait for 5-10 minutes.
Wait for 5-10 minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah, please. Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Jayant Upadhyay, we missed your address in the first few minutes, but we received your address and appreciation at the end.
Yeah.
To the fullest. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So
It was in a lighter way. Prajakta, don't take it seriously.
No, Prajakta will take it
so
very lightly.
we got icing on the cake, like address and
I am one
appreciation
of the
both.
I am one of the hosts and disciple of Dr. Uday Bodhankar sir.
Yeah, thank
Yes, absolutely. And Dr. Bodhankar sir, his energy, his efforts, his enthusiasm, totally unmatched. Nobody can be in his shoes anytime because he has done such a wonderful job for all of us, and we Nagpurians and everyone in India and the world is proud of his achievements.
Thank you, Prajakta, Shubhada, for that kind words.
So I call upon Dr. Yashwant
Yeah,
Patil.
marathon energy.
Absolute
Yes.
marathon. So we now invite our pillar of COMHAD, International President of COMHAD, Dr. Yashwant Patil, for further proceedings.
Good evening to all. First, I recognize and welcome the gracious presence of our Honorable Secretary, National Secretary of IIT, Dr. Basaraja sir. Honorable Vice President of IIT West Zone, Dr. Jayant Upadhyay. Our Executive Director, Dr. Uday Bodhankar, and the pillar of this Anandvan, Swaranandvan, has mentored all these specially able children, none other than Honorable Dr. Vikas Baba Amte sir, and his family members, Dr. Bharti Vikas Amte, Kaustubh Vikas Amte, their associates, Dr. Paul, Mr. Rajesh Tajne, who is the secretary level, and looking after the finances, and senior Mr. Tajne. We have already visited our COMHAD. They all visited our COMHAD during 2015 conference at Nagpur. So we are extremely thankful to the team members or the members of this Anandvan, and all these members are Anandvan. They are the inspirational force behind this melodious orchestra, which is famous as Swaranandvan. So hats off to Honorable Amte sir and their family members and their associates and these specially able performers. What a wonderful, melodious, heart-touching songs they have sung. Really. And on this occasion, on the behalf of COMHAD, I declare a donation of 31,000 to this unique musical group of Anandvan. We request Honorable Dr. Vikas Amte sir to come forward and accept this donation. That's a virtual image and this is a real image. So thank you, sir. With this, I request our Executive Director, Dr. Uday Bodhankar, followed by Dr. Vikas Amte, to say some few words.
Thank you, Dr. Yashwant Patil. At the outset, I pay my regard, respect to late Baba Amte, Sadhnate Amte, whom me and my family, my in-laws, Mr. Vasant Thate, were knowing since more than 4 decades. I had an opportunity, Yashwant, Jayant Upadhyay, Basarat, and Prajakta and Shubhada, to seek blessings in person from late, most legendary personality, Dr. Baba Amte and Sadhnate. We are very close to them. Because of my father-in-law Vasant Thate and his family, so we became close to them. Just in short, you know, when Baba, late Baba Amte was admitted in Morka Hospital, he used to wait for khichadi from Sunidhi. So it came in the Lokmat, Baba Amtechi momo khichadi kude. So he used to, Sunidhi used to get up at 4:30, prepare khichadi, and 6 a.m. 12 and 6 p.m. Yeah, we used to be there with khichadi, and I used to be there for other things. So anyway, I'm really honored that I am here, Yashwant, along with respected Vikas ji, who is my elder brother and who is a totally dedicated life with family, Bharti Vaini, Kaustubh, and all this family dedicated their life for the welfare of leprosy people. And Swarananda, I have known since more than 1 decade. First thing was with Bapu Sahib. Secondly, we had in 15. Yashwant, you know, we had that conference along with Rawat sir and Phadke madam was also there with Papia. So we are really good this thing. So because of anyway, sorry this time our donation money is less, but we'll try to make it. We gave last time 1 lakh rupees, this time 31. So because of COVID, because of we don't get fund, but we'll try to make it. Don't worry. I know you don't want money, but you want the blessings of all people for the special challenge. You know, I have received. Yashwan, there were so many greetings on the chat from Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Sen Madam, and everybody was so in tears and emotion, full of emotion by seeing such a great performance by all the specially challenged. So we salute all of them. And I think before handing over to Vikas Amte, I want to make one announcement here. We have got Yashwan, Dr. Elizabeth Cherian. You know, she is international coordinator of COMHAD. So she just telephoned me. Fine, Uday sir, I'm really moved. I want to give something. Whatever you want to say. So before handing over to Vikas Amte, I will request Dr. Elizabeth Cherian to say a few words and announce the amount she wanted to give in thousand. Please, over to Elizabeth. Sorry for the break.
Madam Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, madam.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, madam. Welcome.
Thank you. A fantastic evening.
Yeah, Dr. Paul, Tanya was all different. Over to please.
Fantastic evening, really touching. And since we work with people like this, it's really wonderful to see how you are honing the talents of these children. And it really, really touched me. I'm happy to announce a contribution of 25,000 to the organization.
Wow.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for the generosity. So we have made half century now. So another half century we'll try to make it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Because Dr. Elizabeth Cherian, she is our president of Rotary Club. There is a logo. She is also very philanthropy, social worker, and educator. All these things. And she also is working on the specially challenged people. I think madam, when you come to Nagpur, we'll visit one. You can see the fantastic work.
I must come and see.
Yeah, known globally, not only India.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Over to Payakam and to Vikas.
May I invite Dr. Vikas Amte to say a few words.
Good evening. At the outset, I pay my deep homage to CDS late Mr. Rawat.
Yeah.
Because we are part of Land Army. I work amongst the rejected, the dejected, and ejected people of India. I'm around 75, and the work is also 75 years old.
Yeah.
I'm the witness to various landmarks and milestones. I haven't seen cinema because leprosy patients were shunned away. The theater was washed. So I've seen only 4 or 5 films. So this is world's first therapeutic theater launched for leprosy and other rejected people by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Padma Vibhushan, Dr. Virendra Hegde of Dharmasthala, and also Baba Amte's great appreciator, Gulzarji, and Jagjit Singh, and so many people. So we had 3,000 plus shows of this. So the leprosy patients were on leprosy patients are on the other side of the stage because they are not allowed in the cinema theater. There are still 119 discriminatory laws which segregate leprosy patients from the society. I had the privilege of being classmate of Dr. Ramesh Mehta. We used to stay together. Dr. Uday and the family has been my colleagues in conscience. And that's what we call this as a therapeutic theater, because all esteemed guests are doctors. And it's time that after 75 years, we come forward to appeal to all of you to remove this discriminatory, there are 119 discriminatory laws against leprosy patients. We dealt with almost 11 lakhs of leprosy patients, and our work begins now. So this is principally human rights project, and I had privilege of working with Dr. M.S. Swaminathan, who visits us often. We invite the illustrious gathering, esteemed people who are on this show, to promote the cause of the leprosy patients, use it as a common cause. My wife is also a pediatrician. She gave right to parenthood. My mother was first to give right to companionship and sex amongst leprosy patients, because they are burnt alive, they are buried alive, they are called dead to the world, but alive in the kingdom of God. And I appreciate comments, because I'm not on virtual, because I'm working in very, very remote area where the connectivity is very, very poor. And at the last minute, I got the message of Dr. Yashwant and Dr. Uday to address this. We are not used to this virtual thing, but believe me, we had 300,000 plus shows. We are invited in America, Britain, Belgium, and Pakistan, but unfortunately, they are deprived of even Aadhaar card. Where would they get right to visa or passport? So your goodwill will mean a lot to us, particularly Dr. Madhuri Kanetkar. She is an illustrious person. Dr. Mridula Phadke, I'm sure they know me, and will promote the common cause espoused by my father, Baba Amte. And yes, again, I'm very proud of you, all the presenters, Prajakta and Shobhada, to promote the cause of the rejected people here. And my all the best to Dr. Cherian, because tell her that Baba Amte was honorary Rotarian. I am also Rotarian, and I was invited for International Rotary Governors Congress also. They asked for our show, but I couldn't take them because it's a huge number of about 200 people. We need a caravan of 6 buses. That was this world's first show that we are on the other side of the performance. Please appreciate the spirit of entrepreneurship of these leprosy rejected people, and most welcome to Anandwan to see how those who hated to live, how they love life, and all the best to you. My respects, homages to all the soldiers who have lost their in recent crash, helicopter crash. We are also part of Land Army. They are the warriors. They have lost the battle but won the war, and I'm sure you will appreciate you already appreciated the effort of these people. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
One minute. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, everybody. I think we got a message from Sanjay Gupta. He also would like to donate 25,000. So over to Sanjay Gupta, please. I think we.
Over to Sanjay, Dr. Sanjay.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Also from Pedicon.
I think all I would say is thank you very much for giving us this opportunity and to connect. Thank you very much. I feel so proud and so good to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you very much.
You will receive bank details.
Thank you.
All the best to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Thank you, Dr. Vikas Amte. Those who were hated to live, how they love life. What a comment, sir. So heart-touching, heartwarming. Kudos to you, to Shraddheya Baba Amte, your family. You have been working for past 75 years in the service of these people. Really, we bow down to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Yes, sir.
All the best.
Because, sir, Dr. Baba Amte, you, Dr. Prakash Amte, and the entire Amte family, I know now 4th generation, They are doing a real divine work. This is a God's job you are doing. You are God for all those people for whom you are working. I have seen their expression, I have seen their emotion, and I have felt their feelings. So hats off to you. And I go before your work and you, Dr. Vikas Amte.
Dr.
Jayant Upadhyay.
Balkrishnan Illa has been student of Ananda Niketan College, started by leprosy patients. He was a student of our college in 1983. Now he heads Bharat Biotech. So he contributed around 42 lakhs in the form of Guru Dakshina for leprosy patients, the vaccination. So my cousin, Dr. Paul, looks after, because believe me, the leprosy patients are still not admitted and their SpO2 is not taken, they are not touched. And that's what our work begins now. Please propound the common cause we espouse and I appreciate your effort for, because I'm not used to talk virtually, but I'm sure you will appreciate the spirit of leprosy patients, and I congratulate, because I was also chief guest on the GAPIO conference, and I see again BAPIO conference. Because I work in very remote area.
Person is here. Ramesh,
Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Thank you.
With empathy and gratitude, I thank everybody on this virtual platform, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Dr. Elizabeth Jerian, and all the dignitaries on virtual dais. I propose my vote of thanks. I may not name everybody now, it has been quite late. Still being here was a very nice thing, and listening to the melodious voices of these kids was wonderful. So thank you all of you. We also enjoyed this program while conducting it. So thank you very much. Thank you, Shubha madam.
Thank you, Prajakta. And sayonara to everyone.
Especially
Sanjay
Gupta.
Thank you, Prajakta, for conducting this program. Yeah, and Vishal Domble.
Yes.
आता तो डॉक्टर पोळ आहे आणि ताजी आहेत फॅमिली त्यांना सगळ्यांना
Sir, I would like to congratulate Dr. Bodhankar sir, Dr. Yashwant Patil sir, Dr. Prajakta Kaduskar, Dr. Prakash Oak, and all people who have worked for success of this conference. It is sheer hard work and it is real burning of midnight oil, as I understand from the effort put in by Bodhankar sir, Yashwant Patil sir, and Prajakta Kaduskar. I would like to mention her name in a special sense. She has taken a lot of effort. Dr. Bodhankar sir will readily agree with me.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, she deserves special appreciation.
Yes, she deserves special appreciation. Dr. Prajakta.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Good night, sir.
Thank you,
Yantra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Patil, sir.
Pedicon ka money.
Dr. Elizabeth, madam, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Yashwant Patel, sir.
Thank you, Basaraj, sir.
Thank you, Uday sir. Prajakta, madam. Special
thank you, sir. Thank you.
Basaraj Jayant here. Thank you.
अभी मुंबई में आ रहे हैं.
Good night. Taxi में दिख रहे हैं.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, sir.
Elizabeth, madam, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done,
Very
sir.
good night.
Well done.
Well done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we have to come again on this virtual platform tomorrow morning in UK and afternoon in India.
1 p.m.
So 1 p.m. we will be starting our first scientific session tomorrow. Thank you. Looking forward.
Project done wonderfully well. Wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Rao sir. Sir, today we could reach 80,000.
Fully well, madam.
1 lakh. But we 30.
Wonderful.
We must go 1 lakh. Yashwant, you have to increase.
We'll make it 1 lakh. Don't worry. It will be possible to make it 1 lakh.
Yes, sir. Please. I think I owe to it. Definitely we'll make it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
पाटील सर कसं झालं?
बहुत अच्छे से हुआ, परफेक्शन से हुआ एकदम।